last meeting like this that's a public meeting co-hosted by Diane with Shoshin Ecosystemic Futures and in collaboration with the NASA CAS team, the Convergence Aeronautics Solutions team. So I just want to really applaud NASA for their leadership in this area, and Diane with all the work she's put into leading these areas. And the work today is really reflective of tremendous people coming together from across the energy, space, and sustainability sectors in the United States. It's also reflective of very close working partnerships amongst interagency colleagues, primarily in innovation and economic growth. So if this feels very technology focused and very business focused, that's certainly where it's coming from in terms of those collaborations. Many of the interagency colleagues have worked together on interagency working groups in support of national strategies. That includes the U.S. Space Economy Interagency Working Group, and I hope we'll have many other members on the line. If you hear some barking in the background, I've got 2 new puppies downstairs. So we'll treat that like a not so subtle demand signal, and there's certainly a lot of demand in these markets. So today we're going to be focusing on those intersections between energy and space, and there are many. But I wanted to share that today is remarkable in terms of the interagency leadership and participation. So with this welcome slide, I'm just showing you, we have multiple interagency co-chairs, Curtis Hill from NASA, Rima from DOE, David from Space Force, Nick from Space Force, Len from NASA, Tracy McGill, who's one of our interagency leads, Sean Mahoney from Air Force, and Larry from NASA as well, in addition to Diane, who works with many of these teams. So really grateful to have everybody together, and they'll do a welcome after this presentation. Sorry, let's see, flip to the next slide here. I'm going to go into briefly a deck that we also presented on December 18th. So for those of you who have seen it, we'll get through it quickly. And just to share that there's so much excitement right now about both energy and the space economy. I might see if I'm going to move to a room with a little bit more noise insulation from the dogs. But what I would say about this interagency working group and collaboration is like I said, we've really brought this next event together as fast as we possibly could. It was not intended to be on the last day of the Biden administration. That was just as fast as we could possibly do it. The interagency co-chairs have served both in the Biden administration and also in the Trump administration. So this is not racing into the finish line for us. This is racing into the starting line. We are very excited about American leadership in energy, in space, and many other sectors. And really, that's something that's very bipartisan. So there's a lot of good things that have been building in recent years. And then in terms of the return of the Trump administration, we see the establishment of Space Force during those years. And many of these companies that were funded were actually during that prior term, in addition to those in the Biden administration. So lots of great things to bring people together across the aisle. And we do see U.S. leadership in energy and space going forward. Let's see here, next slides. So why our leadership so this is primarily a space deck here, and then I'm going to transition to some energy thoughts. So the call to action on space, this is recognized as a multi-trillion-dollar economy in the years going forward. Obviously, tremendous leadership in many of these areas by the United States, but also active participation by many other countries as well. We look forward to working and continuing to work with our Artemis partners internationally and other international collaborations. So the U.S. approach is very welcoming to others who are looking to build out an abundant future for humanity and global security and resilience. So we see solutions and impact across health, environment, energy security and resilience, and much more. We need to do so much, though, in terms of getting the talent engaged, getting the resources engaged. When we speak with innovators, we find across different fields of technology, and certainly in the energy sector, that there's very high levels of engagement. People want to build out the future off planet. And as one of our co-chairs in the US space economy has shared many times, Kevin Engelbert from NASA, space is a place. So there's been tremendous leadership from NASA, from DoD, and others in terms of some of the work in space. But as a place, this is where pharmaceutical companies are going to be, where researchers and students are going to be, where our startups are going to be, our energy, our resource companies. This is a place for all of us. So this is really a call to action to bring in the top terrestrial talent across fields and across sectors, but certainly today is an outreach to the energy community. Of note, when we look at terrestrial infrastructure, there's more than billions, it's often trillions, to put those leading infrastructures and capabilities in place, whether we're talking about transportation infrastructure or our electric grid. So we really need to look at how to mobilize resources, and we'll talk about that a few slides down. This is just a slide giving a sense of how some of these space technologies companies tie to all of the areas of US critical technologies. And I'll have another critical technologies slide a bit later. While this is primarily an SBIR portfolio, and much of this is National Science Foundation, I note that many of these companies have also received support from the DOE on the energy side, the DoD, NASA. So this is in itself also, many of these portfolios are interagency portfolios. So just a few quick slides. I mean, obviously, what a tremendous week, what a tremendous few months in terms of just the progress in so many of these sectors, including launch, so to see multiple US companies that are really, sticking the landing, that's extraordinary, and in space manufacturing, it's a very, very exciting time. I think we're going to have some of those companies on the line today. When we look at just many of these companies across product return to Earth, across launch, advanced materials, semiconductors, and microelectronics. We're going to go into that in depth today. I know many people in industry are looking at semiconductors and advanced materials. And the chip side and other sides, this is something that a number of the agencies have really been asked to focus on. So that's something highly collaborative, both terrestrially and then also off planet. So biotech and biomanufacturing, we've gone into that more in depth on the December 18th meeting, and I suspect we might have other meetings in that. Really something that's transformational for the pharmaceutical and other countermeasures markets. Let's see, getting to the next slide here. Today, we'll go really in depth in the opportunity in propulsion, power, energy, directed energy, and mining off planet. So there are many companies that are already building out approaches for moon infrastructure, for infrastructure in other locations, the potential for resources of many different types off planet is something that is very much in focus. So as we look to build out these spaces, we see tremendous space industry companies focused on leaning in, but we also expect to be bringing the best in American technologies and capabilities in energy, in powers, and in resources, and of course also in sustainability. So that is very much the reason we're convening people today, and while we'll be circulating this opportunity quite broadly afterwards. Space comms and data is something that we'll have less on today, but we've spoken to in the past and is certainly intertwined with much of this. We will speak a bit to the data side with a bit of AI and digital assets, but that's something that we can go into much further depth. There's a number of collaborations, and so many of these collaborations that are popping up are really bringing together, in some cases, hundreds of entities that want to work together. So as we look together towards the future in space, this is very much about onboarding those that are interested in the best from across the country and really our partners around the world to build together. We see these advantaged capabilities such as microgravity as something that, similar to AI, where you've got to have access. If you're in advanced materials, energy, also on the bio side, we're going to see more of our researchers really demanding that access in terms of being able to test some of the most leading capabilities. So this is expected to be amplifying across areas of innovation. When we innovate, we often see, and I'm not doing a map of kind of the early to late, which I'm sure you've seen many, many times, but it's often about certain folks leaning in as those early movers, and we can have many of those, so that's not size constrained. We can all pile in, we can all build out as fast as possible. So this is very much about outreach. This is getting in at the ground floor. So if you want to get in at the ground floor, don't worry about not having been in before. You can get in today. There are a lot of people that want to bring people in. So there are those early adopters, whether it's a small group or whether it's a tremendously large group, that they start building. And, we see what works, we see what doesn't work, and then there's that scale up of capital. There's need for much more to be done, both at the early stage here. We've got tremendous talent that has not been onboarded into this intersections of energy and space technology. So we want to bring more of those people in and find out how we can be best supportive. It's also worth noting that terrestrially, and my work was in infrastructure before coming into government and energy, when you build a power plant, you're not putting up 100% in equity. You're not seeking out 100% in a grant. If you've got $1 billion plant, it's only going to be it might be 200 million in equity. If it's a $300 million plant, you're talking about only having to raise 60 million in equity, not the full 300. These tools have traditionally not been available readily in space. So we cannot operate at a handicap in space. It is essential that we open up the traditional terrestrial capital tools, all of that plus build upon it. Many of our agencies have been moving what we can in programs, because the mandate of, if it's semiconductors, if it's biology, their terrestrial resources can be used for that as well. And there's been a call both across the interagency and by leaders like NASA, and those who have been active in this space to say, come join us, do it today. And I would like to, if there's a NASA colleague, I don't know if Kevin or others want to pile onto that when we do the welcome. I've heard it from them many, many times. So the ability to move forward together, the importance of getting access to things like loan guarantees. There are many loan guarantee programs in the United States that have hundreds of billions of dollars of lending capacity. We need comparable resources to do the largest, most innovative things. And it's also possible that some of our existing programs and funding, whether it's on the Cancer Moonshot side, whether it's on some of these energy loan programs or other facilities and authorities, figuring out which of these are appropriate for energy in space, for advanced materials, advanced manufacturing in space. We need to move now. And we've got to move this year. It's not about waiting years to build out, and that's both in the private sector and of course across the federal government. So that scale up is important, and there are many other terrestrial tools that are listed here. So on the early stage side, it's worth noting that it's often not about agreeing, on the most disruptive things at the early stage. And these are usually very, very small amounts of money to get a project kicked off. And as a reminder, the reason we talk about capital is the way people are pursuing innovation and advance and solutions to benefit and improve our lives. That's, putting food on the table for the scientists, the factory workers, the construction workers, all the different people, the people that are building out the communications, whatever it is. It's about having the ability to put those people resources in place. It's about the ability to bring the materials to actually build these projects. So the financing is very important. At the early stage, it is most common that experts disagree, right? So, we use, and we'll come up with a new example, but I guess if we were standing on the beach in North Carolina and somebody were to ask the technical experts over 100 years ago and the business experts, the Wright bicycle brothers, they owned a bicycle shop. They're going to fly in the sky like birds, thumbs up, thumbs down. The answer is would not have been, and many of the newspapers said flight would never happen. Today, we're having entrepreneurs and innovators bring forth some of the boldest concepts, which if if people are talking about getting to Mars much faster, if they're saying, how do we bring more payload to Mars? I mean, we've seen tremendous companies in the private sector doing that. If they're saying, let's move, we know the people that took it from 9 months to 6, in terms of transit to Mars. People want to take it a lot faster than that. So when people provide those, how do we do things 50% better, 20 times cheaper, whatever it is, oftentimes there are doubters. So it's less about getting everybody to agree, and it's more about finding those champions, finding those that are going to put forth resources, and finding the people who are going to do the work. So that's, and I just want to share across many of these areas of energy, we do expect them to be relevant in space, and in many cases, there are adjustments to the terrestrial technology. There are certainly companies that are primarily focused on space, in all of these energy fields. But whether it's fields like batteries, energy storage, whether it's hydrogen, there's resources that you can produce hydrogen off planet. There's potential for nuclear. There's potential for fusion in space. There's solar, that development came from space, early on. So we see electromagnetics, advanced propulsion, different directional forces, microgravity, gravitational modification. There's so many of these spaces. And then the resources side in terms of bringing protein productions and agriculture, bio off-planet, water treatment systems, transformations, conversions of CO2. Mars has around 95% CO2 in the atmosphere. We have tremendous CO2 conversion technologies that have sustainability opportunities on Earth, but then utilities, for instance, on Mars, that we really look forward to seeing how that can be best utilized. So this is just a snapshot. There is such an array of so many tremendous companies and highly innovative research being done across energy, across sustainability, across, we want those power players, those resource extraction leaders. The U.S. has so much to bring to bear, expect us as the global leader in energy, as we have been. So there's much that's been done, tremendous portfolios in the private sector, tremendous portfolio at DOE, and also DOD, and also the National Science Foundation and other places in energy, DOT. And we'll update these slides probably with a whole lot more companies that those agencies want to highlight. But we want to welcome those leaders in energy and sustainability. So today, we also want to continue the conversation on anomalous phenomena and UAPs. And I just want to, and we're going to have some great keynotes on this. We're going to have some of the leading experts, both in the United States, and they're also, we believe, the global leaders in these spaces. But we do want to take a moment to talk about the why, and there's so much that we can't fit into a few minutes. But many of us came to this from the standpoint of our responsibilities, which is building the most advanced technologies. What is the most advanced energy? What are the most advanced communications? What are some of the potential alternatives and amplifiers for propulsion? So So we really came from this, not from looking at UAPs or having it brought to our desk in that way, but more what is the interplay with other technologies. When this had traditionally been a space that had been stigmatized in the past, and so there had been limited discussion. When we started bringing this actively to our communities of people across the interagency and to innovators, what I can say just from looking at the response on the invites, this is the highest level of engagement I have seen in any field of technology. And it is not something that it's space people or energy people. When we bring this to a diverse set of researchers, entrepreneurs across all the fields of technology, people show up. And I think the first meeting that we had with some of the people that we work with, they said, how can we do this? How can we build this? Are there programs? What can we do? So there's tremendous interest. There's also the context of Americans are highly, highly interested. There have been surveys that show far greater than 50% in some segments, and I believe greater than 50% all of Americans, not just are open to believe there is life off planet, so there's certainly a tremendous level of interest that the American citizen has in this. And then there's been a normalization of the conversation by so much of the leadership that's happening in public, whether it's podcasts, whether it's families, friends talking about this, but certainly also the disclosures from that are official, from the Department of Defense, from intelligence, and some of this, you've seen in the congressional hearings. We'll have some of those who have given congressional testimony here today to share a bit, and certainly, these are images of the Tic Tac and the gimbal video. So again, this is not while there's indications that more than 50% of people are interested in this, on the innovation side, this is part of a much broader portfolio. And oftentimes things are disagreed upon, and when we go after a battery, when we go after hydrogen storage, when we go after AI, it's not about always knowing what is or what isn't and what will work or what won't work, but rather a portfolio of approaches to carefully assess what's out there, to listen to innovators, to listen to entrepreneurs, to listen to builders, and to find out what we can build together. So this is a community where we've been hearing from entrepreneurs who want to build things. The other thing, just, obviously being on the government side, it's very transparent in the news that there has been previously a UAP task force. Some of those people will actually be on the call today. Yes, we know who these people are. Yes, these are serious people. It was a thing in terms of the UAP task force, so we can share that. We've also had people share with us, a wide range of really interesting experiences. And by the way, many innovators, many entrepreneurs, many government colleagues, and it's up to everybody to, share their stories or not. They've actually seen anomalous phenomena, which does not mean that they're speaking to whether the origin of the craft is off planet, whether it's US, whether it's some other country, but they've seen demonstrations of, in some of these cases, what the pilots have called operational capabilities. So there's both the what's possible to build, and then there's the, regardless of source, it's already out there. So if we see something, if we observe something, the question is, how can it be utilized? Or if we don't have it, how do we build it? So this is very much an active conversation with builders. So I'd say, and let's see here, we also have folks that will have spoken publicly about their experiences with advanced materials, with crash retrievals. There are also people that have spoken to the consciousness elements of this who join us later today. And that's just one of the 8 segments. But since it's a little bit different, we do just want to be transparent of why we're doing this. And I think Dr. Puthoff will go into this as well. But the reason this is relevant and something that can only be ignored at peril is many of the things that are being talked about have implications for energy, for communications, for quantum. So it's not it's not possible for us to parse this out and just say, we'll stay away from that physics or ignore that engineering. So this is highly integrated, which with it appears to me to be, I can see connections and potential for all of the areas of critical technologies, but some of these in terms of the advanced engineered materials side, the energy, and some of these other propulsion and comms, that's something that many people will speak to, including several folks today. So I do want to bring it back to our interagency co-chairs, and just welcome everybody back into the discussion. We do see the United States in a leadership position in energy going forward, so we look forward to building with that, with the energy and sustainability leaders. We also look to extend the art of the possible in space technologies. We believe these communities are going to come together. We want to bring everybody together as quickly as possible to drive towards those solutions for humanity as fast as possible. So really want to welcome everybody. And then we're going to be going into a presentation by Mike Gold of Redwire and also of the UAP, the NASA UAP independent review team. So I just want to introduce my colleagues to hopefully give a brief welcome. Curtis from NASA. Can you hear us?
Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. We're glad to have you back again. Many of you were with us a month or so ago, and we did a similar session. As Anna said, our focus is slightly different today, but very similar in a couple of areas. I just wanted to say a couple words. I'll be doing some more introduction when we get into the semiconductor session in just a few minutes, but we have a diverse group. Today, we've included some advanced materials folks, particularly over in the energy storage side. You'll see some really novel and interesting technologies there. And then you'll see some updates too on our latest interagency work on semiconductors as we put together partnerships and collaborations that we need to move forward into the next phase of our in-space manufacturing of semiconductors. So I won't say too much here, but I'll be making comments, particularly in the 10 o'clock session.
Thank you, Curtis. And then Rima from DOE.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Likewise, very excited to be a part of this conversation and excited to help facilitate the 11 a.m. session on energy, directed energy, national labs, solar, so forth. We've done a lot of work in the quantum space as well, and I think that was covered in the last webinar or summit. And so today we're sort of pivoting more towards some of the work that's happening at the labs, and really excited about the conversation, have some really novel capabilities that we think will be of great value to developing a space economy. I think that the space economy is the new frontier, and we see an opportunity where we can leverage materials and manufacturing and resources in space, but for Earth and for the revitalization of Earth. So thank you again for having us.
Thank you, Rima. And David Beck, U.S. Space Force.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Brady Estevez. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who put this together on behalf of the U.S. Space Force, specifically Space Access Mobility Logistics, my new branch that we created about 3 months ago to address shared access to space and vulnerabilities and issues that we have related to on-orbit space programs. So here at U.S. Space Force, we're working really hard in our 5th year, going on 6th year, to build out our space architecture. It's going to take a lot of collaboration efforts since we're a brand new agency and our budget's very small to do so. So I really appreciate my colleagues on the phone, on the call today, and all the people who are joining, over 100 people that are joining, because we need everybody on deck, all hands on deck. As a former Marine, the space is enough room for everybody. For building out our architecture, our innovation, our technology, we need every brain and every brain power module that's available to build out these innovative sectors who we not yet even discovered, like processing, deorbiting, debris removal, in-orbit manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, curing diseases, using space innovation for that, and most importantly, working in partnership agreements with countries and institutions who have never even looked or learned about space. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and just want to throw a little bit, I put in the chat earlier, I had a meeting last night at our SpaceWERX office here in El Segundo with Ukrainian technology companies. They brought some really good innovation. We sit and talk, we had an after hours event. It was very informational to have all these technology companies from Ukraine who want to bring their technology and have a company that's US based. So working very hard for our position here in Los Angeles, and appreciate Dr. Brady Estevez and the team putting this on. Thank you very much on behalf of Space Force.
Thanks so much, David. Is Larry Forsley on the line?
I
NASA?
am indeed. Hi there. Yeah, Anna and Diane, thank you very much for putting together another session like this. I'm with a small company, Global Energy Corporation, where I'm the CTO. I've also been working with NASA for over 12 years on deep space power, and we are in the middle of experiments, even as I'm speaking now, on lattice confinement fusion, fast fission, which we found overlaps with extended electrodynamics. And one of our goals in deep space power is to, if you will, live off the land, actually manufacture natural uranium and thorium fuel rods on the moon, so you don't have to ship them up there. And one of the things that becomes out of this whole thing is, where does the power source for UAPs come from? And my colleague, Hal Puthoff, had a very succinct point. It's not that the science is beyond us, it's just the engineering. So we need to get our butts in gear.
That's right. I think the engineers take that. I don't really enjoy that comment of Hal's, so I think, okay, well, let's talk to more engineers. But thank you, Larry. So would also like to welcome our co-chair Nick Packard from Space Force.
Yeah, Nick Packard, Space Force, SpaceWERX is the entity I work for. SpaceWERX is the innovation arm of the Space Force. We're aligned with the U.S. Air Force AFWERX, but our main customer is the Space Systems Command, and that's where we take most of our requirements from the DoD side of life. So with the creation of the Space Force, the reality is set in that space will be a contested area, that it's not just a benign environment, and our vulnerabilities in that environment are huge. So being able to defend and potentially go on offense in that environment is a much needed thing, and that I think that's helping us focus on the innovation side. Part of that realization is that the DoD can't do it alone, and commercialization is going to be a huge factor in that. So SpaceWERX is not just the portal for getting Space Force requirements and trying to get small businesses to innovate and go up the ramp to get into a program of record, but to leverage that commercial side, so that dual use side. Because as you look at the DoD commercial space integration strategy, or the U.S. Space Force 2024 commercial space strategy, it's all about leveraging that commercial side. So initially, we want to exploit what we already have on orbit, and that includes commercial, to buy product or data from commercial if we can. And then the last thing to do is go build something. That's our last option, the last thing we want to do. And the commercial side, it's just erupting. And we just need to get on the ground floor as commercial side just starts to you really get into the space business and leverage what they have and be able to use that capability on a DoD program of record, or just be able to leverage data or communications or other things in a time of war, frankly. So you can get a hold of SpaceWERX, SpaceWERX, WERX.us, or find our innovation requests on DCIP, the Defense Cyber Innovation Portal. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And Sean Mahoney from Air Force.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Diane, for inviting us and for putting this together. These are awesome. Welcome, everybody. I just want to say thank you to each and every single one of you for being a part of this. You are all pioneers pushing the boundaries of science and technology and even the norms of our culture. And that is not an easy thing to do. So thank you to everybody that's a part of this. I'm really looking forward to the segments that we have today. And I do have some slides I'll be sharing later with some potential funding opportunities for the small businesses and academia that are participating. So thank you. And yeah, looking forward to the rest of today.
Thank you, Sean. Much appreciated. And Len Dudzinski, Chief Technologist, NASA. Len, are you on the line?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, Anna. Yep. Hey. So, Anna, thank you again for your leadership in advancing these disruptive technologies at the NSF, and thanks for always.
Len, I wanna interrupt and say this is really the co-chairs, and this is really a large group of people. So thanks for the thanks, but really want to recognize all the co-chairs' leadership.
Absolutely, absolutely, and certainly we appreciate NASA being a part of this always. NASA is been on the forefront of space exploration in large part because we've been on the forefront of technology for decades. And in the Planetary Science Division, my role as chief technologist is to advance capabilities to explore the solar system. And because of our advanced capabilities, dating all the way back to the early days in the 1960s with radioisotope power systems, NASA's the only space agency that's been able to explore beyond the main belt asteroids. And so that's just an example of the kind of technologies, the kind of disruptive technologies of old that have allowed us to reach so far into the solar system. And so, the work here, the work that we're collectively doing to advance these disruptive technologies will be part of enabling NASA to reach farther, to go faster, and to do amazing things, even more amazing things than we've done in our first 50, 60 years of exploration of the solar system, and hopefully to get beyond the solar system even. So we really look forward to the discussions today, to the emerging technologies that we'll be hearing about, and to seeing and helping them get across the finish line so that we can realize their benefits. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you so much, Len. It's great to have you here as a co-chair. And I also want to welcome our co-chair. These are all co-chairs that have been speaking of today's meeting and event. Also wanted to bring forth Tracy McGill, if she's on. I know Tracy had a few things going on in the background today, so we'll hope to be able to introduce her a bit later on. Tracy is with DHHS, but she has also served as a co-chair of the U.S. Space Economy Working Group and is here in that capacity later today. So I definitely, in terms of somebody who's really done so much work in this space and something that's aligned with the content of today, and then I want to introduce Rose right after introducing Diane. I would say that Diane has really worked to be supportive of so many innovators across the ecosystem, so many agencies, and then she's put forth the full breadth of all areas of technology, but has also taken on some of the less common conversations in government, including the UAP side of things. So I just want to invite Diane, who works both across agencies, but is also an industry co-host in her Shoshin capacity, which is this is a collaboration that hosting is also being undertaken by NASA Convergence Aeronautics Solutions, with whom she works. Diane?
Thanks, Anna, and again, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us. We're so grateful for all of your leadership in and passion for the space economy. And Anna and co-chairs, thank you so much for your leadership. This is just a brilliant collaboration. I think we have an exciting year ahead. Really, as Anna mentioned at Shoshin, we are deeply honored to partner closely with NASA and the SpaceWERX teams to support their leadership and exceptionalism in the space economy. by helping them to connect, activate, and scale the national space ecosystem. And as Anna had mentioned, a lot of these voices, a lot of this incredible work is being showcased in real time through the Ecosystemic Futures podcast. So if you haven't plugged into those conversations, this is a nice opportunity to capture kind of deeper conversations with a lot of the folks that you'll be hearing from today. So we would welcome you to follow the conversation and participate in that capacity as well. But again, thanks for all that you're doing to lead this exciting chapter in the space economy for U.S. national exceptionalism and resilience. And we're honored to support all of you. And again, NASA and SpaceWERX. Anna.
Thank you so much, Diane, for all your work and co-chairing capacity. And then also I see Rose Hernandez, who I want to acknowledge is actually a co-chair of the interagency U.S. in Space Semiconductors Working Group. So Rose, I think you said you're able to speak, and Rose is also a leader over at ISS.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, well, good morning, everybody, great thank you to all that are working really hard overnight doing this, putting this together. I'm very excited to be representing the mission of the International Space Station National Lab. We're not just about discovery, we're working with NASA and an extensive ecosystem of researchers and industries and government, and you hear many of them today, to turn discoveries in microgravity into real world benefit. Because every project that is being worked and developed on the station and in the future LEO platforms, it's towards a disruptive technology that cannot be achieved on Earth. So advanced energy technologies is one of those areas, and certainly imperative for the operations in low Earth orbit and anywhere else. So thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to today's sessions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rose. And I also want to I want to make sure we get somebody to flip the deck for Mike Gold, who will be coming up, or Mike might have his own deck to be able to present. And I know Curtis is going to be leading the semiconductors segment or at around 10 a.m. But just wanted to hope somebody can get on that, which could be Mike, but to get that rolling. And we had some of our other interagency colleagues I think Tracy McGill's trying to get in, who's having tech issues. So Jack, I don't know if you can help her get in as one of our interagency co-chairs, but there might be some other government folks that we pulled over to the presenter side. If not, put it in the chat. We'll try to pull you over before transitioning into Mike, or we can go back to people after Mike gives his presentation. So were there any other government colleagues? Because like we said, we work with a tremendous group of leaders really across the interagency. So while so we feel very blessed to have worked with the people who are formally as co-chairs today, there are dozens of other, hard driving innovators in the government with whom we work quite closely, and we're looking to have more join us in working in these areas. So is anybody else trying to speak on the government side? And if not, we can open it up a bit later. All right, if you're on the attendee side as a government person who wants to speak up, let us know, and we can always reopen that after going into Mike Gold. So I'm thrilled to welcome Mike Gold, who has served in a number of leadership positions, both at NASA, and then also he's the CEO of Redwire, and he's also given congressional testimony on the UAP side, most recently in November. And he was a leader of the, we should get the exact name from Mike, but it was the official NASA UAP, I believe it's the
NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Yes. The name rolls off the tongue, Anna.
So we want to hear it from you, Mike, and I'm thrilled to have your support of innovation and the destigmatization of science, which is so important to progress. Thank you so much for joining us today and your leadership.
Thank you for having me, Anna. And as we'll discuss, the stigma surrounding this topic is pernicious. It prevents progress. And I really want to express my appreciation to you for highlighting this effort, for having me here. I think you and having the others listen to the presentation and take the topic of UAP seriously is extraordinarily important. Every presentation like this is one step further to combating the stigma and hopefully getting to answers. So thank you so much for setting this
Thank you
up.
so much. And Mike, I guess it's worth highlighting, as we haven't before, that this is a week where there's so much coming out in the news. There are things coming out tomorrow on Saturday. So I know many of the people on the call are very tightly, involved in some of that, in terms of some of the presenters. And then also a time where our incoming president has told us that he wants to do more in this area. So we always, in the incoming returning president, Trump deference to what he decides to do. But there are so many people that want to be supportive of those efforts, of really bringing forth what can be brought forth, in full understanding that there may be some security elements that don't get addressed immediately. But I can say there's so many people across the government who are here to be supportive in this space and are here to share and help.
Well, again, I appreciate it. And your timing is uncanny on this. As you said, their Air Force whistleblower came forward a day or two ago, and I think there's going to be more revelations coming forward Saturday. And again, look forward to the transparency that's occurring. So I know I've got limited time. Forgive me. Some of this may be commonplace to a few of you. It may be new to others. So I try to create a balance of providing a bit of background on the phenomena and then talking about the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. So next slide, please. I wanted to begin just by establishing that UAP is not a new phenomena, nor is it a localized phenomena, that this is occurring globally, a wide variety of different types of incidents. I just listed out a few of my favorites that I think are relevant. So for example, there was a Japanese cargo flight over Alaska, visuals of a UAP, a very large UAP, as you see here, I think a football field or two, and radar hits. And one of the issues when it comes to UAP or what was known previously as the UFO phenomena, people say, oh, there's no evidence. We don't have any hard data. But this, I think, is an excellent case of where visual, radar, communication with ground control, there was obviously something there. And I should note that I am a recovering attorney, and therefore words matter a lot to me. And I do want to begin by pointing out the difference between UAP and UFO, and also address the extraterrestrial issue. We used to call these UFOs, unidentified flying objects, but that was too limited given where we were seeing this phenomenon occur in space, in the water, transmedium. So I do like the term UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena, as far more accurate. And again, we talked about the stigma. In this case, with the Japanese airline craft, I believe that the pilot's license was pulled at the end of this, and he never flew again. And this is when we talk about the stigma. Makes it difficult to gather information if people are going to lose their pilot's license when they're reporting issues like this. And this was back in the 80s. I'm a native Montanan, so I always like referencing Malmstrom Air Force Base. And as we talk about disruptive technology, technological surprise, which is a concern I'll talk about more, another incident that I think is worth noting occurred in Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana, where UAP was sighted by guards, and then our Minuteman missiles started to go down, Titan III missiles, I should say, one after another. These were independent systems that should not have been occurring, and again, a very odd issue that occurred. And again, to be clear, no one's saying per se extraterrestrial. We're not jumping to conclusions, but we are saying these are unidentified phenomena. And again, I'm just trying to show some incidents that are good background and I think are typical of what's been occurring. Next slide, please. I think I have a couple more cases coming up. Rendlesham Forest, what occurred in Brazil. Again, just to emphasize, this is a global phenomena where there's some really interesting, in some cases, very disconcerting activity occurring. So this is not limited to by America by any means, and is occurring globally. Next slide, please. And what's really been interesting of late and very heartening is the fact that Congress is taking the issue seriously. And we relatively recently, I think now a year or two ago, had a congressional hearing where we had Ryan Graves from Americans for Safe Aerospace, David Grush, Commander Fravor, Fravor and Ryan Graves are pilots, military pilots, and we've had more and more military pilots coming out talking about the threat to safety, the reality of the UAP phenomena, and also concerns over military security when we've got these UAPs buzzing aircraft carriers, military bases. These are people who exude credibility. They're trained pilots. We trust them with our national security. And I think we should be listening to what these American heroes in many cases are saying. David Grush is a former NRO official, UAP Task Force, Department of Defense, and his claims were even more interesting relative to extraterrestrial crash retrieval programs and gaining that technology. He did not have firsthand testimony firsthand witnesses of what was occurring, although, as we just mentioned, there is apparently a whistleblower or two that are coming out just a couple days ago. We'll learn more, I believe, on Saturday. So we're going from what's occurring in terms of we know that we're seeing this anomalous phenomena from pilots to some more extraordinary claims from some national security officials. Next slide, please. In terms of what the witnesses were saying, again, Graves, Fravor, believes that this is a threat to safe aerospace and safe activity. As a matter of fact, Ryan Graves, again, has now formed a group, Americans for Safe Aerospace. I'm proud to be a board member on that to protect our pilots, whether military or civilian, from potential threats that are occurring with UAP. And as I mentioned with David Grush, he was talking about a technology retrieval program. Next slide, please. Let's move on from there. I think we covered it. I think many of you are probably familiar with the Nimitz incident, the Tic Tac, and it was the Tic Tac, the Go Fast videos that were leaked that I think drove the congressional hearings that are occurring. Again, there's often a complaint that there isn't evidence, yet, you know, we see these videos, we see these radar hits and witness testimony. Again, as a recovering attorney, you could probably put someone in jail based on some of the information that we've got and the amount of data on the UAP phenomena occurring. And one of the great concerns is that UAP and the fact that the stigma exists and people ignoring these things could be an opportunity for adversaries to use to send their own drones, cover it up, and leverage people's stigma and biases relative to UAP to gather information from us. So this is an adversarial threat problem as well. Next slide, please. And we'll make the slides available. I know I'm going very quickly, and again, happy to take any questions at the end of this. We've got the videos. I'll maybe skip over the videos. Folks can see them online. So next slide, please. The second UAP hearing of the recent iteration, I was proud and honored to be a part of and to testify at. There we had Dr. Gallaudet, Admiral Gallaudet. Again, as I was saying, the UAP term is accurate because we're seeing this underwater, which the Admiral was testifying to. Lou Elizondo, who was also was a national security official, and talking about the extraterrestrial technology retrieval, the existence of that. Mr. Schellenberger, a journalist who was also going those issues, and myself. Next slide, please. And here, again, you see some of the testimony from, again, really, I believe, American heroes. And it takes a great deal of courage, of course, that's come out publicly to testify under oath. I don't think anyone is benefiting from this. And previously, as we mentioned, with licenses being pulled, careers being ended just for having the temerity to talk about the topic. I'm very grateful for everyone who has come out and tried to heighten awareness and support transparency on the topic. Next slide, please. Here's another video, Go Fast. Again, I think anyone can see these online, but again, really extraordinary information from our pilots, data, including both video, radar, etc. Next slide, please. Here's some quotes from the witnesses. Again, I'll just jump to the next slide as we talk now a little bit more about the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. That's Gimbal. Next slide, please. Again, there's a variety of videos that people can watch. Again, some extraordinary activity that we're seeing that I believe deserves study. And in terms of study, we've had a number of programs, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification, ATIP, OSAP, and this was probably the largest UAP study that's been done to date with over $22 million. I think there were over 50 PhDs and scientists involved. UAP Task Force followed that, and then the current iteration, the All-Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. If anyone can and has access, I highly recommend reviewing the OSAP information. It produced some incredible information, and the Nimitz incident, the Tic Tac videos that we're seeing, I believe all came out of the OSAP investigation. Next slide, please. And relative to the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, here I want to give a great deal of credit to Senator Nelson, in particular, the NASA administrator. It took, I believe, again, great courage to involve NASA on this, to take a look. One of the most difficult parts, as I mentioned about this, is the stigma and the fact that anyone looking at this is mocked. And we certainly saw this with our NASA Independent Study Team. This was formed again by Administrator Nelson, and rather than do it internally, we brought experts from a wide variety of fields. We had reporters, we had scientists, we had academics, we had former NASA officials, we had former government officials. So we had a wide variety of aspects to look at the issue of how NASA could engage in the topic of UAP in a productive fashion. And it was very disconcerting for me to see the pushback, particularly that our academic members received just for participating in the panel, that they were literally threatened in terms of their career, their reputation, colleagues who no longer wanted to work with them, simply for having the temerity to participate in the review of this topic, and not even saying what's real, what's not, what the phenomena is, but just participating in UAP. There was a great deal of pushback, again, particularly against our academics. What I don't know has been announced publicly, but I think I can say that the members of this committee received the NASA Silver Group Achievement Award, which I thought, again, was wonderful being done by NASA, and I applaud the leadership, because there was a great deal of sacrifice, particularly among the academics who faced this incredible pushback. And this, I think, is what prevents progress relative to UAP, that if people's careers are going to be threatened, if there's such an environment against an objective review, we're never going to unlock that mystery. And again, I only play a scientist on television, but I always thought objectivity and taking a look at the facts and data before coming to conclusions is how science is done, is the scientific method, which is why I was so surprised, unpleasantly so, relative to the vitriol that a number of our members faced. Next slide, please. And what the findings were of our committee, and I'll just hit on some of the highlights that I think are so important, is first that NASA has a treasure trove of data. We have an incredible, I'll stop saying we relative to NASA, we have an amazing number of archives. And I believe doing a AI or ML algorithm search of those archives for anomalous phenomena would produce an amazing amount of data, both relevant to UAP, and when you look for anomalies, who even knows what other issues you might discover relative to near-Earth objects or space weather phenomena. But a review of the NASA archives, which are becoming larger and larger due to the digitization of NASA archives, could be done very quickly, I believe relatively affordably, and would probably reveal a great deal that would be useful to the understanding of UAP. And we spent a great deal of time during our hearing talking about what's classified. There's a lot of discussions, of course, about secretive and programs that people are being whistleblowers on, et cetera. What I wanted to bring up during the hearing, and I think what's very important to share with this group, is there's a lot of public data that NASA has that I hope that we could review with a modicum of effort that would very well produce results, again, that might not just be important to UAP, but be important overall to science and the discoveries that we might make. Additionally, if we go to the next slide, please, there's something called the ASRS, the Aviation Safety Reporting System. This has been in operation for decades, and it's a system where pilots, commercial air crew are able to report anomalies, safety issues. NASA gathers this information and releases it, although they keep all the reporting private. This has been a tremendously successful system and would be ideal for UAP reporting. One of the issues that I was very disappointed with when I was on the committee is that it didn't really seem that there was a clear path for civilian and commercial reporting of UAP, whether that was in the air, sea, or in space. And here we could leverage the ARS system, maybe expand it out for the other domains, again, with very little cost, very little extra effort, yet we could build up a huge amount of data that would be very, very interesting and important for UAP. The UAP discussion focuses on national security, and for good reason, that there's a lot of national security, intelligence issues, but I'm always trying to remind people, and that's why I'm grateful to talk today, there's a significant role for civil space. There's a significant role for the commercial sector. And again, the NASA Independent Study Team, I think, made some common sense, low-cost recommendations that should be implemented immediately to try and create more data. And this would be publicly available data. Again, we spent a lot of time trying to get data that's being hidden. What I'm asking for is let's take the effort to look at the information that we do have and make sure on the civilian and commercial side that we've got a reporting system that would allow us to create a database. And I think NASA would do a wonderful job of building that archive and sharing it publicly so that there is data, which is the very fuel for science, for people to be able to use. Next slide, please. And most important of all, and this is where just the existence of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, I think, was so important, is it pushes back on the stigma that there are very few agencies, if any, that have the global reach, the global credibility of NASA. And when you see that meatball and the fact that NASA was tackling this issue, regardless of what the outcome was, I think was so important. And what we went through on the committee and the pushback that our colleagues back showed that we have a lot of work to do. And again, that's why I'm grateful to Anna and all of you who are trying to take this issue seriously. Relative to the topic, today of, technology that is disruptive, technological surprise. This is why we have DARPA, to avoid that. If indeed these are extraordinary technologies that may be non-terrestrial, the United States can't afford to fall behind if there's even a small chance of this occurring. And these are comments that we've seen from the Senate. And I'm very glad to see Senator Rubio, hopefully moving forward as Secretary of State. He's been very proactive on this issue, as have many others in the Senate, including Senator Nelson, the NASA leader. It's been very bipartisan. It's a nice silver lining that UAPs bring us together as a country. But my fear is that due to the stigma, if the top scientists, our top academic institutions and companies aren't dealing with this issue holistically, aren't dealing with it publicly, or technology is so compartmentalized that we are unable to tackle it in a fashion that our adversaries perhaps are doing so, we don't want to be on the back end of a technological surprise due to UAP. And again, I believe the greatest threat to that is the stigma, which is why the work that everyone's doing is so important. Next slide, please. And again, this is an ongoing issue. I think you're all probably aware of what's occurring in New Jersey. I do believe that some people may be spying on my in-laws, but who knows? And it's been interesting to see relative to the reporting that the phenomena that we were seeing in New Jersey was showing up on social media platforms, but the mainstream media was actually very slow to report. Now what we're seeing is this phenomena is occurring globally, but we really haven't seen that in mainstream reporting either. And again, whether this is something more terrestrial or mundane, adversaries or extraterrestrial, or who knows, the bottom line is it needs to be dealt with. And we need to look at the phenomena from a national security perspective, from a scientific perspective, from a safety perspective, that airports are being shut down due to these issues. The government has an obligation to have knowledge of this, protect us against this, and I believe be transparent as well. We're very hopeful with the new administration coming in that we'll see more transparency, the issue taken even more seriously, and hoping for action on it. So again, I just want to thank everyone for having this opportunity to talk about a little bit what we did, and I hope what we will do at NASA and in the civil space world on the UAP phenomena. I just want to thank everyone for your time and have a great weekend.
So
and
much.
Anna, if anyone has questions, I'm happy to take them if there's time.
Thank you so much. I think that might be a little bit out of the format, and I know we would love to do a more in depth with you. So I'm sure there's an opportunity for an hour at some point. I'm just gonna, looks like my battery's running low, so if I pop out, but I would just say that the stigmatization in science is completely backward in science and innovation. So I will say that many of our interagency colleagues have received no pushback, on being open and exploratory in, any area of innovation. And we take scientists and innovators and entrepreneurs seriously in all areas, and we call for all areas of innovation. That's not exclusive to this field, that's all fields. So I just want to reiterate, we're open for business in all fields of technology. We take it seriously. It is common, unfortunately, that in all innovative fields, whether it's something that you use every day, like a battery that's a better battery, people push back on it. People don't believe a better battery is going to exist. They don't believe, there's all sorts of things that are outside of the scope of really beyond what early adopters do, but we take it seriously, we welcome it, and we're raising our hand. Bring it over to us. And by the way, other countries are focused on this. There are European countries that are focused on this. The Chinese have come in and asked for and put out their areas of innovation in a wide range of related fields, including coming to the United States to ask for this. And on the business side, we want this to be something that's open to more people. This is the beginning, in many cases, of the commercial side of the impact on technology. So don't feel bad that you weren't in it. It's just getting started now. There are individuals reaching out that are from very large scale asset managers that are talking about this. There are ultra high net worth families that are looking at this. There are startups, that in the garage. So this is not going to be decided in a conversation. This is going to be decided in the garages, in the labs. What can we build? And American innovators are going to find out what's buildable and what can be utilized. So grateful for your leadership. I see that we have a couple other government colleagues that wanted to speak up before we roll into the semiconductors side. So I think that we have Tracy McGill, one of our meeting co-chairs. Hi, Tracy. And then we're also going to have, one of our leaders from SpaceForce who's here, Callaway, who's also on the line. Tracy, do you have audio? So I think we're transitioning from certain people, from the stigmatization to where's their opportunity here? How can this be a source of abundance and leadership? And there's no limit on how many people pursue that path. There's room for everybody who wants to be a part of that. And we see more and more people coming in with interest.
Hi. This is Tracy. I just wanted to thank everyone for joining. Our presenters, especially for sharing your knowledge, and for everyone who's attending. This is a really, I think, exciting day to really, think about innovation and science and how we can move this very important mission space forward to support a robust space economy. So I just want to say thank you again, and looking forward to all of the good work that we're going to hear today. Thanks.
Great to see you, Tracy. Thank you so much. And very pleased to have you here in co-chairing capacity. And then do we have our colleague, Stephen Callaway? I thought he was on, but then he might have jumped out. Well, I know we have another colleague from SpaceForce who wanted to speak up, and we'll welcome people throughout the day to the extent they come available. Does anybody want to come off mute? Otherwise, we will roll into the session on semiconductors. And I think that this fusion presentation that I'm seeing up is from a later presentation and later in the day. So I might advance through these 3 slides, please. to see if that brings us to the semiconductor segment. Next slide. No, this is not the segment. So I think
Anna?
Yeah.
And I'm still here. I could do that talk right now if you want.
No, I think we've got to stay on track. We got to go into the semiconductors. Thank you for the offer, though, Larry. So I think if we go to Katehi from Texas A&M, there we go, slide 21. And then is Curtis flipping the slides now, or is somebody else?
Flipping the slides. This is Rose.
Thank you so much, Rose. Curtis, did you want to share anything before we start up here?
Well, I want to make sure we've had sequencing problems where we're not in right sequence here. I put in the chat the right sequence. Jack, have you got that?
So Curtis, I think something that we can do here, and just for everybody, is and mainly for Rose, but the person flipping slides, if you do a Control F to the company name, that'll just take us to wherever we need to go.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just do a search. So
okay, we're going to start with Linda Kadecki at Texas A&M. So I think that one will be queued up first.
Thanks. And a lot of these
I'm
slides
not
came
sure
in
that I
last
can
night.
do that.
So thank you.
Jack, can you take control over?
I think Jack needs to work the back channel, but if this next one is Linda, you got it, Rose.
Okay. And I just, Linda, before you start, I just want to make a real quick couple comments on this. We're going to be talking about semiconductor technologies again today, but I wanted to start off with Texas A&M's Linda Kadecki today to talk about a new alliance, a semiconductor manufacturing alliance that was awarded through ANA and NSF last year. That should be very novel to create some new opportunities. And so I'll let Linda talk, but this is a little bit different to give you some background on some of the other things that are going on to enable further collaboration and interagency work. Go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about this activity that we have. It's very exciting, actually. What we want to do as part of this alliance that has been funded by NSF, Anna was actually tremendously supportive and Curtis in putting this activity together, is to bring awareness, of course, through by getting together those groups, individuals, organizations that have an interest in exploring space for semiconductor manufacturing, and to bring awareness to what really space can do for semiconductors. Of course, if we explore what space can do for us in terms of fabricating what we have in a better quality, developing new devices that we really find very hard to develop on Earth. I think that is going to allow us to look forward to new technologies and, of course, new markets. And that is very important for the US. There has been an interest in space that is growing among many other communities abroad. And I think it is time for us in the US to move very aggressively forward and to bring the community together, and from there to launch activities that will help us take advantage of what space can do. I would like to go to the next slide, if possible. Yeah, so our alliance is information. You will see next the group that we have brought together. And we try to bring groups together for particular goals. I mean, it's one thing to have an alliance where you talk about what is possible. It's another thing to work towards a particular goal that makes it possible. So I would like to speak, even if I have not listed this one here, that we are putting we have formed a group that is going to help us actually identify the specific science questions we would like to answer about the development of semiconductors in space. And then from there to move towards identifying the technologies that will allow us to make this happen, actually to start fabricating semiconductors in space. Is one thing to actually think theoretically about what space can provide, which is actually lack of oxygen, like vacuum actually, and lack of gravity. And these are fundamental opportunities that we can access, considering that all of our instrumentation that we use here on Earth to develop semiconductors actually tries to avoid oxygen. We try to create vacuum as well as we can. And of course, microgravity, we've never had the opportunity to experiment with that, but we think theoretically that can provide tremendous capabilities. So we are trying to think of the instrumentation, the equipment that is going to allow us to start experimenting in space. There has been a lot of work, theoretically speaking, about doing things in space, but we would like now to start thinking of the equipment. And there is an opportunity that we are preparing for. It's not the only one, but I think it's going to give us an opening in making our effort known, which is one of the mid-scale NSF, mid-scale RI2 opportunities for instrumentation, actually, for infrastructure. So we have a group that is working towards doing that. But in addition, what we are going to do is, and we are in the process of organizing, is our first workshop, and we would like to have it in DC. So people from the government can participate, and we'll invite everyone, we think. And it's wonderful that I have been as part of this group today, because I took notice of many individuals we like to actually bring to this workshop. And we would like to bring people together, actually, to talk about, as I said, starting with the science and then going to the technology, and eventually trying to find the means to create the instrumentation that we are going to send to space. So the next one I would like to go to, the next slide. It shows the initial members of our team that is coming together. There are a number, actually, of efforts that we are bringing, and we have participated in these efforts. One is on the left, you will see a group of universities that have come together to propose an ERC in the space instrumentation, actually for instrumentation for space applications, especially in parts of the space where radiation is very harsh. And all of these groups of institutions that you see have participated in that. But it shows actually an activity that had gone on for quite some time to talk about science and about technology. So it's part of a community that is coming together. The other part involves actually agencies, governmental labs, and we have been in contact with those. There are two major institutes in Texas that have been formed by the government, state government. One is the Space Institute, and the other is the Texas Semiconductor Institute, which actually this activity is under that. These two institutes have been funded, and the cross-section between them is actually the space where we operate, which actually looks at semiconductors for instrumentation in space. And it's not just that, if you can think, it's not like the CVDs or the evaporation or the inkjet printers, however we are going to create the various substrates and circuits and so forth. It's also robotics. Whatever we do in space has to be fully automated at best, and semi-automated at least. So robotics will play a key role. And we have industry, you would see on the right. Lockheed Martin has participated, Axiom Space, Aegis Aerospace. These are companies that actually at present are manufacturing modules for space to replace the existing space station. And so in addition, of course, we have other companies that we have approached and have approached us. But we have a very good core of individuals, companies, universities, and government labs and government agencies. And we would like to expand that. So I will approach many of you actually to invite you to the workshop or invite you as part of the activity that we have now for a proposal we are developing. And we decided to do that because people, especially academics and engineers, come very productive when there is something, an idea to realize. And that is going to give us an opportunity to think seriously about what we need to start with the manufacturing of semiconductors in space. So that is what I had to say.
Linda, thank you for that. This idea of a consortium has been kicking around for a while, particularly as we approach our space manufacturing efforts. So we appreciate your update on that. I'm going to move on along in the interest of time. Our next speaker is Dr. Ioana Cosmuda from G-Space. Ioana has a good bit of background in the space field already. She's been doing projects on ISS and other related activities in terms of optimizing our manufacturing. So I'll let her talk about that, but this will be a little bit different again from what we had done last time, and we're focusing on analytics and metrology a little bit more here. So go ahead, Ioana. Okay. Wait, let's see if that worked. Ioana?
I don't know if you can hear me, but I have lost audio.
We're hearing you now. It's a lot. It's
So I'm
soft, but
unable
we do hear
to
you.
move the slides forward.
Oh, that's Rose. Okay. Sorry.
I'm good. Is Ioana on the meeting?
That's what I was just looking. She was earlier, but I don't, just in a quick check, I'm not seeing, so she may have dropped off. Let's move along. We'll go to our next presenter. I think that's Dr. Vergassi.
Okay, moving forward. Don't know how many slides, but
Go back. Okay, here we go. This will be Tony Vergassi at Boise State University. We've been doing projects on energy generation and energy storage for several years, particularly with our techniques we're using for in-space manufacturing of electronics. And so Tony's going to be talking about the field of thermoelectric generators, flexible thermoelectric generators that are printed with these additive manufacturing processes. And this is something we plan on using as a scavenging method for our large power generation at NASA in some applications. So go ahead, Tony.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. I hope everyone can hear me good. If you could go to the first slide, that'll be good. I can just give a brief introduction about thermoelectrics. The one slide before, please. One more. Yes, so okay, so if you are not familiar with thermoelectrics, the ability of materials to convert thermal energy into electrical energy, as well as when you are giving electrical energy, it can produce a thermal gradient. That kind of materials are in the category of thermoelectric materials, and it primarily work based on the Seebeck effect of these materials. And one very good example of this material used in space application is shown at the bottom left corner in the RTGs, and in the keynote also mentioned that the application of RTGs in our long mission and Voyagers and things like that. So the thing that produce heat energy that from radioisotopes into electrical energy in these systems are thermoelectric materials, and the conventional way of manufacturing these materials are shown on the right side. They are made into pellets and then diced and then assembled into these modules that's shown on the center bottom. And one of the disadvantages of this process is these materials are usually very brittle, and the scalability of these materials are limited. And manufacturing this way is kind of cost effect. It's a very costly process, and also the time required to manufacture this kind of material requires a lot of time. And another limitation, some of the limitations are they are bulky devices. They are usually comes in these cuboid structures, and they are limited to where we can harvest the heat only on planar surfaces, and the durability of these materials are also kind of limited. Next slide, please. So our approach here at Boise State is to develop an additive manufacturing method that can be used or deposited onto flexible substrate, or you can use a different printing approach to conformally print these thermoelectric materials onto tubular or cylindrical objects directly. The main focus of this thermoelectric work that we have been working with NASA is we focus a lot on material synthesis. We have developed a new and improved synthesis procedures to control the material performance and also the morphology, that thereby controlling the performance of these thermoelectric devices. We are not only just focusing on the thermoelectric material, but thermoelectric material comes with interface material, contact material, and dielectric materials for better heat transfer materials. In our holistic approach, we are trying to develop a library of nanomaterial inks, and that can be printed in complementary to this fabrication of these thermoelectric devices. And we are approaching this through an additive manufacturing process, which is scalable and low-cost manufacturing process. During our work with NASA, we have worked on screen printing approach, aerosol jet printing, and also plasma jet printing approach. And currently, we are exploring extrusion-based approach for manufacturing these thermoelectric generators. Once we manufacture, in order to get the best performance out of these devices, we have to go through a post-processing approach, and we are approaching different approaches for this post-processing, including thermal approach, laser sintering approach, and also intense pulse light sintering approach. All of them has, depending on the applications or the substrate we use, we select this kind of post-processing approach. Next slide, please. So on the device and fabrication and performance part, we focus on once we have the material printed or deposited using a suitable additive manufacturing approach, we try to package them. And in order to get the highest power density from this kind of device from a confined space, we spend research on how we can package them, different approaches to package them, or how we can use them directly onto, like I previously mentioned, on conformal objects, which is shown on the left side of the slide. We can also use this material as a sensing device. We can use them for temperature sensor. We can also use them for other sensors that, for example, infrared sensors. These materials are useful for that too. And during this program, we have made a couple of thermoelectric devices, and the bottom left, it's a recent article published, and it's comparing the performance of these devices. I colored coated them with our materials we have developed, we can achieve a really good power density for these printed devices comparable to what's out there, and also even comparable to what is out there in the bulk thermoelectric devices. And we were lucky enough to collaborate with NASA and the Air Force, and we were participated in 2 of their METIS program and also MISI program for our thermoelectrics works and other printed electronics work. And I would like to thank Curtis and NASA for their support throughout this work. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you so much, Tony. Again, this is a different sort of technology, but it's a very efficient, scalable technology for us to use, particularly for scavenging larger energy storage type approaches. So again, we're working with Tony and the folks at Boise State to optimize this for space manufacturing. All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Wei Gao from Caltech. We've been working with Dr. Gao and his group for several years on biosensing for our astronaut crew health monitoring. And I wanted him to talk today about an energy storage device that's quite novel. It's a wearable energy storage device. Dr. Gao?
Thank you very much, Curtis, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to share our research. Our lab is based at Caltech, and my lab is focused on developing different type of wearable sensors. So actually, we develop sensors especially can cover both physical and chemical parameters. For example, we have developed a lot of biochemical sensor. We can continuously monitor a variety of different type of nutrients, metabolites, ions, even like non-invasive monitoring hormones, including stress hormones and proteins, so on. So we have demonstrated a lot of potential applications, and we also know that wearables, when we build more sensors inside, one of the key challenge is how can we power the future wearables sustainably. So in most of our demonstration, we are using a small lithium battery, but again, when it runs out of electricity, we always need to recharge it. But in many application scenarios, it's not convenient to find electricity and wait the battery to be recharged. That's why we think if we could harvest energy from the surrounding environment or from the human body, this will be very attractive. Since we do a lot of biochemical sensing by analyzing sweat, we are thinking, oh, what if we can use our body fluids such as human sweat to power our future wearables? So based on this motivation, we developed a biofuel cell powered wearable system. This doesn't require any battery. The whole wearable system can perform multiplex sensing solely based on energy harvested from chemicals in human sweat. In this way, we are building this lactate biofuel cell that can convert lactic acid in sweat into electricity. So because we developed the biofuel cell to be very efficient, that for the first time, we could demonstrate a battery-free system that can conduct multiplex sensing, signal processing, and even Bluetooth wireless communication, again, without using any battery. So next slide, please. Yeah, these biofuel cells, they are based on, anode and cathode. We actually did a lot of material development to make sure we can harvest energy at high efficiency. In the bioanode, we immobilize the surface with different nanomaterial, such as, graphene, carbon nanotube, and with enzyme lactic oxidase. This can catalyze the oxidation of lactic acid. In the cathode side, we're actually using a CNT network decorated with a platinum cobalt nanoparticle. So in anode side, we actually substantially enhance the surface area actually by 3,000 times, so that they can have very good electrochemical catalytic activity. The use of platinum cobalt as cathode can also improve the catalytic efficiency as well as the long-term stability. So overall, by combining this design, we can get up to 3.6 milliwatt per centimeter square just from untreated human sweat. Even from the subjects with not as much lactic acid in sweat, we can still get at least 2 milliwatt per centimeter square. This is high enough for us to demonstrate we can reliably over long-term collect energy just from our body fluid, and we can power this wearable sensor. Next slide, please. we have packaged our system in a wearable form. You can wear this at different body parts. Naturally, we harvest this, sweat energy and power the sensors. We can we demonstrate we can monitor a lot of biomarkers, including glucose, pH, urea, ammonia, and so on. We can wirelessly collect data as well. And we also have collaboration with Professor Azita Imami, who is our IC design expert. She can design this miniaturized integrated circuit chip for power management. So together, by combining our biofuel cell and the IC chips, we can realize a very miniaturized system that can provide stable power output to manage the power harvested from biofuel cell. Now we have a much more ambitious chip, actually, just a process that we can simultaneously harvest power from biofuel cell and power 15 to 20 sensor channels in general, including a variety of sensor modality. So we think this type of biofuel cell could be a very promising power source for powering future wearables. And together, also, by the way, people may have questions, what if I don't sweat as much, or my sweat doesn't really contain enough lactic acid? We also build a sleeping mechanism in the system. So power can be continuously harvested and temporarily stored in a small capacitor. And once the capacitor reaches a certain threshold, and we can wake up the system to conduct measurements. So this is pretty continuous already. We just need several seconds or even a few minutes to conduct a measurement. So this is a promising way for powering future wearables, we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Galley. The implications of a system like this are pretty obvious in terms of exploration missions, but also working in space. Our LEO space economy, a system that's a self-powered operating system like this would be very beneficial, because we have to monitor certain functions of the crew for their long-term stability and health while they're in space. So thank you again. Okay, so next we're going to move on. Last time we had a presentation from our Intel team, the space-enabled advanced devices and semiconductors, or our SEEDS technology that we're developing there. I asked them to come back. Dr. Daphne Chen from Arizona State will do the first sheet, where she'll give you an update on where we are on the roadmap and on the device design and performance at this point. And then Dr. Hantan Quinn from the University of Wisconsin-Madison will take the second slide and talk more about the process related to this and how we're automating this for long-term space production. So, Daphne?
Thank you, Curtis. Hello, everyone. I'm Daphne Chen from Arizona State University, and today I want to share with you the current progress and also the roadmap for the space-enabled advanced device and semiconductors from materials, device, and circuit to the chip, due to response to the urgent code that for semiconductors and microelectronics needs in the current status. So the technologies in this project is we collaborated with multiple teams, including 4 universities and several of the startup and also industries partners to build up the ultra high density memory for emerging computing technologies. So the memories can do the storage as well as the computing very well. There's recently a lot of publications recently announced about the pneumorphic computing, brain-inspired computing. That's basically all based on the hardware memory devices. So that's a high-level interest that we are really want to push this technologies forwards, because it has not only the storage but also the computing. And so from materials, we build up the technologies from materials using the electrical hydrodynamic inkjet printing, EHD printing, in the ground and also in space. And then we will leverage that to manufacture as a crossbar structure as well as the 3D structures. So not only just the like the Arizona State campus, but also we want to build a high-rise like Rockefeller buildings in New York, so we can have a much more high-density memory in a certain unit area. And to reach to that goal, this is not an easy task. So we want to leverage the microgravity. Actually, is showing a very good result in our preliminary result that in the parabolic flight, showing that it's 90% performance improvement, leveraging the microgravity on top of the memory we have been built in collaboration with all the universities. And let me talk a little bit about the roadmap a little bit. So we start with this in-space printing along with the groundwork understanding about the oxide materials. Then we will move into the device time zero performance understanding, including the memory window, voltage, area, thickness, dependency, like all the technology that we have been investigated in the current way of the industry partners. And then we will move into the neuromorphic computing along with the AC response, which is in the real operations in the computing is using the pulse measurements to measure all the transient response, including the LTP, LTD, STDP response, phase IV, action potential response that mimicking our ion channels in our body as well. And then this is one of example. And so we can using this memory cells to mimicking our brain functions along with our other body functions, such as the ion channel. Then we will move into the device reliability, variability analysis, including the retention, reliability, defect modeling, and so on and so forth. Then after we have been finished the memory technologies, become the much more mature technology nodes with the performance improvement, we will integrate with the transistor devices, all using the printing technologies which is all is under the microgravities, leveraging the performance and of the memory along with the transistor also built in the environment of microgravity, and then we will be able to integrate into the backend offline integration technologies to realize the low power 1T1R integrated circuit architecture. Then we will move into the small circuits such as the array size of the 1K array to realize the sound functioning that which is compatible to the current chip manufacturers. Then we will be realize the logic gate as well in memory computing. All rely on this 3D structures of the memory chips. Then final goal will be packaging into the 2D, go through the 2D and 2.5D wire bonding, and we will realize that under the much more lower temperature environment along with a lower thermal budget. So here is the roadmap, including the parabolic flights, and also we want to targeting into the International Space Station's demos as well, and also it will run with the several parabolic flights as well. So let me echo again why resistive random access memory, because we can do storage and also simple structure, cost efficient, and also low power. So and also it's a physical secure. So I will hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Daphne, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Han-Tang Kun. I'm currently a faculty member at the University of Wisconsin in medicine. I want to introduce you about the manufacturing process we have been working on in the past, 5-8 years, and then to let you know the current status and how to collaborate with us. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thanks to Curtis and Kevin with all those support. Currently, we are on our road to send manufacturing system to the International Space Station for long-term testing. The manufacturing process is around a technology called electrohydrodynamic inkjet printing. This is the process that we use electrical force to drive the material flow, the material deposition, and the form of 2D and 3D structures. So in this way, the electrical force is our main driving mechanism to pattern the features in the micro and nano scale, so we can achieve a high resolution manufacturing to support the semiconductor applications. We have, together with the collaborators, we have finished the multiple parabolic flight tests to verify the concept. We also proved that the microgravity and even zero gravity will help with to improve the performance of the printing. For example, when there's no gravity, we avoid the issue of the nodal clogging, which is quite common for direct ink writing on ground. We also identified that the lens, after laser sintering at zero gravity, the performance and crystallization of the materials are enhanced. So those are the advantage that in space manufacturing offer to our team. So while we are working on the preparation for the ISS launch, there are also challenges that we are facing. For example, the current printing process, on the ground heavily relies on the human expertise and also some operations by human operators. So the next step that we are working on is trying to make sure everything is going to be autonomous while we prepare for this launch. So we have been extensively studied the machine vision algorithms and the machine learning algorithms to support the AI-enabled EHD printing for long-term operation in space. In this cycle, we study how to ensure the quality during the printing process, how to work on networking, data communication, how to achieve real-time decision making, and what will be the future human-machine interaction if this printer is going to be operated at ISS. Beyond that, there are some new topics we still have to figure out. For example, how to work on the supply chain issues, how to continuously improve the performance of the semiconductor device that is being made. So those are all the issues that is being studied right now. One more thing I want to bring up is that the EHD printing process can not only print the semiconductor materials, it also has the potential to print a lot of biomaterials, hydrogels, living cells, and even all types of the electronic materials. So we actively look for collaborations, and I'm also happy to join all those initiatives by Linda, later on by AJ. If you want me to give a talk, feel free to send me an email so we can initiate this type of collaboration. Most of the time, when we work on the printing itself, we also identified a simple process cannot solve all the problems. For example, most of the device being printed require a post-processing, most times sintering. So we have been working with Oregon State University, Professor Nurmila, trying to figure out what would be the direct energy process that can help with post-processing of the parts being printed. So in this case, we have been working on laser sintering together to study how to use laser sintering to improve the performance of the electronics and semiconductor materials being printed. Their team have also been working on design and manufacturing of three-dimensional structures. As I mentioned, with zero gravity and with electrical force to control the material deposition, EHD printing has this natural advantage to make 3D structures in space. So we have been working on some new designs of the 3D architecture for semiconductor device and integrated circuits. So we will try to demonstrate this over in the next 2 years. And this manufacturing system and the R&D involves the material development, hardware development, and also software development. We believe this prototype, equipment and machine can also be applied to a lot of other, commercial space stations. So if there's any further discussion needed, feel free to send me an email. We're happy to get connected. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Hantan. Just to kind of put a bow on this and wrap it up for you, the manufacturing of semiconductor chips, which is a very large potential terrestrial market that's worldwide, is a complex process, much more complex than you would think in terms of the physics involved as well as the manufacturing processes. So we wanted to kind of give you an introduction to that through these slides. Again, as Hantan and Daphne both indicated, if you have interest in talking to them or all of our team, just let us know. All right, so we'll move on. Our next speaker is Dr. AJ Moss from Purdue University. AJ is a long-term collaborator with many of you here that you'll be familiar with. He is working with us on a new potential award in our InSpa program, and it's an interesting technology. He's going to talk about it and talk about some of the other activities that they're doing at Purdue through their programs there. So, AJ?
Well, thank you, Curtis. I want to first acknowledge Curtis, Anna, and all your team for inviting us. And it is also a pleasure to see on the call many colleagues and friends, including Linda, David, and many others. I don't want to forget, but I think we are all building the momentum. And the topic of my talk I especially chose is system and at the system of systems level. Because if we think top down, what we do is much more consequential. So I'm going to focus on the word resiliency, because in the last 20 years, every time our nation was challenged with some kind of more than $1 trillion challenge, the questions were manufacturing, supply chains, and resilience. And that's the title of my talk. Next slide, please. So we have been actually working on, many of you have been engaged in this process funded by NIST and by Purdue partly as well, for developing a roadmap for trains and drivers. That's where we started in 2022, and then 23 continuing onwards for trains and drivers. So before we get in semiconductors or others, I would like to put in front of you that what are the drivers those are pushing us? There are countries that never had space agencies. They are coming on board. There are conflicts being expected in space where there is no definition of word homeland. And then there are scientific aspirations that we want to operate in space. And I would like to start focusing on word operations, because we are truly in the age of space 2.0, where it starts with commerce, security, and exploration, and not only exploration. Exploration was 1.0, great phase, what we got us here. But 2.0 is commerce and security. And for any commerce and security, operation is going to be important. I will be talking about that. So these are the drivers that we found out that in space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing are really driving towards that, how we can be operational, and in that operation, how we can be resilient. Next slide, please. So I would like to start talking about two areas. One is first energy, because in space, everybody's looking at space as a mean to seek solar energy and abandon it. But I think to operate in space on two parts, so let's start looking at the supply chain between Earth and the moon. So it is going to be a multi-domain system where you have LEO, GEO, lunar surface, Lagrange points, and depending on other extraterrestrial, even beyond. And for that commerce between here and moon with multiple points and that security between this, there are going to be multiple interfaces of energy, because typically when the resilience get challenged, it gets challenged at the interfaces, and interfaces cannot be removed. They just need to be managed. And which are those interfaces? So autonomy is going to be one of the first one, because operating in space is going to be largely autonomous in many ways. Habitation, there is one space station that is about to get retired in the next 2 years. There are many private coming on board, but we're going to need more of that infrastructure. The next is communication, comms. And communication right now, we hear about Starlink, but there are going to be numerous other forms of communications, including how we'll work through the channels of digital twins. Energy is probably one of the most harvesting, storing, and mobile energy is going to be probably one of the most critical part of that resiliency equation, if I want to plot. Mobility in the space is equally important, because unless we are not mobile, operating in space is going to be impossible. And then once you have assets in space, physical assets and digital assets both, continuing to serve them in the best interest of operation. So energy is going to touch from autonomy to servicing at every point of this resilience in operation. Next slide, please. So with that, the role of semiconductor, as Curtis rightly pointed out, is going to go from devices, but go from device chips, boards, and systems is going to be very critical. The drivers are going to be AI chips, neuromorphic devices, quantum computing, and advanced structures. So with that, these are all the parts and the pieces. Materials is just one piece But how the $20 billion fab lab on the Earth can be replicated in space is the next level of challenge. And so I'm presenting more questions as the fertile ground for innovations. But semiconductor is going to be very critical for digit management and resiliency. Next slide, please. That's not mine. So I would like to acknowledge multiple agencies, including NASA, U.S. Space Force. That slide is missing in this deck. U.S. Space Force, NASA, NIST, National Science Foundation, and many others for supporting the parts of this work. So thank you again. Back to you, Curtis.
Okay, thank you very much, AJ. We appreciate your long-term leadership in this area and the information this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis.
Okay, so our next presenter is Bill Drumashauer. I'll give an attempt to it, Bill, from Single Crystal Diamond. We're in the process of enabling an exciting new program or project on the manufacture of high quality, extremely high quality diamond wafers in microgravity. And Single Crystal Diamond is the company we're working with, and Bill's here to give us information on that. Bill?
Yeah, great. Curtis and Anna, thank you again for allowing me to speak. Again, my name is Bill Drumashauer. I'm one of the founders of Single Crystal Diamond. I'm here to discuss the promise of diamond and the potential importance that it could have on improving many elements in our society. I'll also discuss our exciting collaboration with the NSF and NASA and the commercialization path of semiconductor diamond utilizing microgravity. It's been widely known amongst the scientific community that diamond represents tremendous promise for an array of optoelectronic and semiconductor applications. And this is due to the superior properties of diamonds, such as hardness, thermal conductivity, resistivity. There's NV centers that are utilized by quantum. So why hasn't it been fully exploited? The short answer is it's really difficult to grow and to fabricate. And as a result, there are no large substrates to allow for commercialization of devices. And equally as important, proper investments have not been made by the private sector and or by the government. And it seems that the gem industry has been a big distraction. So let me provide a little further context as to why Single Crystal Diamond has been asked to present. We began the diamond journey 25 years ago at a company called Apollo Diamond. The core team were prominent semiconductor scientists who were responsible for the advancement of cell phones and satellite dishes utilizing gallium arsenide. Since that time, Al Janis, our founder and CTO, has received 21 patents in diamond growth and fabrication, as well as device work that's foundational to making diamond semiconductor material a reality. You can go to the next slide. So let's talk about some of the foundational elements that have been accomplished by the team. The pictures on the slide illustrate some of the technologies that have been developed. We've developed large single crystal diamond up to 1 inch. We have a path to scale that to 4 inches. We've created laser separation technology necessary for large diamond production, high purity material for quantum technologies, and we've developed the fabrication processes to create smooth surfaces, smooth enough to achieve bonding for heat sinks. As many know, diamond conducts heat significantly better than any other material. Some of the critical device areas are included on the slide. Diamond is greater than 10x the power handling for high frequency devices, enabling better communications. The superior power handling of diamond can improve automated AI smart grid switching. A diamond, the thickness of a hair can stand off megavolts. In the upper left, you'll see a picture of a proton irradiation dosimeter that was developed. This could be used in over 2,500 hospitals across the country to prevent radiation overdosing of their patients. Diamond can be used for high power lasers because of the optical properties and the thermal conductivity properties. Water purification for electrolysis using diamond plates to getting nitrates from water. The work we're currently embarking on with the NSF, with cooperation with the national labs, is foundational to ultra-wideband gap semiconductor applications. Our phase 1 initiative is focused on developing a nitrogen matrix to determine levels conducive to producing photonic diamond and active diamond layers. We recently finished 12 separate growth runs, yielding 52 7mm diamond samples. The picture on the far left of the slide, albeit a little bit obscured from the text, are actually the samples that were produced, and we're currently doing the characterization of that material now. We see this as foundational and synergistic to the work that we're embarking on with NASA. The growth, the terrestrial diamond growth, can be used to further optimize material growth in space. When we go to the third slide. The goal of the NASA initiative is ultimately to develop a CBD, single crystal diamond platform that can be utilized in the manufacturing of diamond in space. And we're looking forward to our technical kickoff next week to review reactor designs, amongst other topics. So why space? The simple answer is microgravity provides a better environment for diamond growth. It provides better control of nitrogen and other dopants necessary to create active layers on diamond. Our commercialization path, the phase 1 is to manufacture a prototype with capability of producing 7 to 10mm diamonds over the next couple of years. Our phase 2 is to create a pilot scale reactor with capability of producing 2-inch diamond. And then our phase 3, in conjunction with Axiom and other partners, ultimately achieve commercial production. In closing, this program with the NSF and NASA is fundamental, and will advance diamond ultra-wideband gap semiconductor technology. The material that we grow in space can then be used to replicate devices on Earth. One grown diamond will allow us to produce hundreds of device layers, making this technology commercially viable. I want to reiterate, diamond is a game changer, and the U.S. can be a leader in this advanced material, but there needs to be organized attention and commitment. We believe single crystal diamond is a cornerstone to making this happen with the government's assistance. We're grateful that NASA and the NSF is taking a long-range review of the importance of this remarkable material, and we expect that we'll make this a reality and solve many problems that are in our industries today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. We agree. This is literally a game-changing technology and an opportunity for us as a nation to take advantage of a technology area that we still hold a significant lead in worldwide. So last of our semiconductor session, semiconductor and advanced material session is an advanced material. Heath Mills from Rhodium Scientific will be speaking for them. Rhodium, as many of you know, is one of our biomanufacturing companies in the INSPA portfolio of projects, but they do much work in advanced materials, and so we felt like it'd be a good fit for them to be the kind of wrap up today on our advanced materials portion of the semiconductors work. So I'll turn it over now to Heath Mills and Rhodium.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you very much for that. And Anna, thanks for having us on board here today. And especially batting cleanup within this group. I thought it was appropriate to talk about capabilities and being able to help support some of these amazing projects and the presentations that you've heard before, and offer them and everyone else a mechanism to get to space and actually do these testings and development and advance some of these product designs within that space environment. And that's what we do at Rhodium Scientific. We are, as Curtis mentioned, we are a biotech company, and we are the world's first truly commercial space biotech company, founded by Olivia Holzhaus in 2014. And you can see her there on the right side. with the director of Johnson Space Center when she recently won on one of the awards for innovation in the way that we've designed and developed our rhodium science chambers, a device that helps to test and develop different materials, different capabilities in space, biological, chemical capabilities within the space environment. Now, we do this within an operating system, a process known as the Quality Industry Compatible Space Process, which helps to develop research products in space with the technical know-how and the quality assurances that the commercial industry accepts and demands. And so by carrying that quality assurance forward to the space environment, we look to develop products, not just do projects within that space environment. And within the NASA side, you have to have an acronym there. So the acronym is actually the Quick Space Process, because it also operates at the speed of business, with a lot of our missions being completed within a 1-year time frame, from kickoff to that mission optimization phase through launch, and then return with post-flight analytics, publications, or patents within that 1-year time frame. And so, next slide, please. Tried to advance it myself. And so with that process, we have been very disruptive within the biotech sector, within the product material manufacturing side, with over 25 different missions over the last 5 years, with 17 different government agency missions in there. We currently have multiple missions on the ISS, with another 7 that are planned for the first half of 2025. There are on-orbit facilities that are currently available to help support your material science development, your biotech development, from passive chambers that allow for high throughput sample analysis. Those are the rhodium science chambers, to growth chambers that allow for photosynthesis and on-orbit optics and photo optics data collection. And also a very unique piece of hardware, which is the variable gravity simulator. This has been a workhorse with a lot of our DoD missions to test and identify what happens at partial gravities, lunar gravity, Martian gravity within that space environment. It's possible to add gravity to a system. The true physics involved of going down and doing an analog system on Earth, there's some problems there. So we want to go to space, test the lunar environment before going to the moon, test the Martian environment before going to Mars. But that's what the rhodium variable gravity simulator provides for us. And again, at a high throughput device. We have multiple products right now that we're working with, that we've developed: the Rhodium Space Biobank in support with NSF. Again, the Quick Space Process, and this biomanufacturing pipeline, that part of what Curtis alluded to, allowing us to produce unique products within the space environment through testing and developing. We've done now almost, I think it's over 10, 11 missions within our biomanufacturing pipeline that helps us identify and get across key hurdles within that entire process, that we are happy to work with you on and share that expertise with your teams. Next slide, please. And with that, we talk about the areas that we have been disruptive. We are a leader within the space biotech side. This allows us to really go in and look at new formulations, new chemical compounds, new products that are produced either through biological systems or utilizing the unique environment of space, with a lack of convection, with the microgravity environment and that low dose radiation. We do this, though, with a special value to the overall space economy. The high throughput side is very important. Allowing you to get more shots on goal is what we keep hearing in our industry now. Allowing more samples to go to space, better iterations, better replications, to really truly get that statistical significance necessary to test your products rapidly to get to that iterative style. So you go with a large sample throughput with rapid mission planning. This allows your team to get through that critical R&D phase more quickly with the quality assurances necessary. On the right, you see our new IDIQ contract for the government agencies out there that can contract directly with us. An email link there that can go straight to our email and get you on board. And then if you scan the QR code here, that takes you straight to a website that and when you press send on that, it goes right to my email. So Thank you, Curtis, very much. Thank you again, Anna, for allowing us to be here. And we look forward to hearing from everybody. And let's get some of this amazing research that you've been seeing. You'll see the rest of the day actually onto the space station and on other vehicles to do that R&D that's necessary to get this done. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Heath.
Thanks so much, Heath. And it's great to hear you speak to all your work and also that more shots on goal approach, which is reflective of industry's very aggressive efforts and also an interagency initiative of the more shots on goal to increase the throughput and what's being done. Curtis, how many more do we have in this Semiconductors Advanced Materials segment?
We have the one session from G-Space that wasn't able to present. So I'm trying to run that down and hopefully we can add it back later.
Great,
It's
or
really,
we could always bring her back later in the day. And I did want to also welcome, I think we've got Stephen Calloway on the line if he wanted to, from Space, I'm sorry, David Calloway. I'm thinking of two separate people at the same time. David Calloway, great to see you. Would you like to give an introduction from SpaceWERX?
I can give, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so Dr. Calloway, I am the Chief of New Mission Development for the DoD Space Test Program, the Human Payloads Office. So I am here probably is a little bit different because I'm an implementer. I'm here as you find experiments and things of interest that are looking for those rides to space, and you have a DoD interest, and that doesn't mean it has to have DoD funding, it just has to have DoD interest. I'm happy to try and talk to you and find ways to get you to space. I can't fund experiments, but I can fund rides to space. So here to see all the cool game-changing things going on. And if anyone wants to reach out, I'll put my email in the chat if you're wanting to learn more about that process.
Thanks so much. And for the other co-hosts, I think that we are going to be probably seeing Dan Rasky at some point at noon coming in. And then I hope we get Lynn Harper and others. So if we see some of our other interagency colleagues we work with, we should try to pull them in as well. So very grateful that we've got a great, well, so this has been a great session on semiconductors and advanced materials, a lot of exciting work and very much in focus, both across industry and across the interagency. This upcoming session is very much focused on energy materials and quantum. And this is both some very exciting startups, industry participants, and national labs. So Rima, would you like to, Rima is our co-chair from DOE, who I believe, will you be able to lead this session, Rima?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for your leadership.
My pleasure, my pleasure. And I just want to kick it off by saying, you know, within the Department of Energy, we are incredibly transparent, and you know, we've got some fantastic presentations from the DOE labs today. You can also find quite a bit of information in terms of, you know, what the labs are doing, what's been licensed, what's been patented, what areas of research they're working on via a website called it's called the Lab Partnering Service. .org. So please do all check that out. You know, we're learning a lot today and through this interagency effort, and we are very open in terms of, you know, what we're learning, and we do believe that, you know, working together we're going to be able to learn more. And so you know, we're not hiding anything. Just want to put that out there.
I do just want to highlight that you and your role particularly, I mean, you are standout, you know, just in terms of how supportive that you've been for the space economy coming out of DOE. And I know you have so many other tremendous colleagues at DOE who we're looking forward to welcoming into very close collaboration. And we look forward to seeing that DOE leadership that's going to be so important off planet, not just terrestrially. So thrilled that those capabilities are coming in. And then you've been supportive of all areas of disruptive innovation as well. So your openness, you know, and you're really pushed to share, you know, what things we have visibility into. You brought up transparency, openness, and, you know, somebody who's always, you know, brought respect to all innovators that you've engaged with, and just encourage people to assess, question, you know, and share information. And obviously nothing today is classified. It's all things that are fully shareable. But when there are things that can be shared, you know, I know you're a leader in bringing innovation for more people to collaborate on. So thank you for your work.
No, my pleasure. We do tend to lean in on some things, and we've been criticized for that sometimes, but that's because we do continue to ask the what if questions, and that's what we are trying to do here today. So with that, without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker. It's Joe Pawelski. He's with Cislunar Industries, and he'll be discussing critical power infrastructure for space.
Everybody, can you see me okay? Great. All right. Well, I'm Joe Pawelski. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Cislunar Industries. We are a Colorado-based company, and we build really interesting stuff for in-space manufacturing and power. Our first segue into space was through NASA SBIR to develop a modular space foundry. That's pictured there on the left corner or the left side of the frame here. We did a really cool live demo with some partners in Australia and a number of others. And then we are currently working on a phase 2 extension to put Space Foundry on ISS and continue doing some really interesting in-space manufacturing work there. What's interesting, though, about Space Foundry is that Space Foundry is based upon a contactless, containerless manufacturing technology that uses electromagnetic induction. So we're able to manipulate and move and melt a variety of materials using that kind of technique. In developing this, we also realized that we had created a number of new technologies that were very useful in power electronics. And we were quickly approached after doing some presentations about Space Foundry by a number of other folks that were doing really interesting things that required high power electronics. One of those companies was Think Orbital. They're developing some really interesting e-beam welding techniques. The thing that's pictured there in the middle is a power unit to provide the high voltage that's required for e-beam. And then continuing on, we also realized that the same induction power supplies that we developed, a lot of those elements were useful in developing power processing units for plasma thrusters and other things in satellite propulsion. So, of course, there's a very important near-term need for satellite propulsion with SDA and, of course, constellations of satellites and power systems in general, whether it's for stations, for satellites, or for surface power, has been uncovered as a major gap to us in developing the industrial infrastructure for space. Next slide, please. All right. So interestingly enough, through ISAM and through our pursuits there, we've realized that there is a huge opportunity in space power. And what we're trying to develop here is a thriving cislunar economy. So our name, cislunar, really that means it's the Earth and the Moon. So and everything in between. So things that are on the Earth, things that are on the Moon. There's power, terrestrial power. There's power in space and everywhere. So again, the now opportunity is power hardware, space propulsion. There are multi-week lead times in the power processing units for propulsion on spacecraft. So oftentimes the real delays on spacecraft come from propulsion systems and other elements. Of course, radars and radios and everything else are generally large consumers of power. So there's a major gap there that can be solved. Next in line is orbital transfer vehicles and servicers. We expect Starship Cargo will drastically change the way cargo gets to orbit, and of course it'll drop the prices. With the success of New Glenn, now there's competition, so hopefully that'll help keep the prices where we expect them to go. So these orbital transfer vehicles, though, essentially will move between the nodes set up by these Starship Cargo and all the other cargo groups, and then also provide refueling, refurbishment, etc. They all need significant power, so that's 5,000, 10,000 watts and higher. And then in parallel to that, we have space stations. Again, we work with all these folks that are listed. They all have plans to build fairly large power-intensive stations in the tens and moving towards 100 kilowatt power levels eventually. Big demand there for power. And then moving towards the Moon, lunar surface, Starship again. Starship needs the lunar surface to refuel for oxygen. That is a very power-intensive process. There's a number of companies that are working on oxygen for refueling starships and other things like that. But again, there's a big gap there in how do you actually do the power conversion? How do you make that industrial base actually work. Very interesting. Of course, there's lunar surface fission and other types of power opportunities. And then this gets back to our material side. Once you reduce oxygen, you end up with metal. And that's eventually where we look to go, is to derive materials off-world so that we can do everything without relying on materials from the Earth, etc. This leads us to power infrastructure for space power beaming, something that inspired me from the very beginning. Obviously power conversion is going to be a huge need there. And then the ability to move power using other, things like power beaming to satellites and stations, huge demand there, and an area that technology needs to be developed for power distribution. Which gets us to the last slide. This is what we are building right now. This is a power convergence solution for orbital transfer type vehicles and servicers. And what we found, just to really kind of present the now gaps in power, we're able to achieve approximately a double, or we're able to reduce size, weight, or increase size, weight, power, increase performance by 50% by using GaN, which is some of the state of the art. GaN's been around for about a decade, but because space is the way it is, it hasn't been rapidly adopted. And we've also been developing what's really interesting is a modular, configurable, software-defined solution. So we're really interested in developing power solutions that are immortal in a sense, where you can constantly upgrade them while they're working. And then eventually spacecrafts that could reconfigure themselves, reassemble themselves, rebuild or build new ones. So developing, the heart of this is the power systems that can expand, and that we can also produce at economies of scale, so that we don't have these long lead times and big delays. That's the quick summary on what we're doing in power. And I urge everyone to, space is really cool. We're doing lots, everyone's focused on rockets. A lot of us are mechanical engineers and like to do those things. But we really need to think about some of the smaller side of things, the power side, some of the real enablers that will allow us to do that. So thank you.
Curtis, I know you came online. Do you have some comments?
Just one really quick comment. Of course, Joe and I've known Cislunar for several years now, but Joe, with the gallium nitride that you talked about as the main element of your system, that's one of the target wide bandgap materials, wide bandgap semiconductors that we're looking at scaling production for due to microgravity. Huge advantage to manufacture that material in microgravity, in terms of cost and the quality of the material that you'll get.
Yes, we're very excited about, there's kind of this circular opportunity there where we've been working with a number of folks developing this kind of technology, and the idea that we might be able to use what's being made in space for space.
That's right.
Now we're getting to realize them. So,
yeah.
All right. So we'll move on. The next speaker is Alexander Orlov with Super Clean Glass. Dr. Orlov is the founder and CEO of Super Clean Glass. He's also the co-inventor of the technology, recognizes R&D 100 award. He's also been funded by the Department of Energy, particularly within our Solar Prize program and SBIR. So he's a professor of material science, chemical engineering. Very excited to hear about Super Clean Glass. Please take it away.
Wonderful. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you for introduction. And I would like also to mention Anna Brady-Esteves, who was our program director for the Phase 1 and Phase 2 awards. So we're very grateful to her. So I am co-founder of the Super Clean Glass. And this particular technology is very much inspired by NASA. This is the technology which was developed for Mars exploration, where the problem was how to clean the dust from the rover solar panels. It hasn't been deployed at that time, but that was a technology which was very creative, but they had challenges on scaling it up on Earth. It had a challenge on how to optimize electronics, cost-benefit analysis, a lot of those challenges which are not present in space, but can be developed and innovated here on Earth. Our team also includes Jim Smith, who worked with aerospace industry. He was senior executive at Rockwell Automation. He's also on call. We have advisor from NASA, Michael Johnson, who is a chief mechatronic engineer, and James, who is a senior engineer, but also PhD student here at Stony Brook. This work was supported by NSF phase 1, and right now we're in the phase 2. We're in the final of DOE Solar Prize. We got R&D 100 award, which is often considered Oscar for innovation. Next slide. Okay, so when we look at this technology, which is relying on electric field to charge the particles and move them from the surface, we realize that it's very practical for the problem of the solar industry. And the problem is that there's significant loss of revenue due to dust. Up to 40% of all the solar installations are in desert region, and therefore the only way to clean the solar panels is to send a team with water truck, try to clean it either manually, or there's a new development in terms of robotic cleaning, but it's still very expensive and not very economical. And as a result of this labor-intensive, water-intensive approach, you have a surface damage, you have a cost, and doing it in the middle of the desert is complicated. So the next slide. So what is our solution? What we have we done in our company? So first of all, if you interview the solar industry, you will find that for 100 megawatt solar installation, which has a 25 years of life, you would require 38 million gallons of water. That's, again, tremendous cost and environmental impact. It's around $22 million in cleaning cost. It's also $51 million lost in energy sales. So in our solution, we were able to achieve 98% maintenance of power capacity. Often the power goes down by 20%, or sometimes when they have a storm, up to 100%. And therefore, 98% maintenance of power capacity also results in significant financial benefits. We utilize very transparent electrodes, and so we can get the glass which is see-through. This is the example on the right where you can see the glass, and that was tested at NREL as a part of the DOE Solar Prize, and it passed all the tests, but was significantly, it doesn't result in any loss from the coating which we developed for this particular technology. It has negligible power consumption. It's a fraction of the percentage point, and therefore it doesn't impact the bottom line. And based on preliminary calculations, we realized that the return on investment for this technology can be 4 years out of 25 years of solar panel warranty, and we are working on reducing this number for return on investment. Now, just coming back to some of the challenges which we encountered in the NASA technology. One of them was the size. We need to achieve the size of 1 meter by 2 meters for the current applications, and this is a typical size of the solar panels. There's a question of transparency, which we were able to address. There's a question of electronics. It needs to be relatively cheap because we want to increase this return on investment. And so in the first stage of the SBIR phase 1, we were able to achieve the size of 6 by 6 inches. In the second stage, we were able to scale it up to the size of 12 by 12 inches. And currently, we installed the equipment which would allow us to manufacture the full size of the solar panels, which is 1 meter by 2 meters. In addition to the standard test, we're also going to test this particular prototype at Arizona State University at the various conditions, including using chambers to test it at extreme conditions. So what's the next step for our technology? We are planning to do the field tests in a desert environment. We are also looking into possibility of partnership with various agencies, because now this technology is ready not only for these applications, but also for applications such as coating on lenses to maintain the performance of the electronics, as well as returning this technology back to space where it is originated.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Did you have a last comment?
No, that's it. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rima.
We want to stay on track because we have a lot to fit in here today. Next up, we have Bradley Johnson from Oak Ridge National Lab. Brad is a material scientist and program manager for the nuclear batteries program at Oak Ridge. He has extensive experience and will be discussing today persistent, reliable power and heat in space. So, Dr. Johnson, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk here and be part of this prestigious meeting. So space has quite a bit of requirements in terms of power and heat. One of our previous presenters kind of mentioned that. And so this is a critical need, and the Department of Energy is well equipped to come to the table and bring solutions to address these needs. Next slide, please. Recently, this past year, NASA had conducted an extensive survey as far as what are the critical needs that we have for civil space. They identified 187 different technology shortfalls that required development. These were organized into 20 different categories. They received at least 1,200 different total responses. 769 were from internal to NASA and 462 from external responders, industry, academia, government labs. The number one priority that was identified through this survey was the need to survive and successfully operate through the lunar night. And next slide, please. An excellent solution to that is radioisotope power sources. Radioisotope power sources have provided proven, safe, persistent, and reliable space power and heat. That picture you see on the bottom left is for the passive seismic experiment package from Apollo 11. That technology was enabled through the use of radioisotope heat sources to keep that scientific device powered up during the lunar night. You'll see some solar panels on there. That was the first scientific experimental package that was left on the moon for Operation Sustained. In Apollo missions 12 through 16, they left semi-permanent experimental test stations there. They're lunar surface experiment packages. In Apollo 12, you'll see there one of the astronauts extracting a radioisotope heat source for a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. What he's pulling out of the lunar module is the heat source itself, the safety system with the Pu-238, plutonium-238 heat sources embedded within that. And then it's going to be inserted into that fin structure by his feet, which is the generator. The decay heat from the radioisotopes is used to produce electricity through the use of thermoelectrics. And so this is a proven technology, and yet once again, these capabilities can be brought to the forefront to address these very important needs. During the lunar night, solar panels will not be adequate to meet that need. And so some sort of a persistent or sustained source of heat and power is required, and radioisotope heat sources can provide that. Next slide. Oak Ridge National Laboratory is developing advanced technologies in each of these areas. We're working with radioisotope heat sources, we're developing power devices, advanced energy converters, and the goal is to elevate the safety, the size, weight, and power performance metrics for these devices. We're looking at an innovative radioisotope sources with enhanced safety and improved engineered safety systems to prevent the undesired release of material. We're working on improved thermoelectric devices for increased efficiency to get more power out per unit energy in or total power out. And then also state-of-the-art power electronics and control systems. It's very important not only to have that electricity, but able to move that around to charge and recharge electric vehicles. Oak Ridge National Laboratory is on the forefront of wireless charging. You certainly wouldn't want to have to, in a cumbersome fashion, have to deal with plugs and cords. Having a pad that you could move your vehicle next to recharge, or then use that vehicle as a power source someplace else on your lunar base would be incredibly valuable. And so power electronics, control systems, battery management, battery management systems are all key technologies that Oak Ridge is participating and contributing towards and leading that. We would be very much glad to reach out and connect with those who are interested to help move their programs forward. So certainly welcome to take any questions.
You're very efficient. Thank you so much. I don't think we'll be taking questions based on our schedule today, but I think, you know, at some future date, maybe we'll do a deeper dive and make that possible with this community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rima.
Thank you so much. So next up, we have Dr. Diane Ezel with Oak Ridge National Laboratory. She's the group leader I'm sorry, I take that back. Justine hopped. I skipped over. Justine is a quantum optics and astronomy researcher and robotics expert with Brookhaven National Lab. She does open source development. Her inventions include a technique for monitoring position and condition of electric machines by means of RF signal injection. She's going to talk to us today about aerial stitching of continuous fiber composites and structures, something I think is incredibly novel and at the cutting edge for material development in space. So Justine, please take it away.
Hi, thank you, Rima. You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so right, our background in I'm in the instrumentation department at Brookhaven National Laboratory, and we have some significant kind of space-facing background. I myself worked previously on the Vera Rubin Observatory. This is a ground-based dark energy research survey telescope in Chile. More recently, we've been working on Lucy Night, which is a CLIPS program to put a lander on the far side of the moon, rather a radio telescope actually. And I'm specifically also a PI for free quantum optical project, a free space optical link for both ground-based optical baselines for entangled photon distribution and space, as well as the potential for we're looking now into trying to gear up for pointing our free space optical link upward to potentially link to a quantum enabled satellite. So this is a little bit of a different idea. My slides are maybe a little bit sparse, but knowing that carbon composites are the kind of baseline excellent material for so many applications, aircraft fuselages, maybe spacecraft, things like this. One thinks about how labor intensive it is to do this kind of manufacturing, especially without human oversight and maybe in space. What I'm showing on the left here is a university group that built a human-powered helicopter, quadcopter actually. And notice how it's this kind of space frame construction. This is a manual layup of carbon strands impregnated with epoxy over pink insulation foam from Home Depot. They cut long beams of insulation foam, laid up a truss pattern of carbon fiber over it, and then subsequently cut away the foam for lightness. And so this is an example of the highest strength to stiffness and therefore weight kind of material that you can manufacture. I think we pretty much all know that this is kind of carbon fiber manufacturing is becoming increasingly common for aircraft, for fuselage construction. Airbus and Boeing are both incorporating these materials increasingly, and in spacecraft. It's a labor-intensive process. It remains a labor-intensive process. It has to be, you have woven fabrics that are manually placed over pre-existing forms or molds. Increasingly, you're seeing the advent of so-called automatic fiber placement machines, which I'm showing on the right, where the fiber is automatically deposited onto some pre-existing form. But again, it needs to have a pre-existing form. So this is not it's not analogous to something like 3D printing. What's more, much of the strength from these kinds of materials come from the interwoven nature of the fibers, that they're topologically interlinked. So imagine, if you will, if you could automatically produce structures that are made from carbon fiber or glass fiber that are topologically intertwined and in arbitrary shapes, maybe by building up kind of space frames the way you see on the left here. Next slide. I guess I don't have slide control. Thank you. So this is the idea. This is conceptual. We don't have a desktop demonstrator yet, but it's fairly well thought out. The concept here is to use a stitching technique. Almost think of it as sewing to interlock carbon or glass fibers into free space. So you have a 5-stitch process, a 5-thread process, where you have kind of 3 backbone fibers that are interconnected by interlocking fibers and cured in place with heat or UV curing lamp to create arbitrary space frame structures in 3 dimensions without needing a pre-existing form, and potentially with strengths you could only otherwise obtain with complete manual fabrication methods in a shop or in a factory or something like this. Maybe skip to the next slide and then we'll go back again. Yeah, so what I'm showing here is the mechanism at work. The idea is you'd have 2 robotic arms, or possibly free-flying drones, or if we're in space, free-flying drones. With 2 sides to what is effectively an open-air sewing machine. You have an effector with needle-like appendages and another effector with looper-like appendages, which create this interlock structure around the mandrel. The mandrel serves as a temporary form around which the fibers are cured. So a mandrel is in place on the top here. Carbon fibers stitched around the mandrel. The fibers are then cured in place by UV, possibly by heat. The mandrel is then retracted, and you have a free supported section of stitching of a space frame. The robotic arms advance down the path in whatever shape has been you're trying to make. And then the mandrel is extended and a new section of stitching is made. So it advances in this way where you see the kind of structure of the different fibers in blue, red, and green on the bottom right. Let's see. So now can we just go back to the previous slide? Yes, thank you. So
10 more seconds.
How many?
10 more seconds, please.
Okay. I'm sorry. I saw you come up and I thought, oh, I'm running out of time. Okay. So a neat feature here is that you could imagine stacking, overlapping these space frame segments to create higher density structures, walls even, as shown on the right, and even do surface stitching to get a carbon fiber surface mesh. Again, that's topologically interlocked. It's woven into an arbitrary form instead of requiring continuous fibers over some pre-existing mandrel. So with that, I guess I'll conclude.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next speaker. That was amazing. Stitching in space. This is awesome. All right, next up, Oak Ridge National Lab. Dr. Diane Bull-Ezel will be talking about space nuclear radiation hardened electronics. She is the group leader for Nuclear and Extreme Environment Measures Group within Oak Ridge National Lab. Diane, please take it away. If you're
yes, can I check? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about some really exciting research that's going on at Oak Ridge National Lab. My name is Diane Ezel. I'm a group leader here. I'm in the Fusion and Fission Energy Science Directorate, so it's kind of a little bit different. And this talk is actually going to be a little bit different than some of the previous ones that I saw this morning, where we're leveraging state-of-the-art commercial products coupled with basic technology research, space technology, and other applications to push rad-hard electronics for space nuclear application. Next slide, please. So I want to start by saying that space nuclear, from our approach, it's an ecosystem. And what I mean by that is you can kind of think about this like a closed loop system where each part needs to be highly reliable both independently and dependently on each of the other parts in the system. So if you go to the next slide. One example would be fission surface power, which is one solution. Oh no, this is the PDF, not the PowerPoint, so you don't get the animations. There's a really cool video on the top right corner that shows our radiation modeling. So this is a solution for reliable power, one of many possible solutions for reliable power on the moon or Mars. And it's comprised of a reactor that's tightly coupled with the power conversion system and ultimately provides the electrical resources needed at the hab and other systems in your ecosystem. However, this radiation environment is pretty nasty, where you're mixing both space radiation and nuclear radiation. These are also very physically compact systems. So if you think about a microreactor, it's a very small, compact system, and the energy conversion system is very tight, very close, physically coupled to the reactor itself. If you think about the traditional fleet, you have a lot of physical space, so you can leverage the landscape of the traditional build. You also have concrete, lead, and other heavy materials that are not very cost effective for us to send up to space. In space, for fission surface power, you could leverage things like craters or burying the reactor, but if you don't have the construction ability to dig or blast, that may not be an option for these reactors. You still need to ensure reliable power in these compact systems. So that really is what forces us and pushes the need for robust hardware, including rad-hard analog, digital, front-end electronics, power electronics, and communication electronics. Next slide, please. So why ORNL? Oak Ridge has a long legacy of developing rad-hard electronics at the device and circuit level, as well as collaborating with NASA on fission surface power and space nuclear propulsion programs throughout the decades. We've worked with universities, industry, and NASA to develop gallium nitride and silicon carbide technology for uses in automotive, in fusion, and in fission energy systems. We have also worked on developing JFET-based circuits who are intrinsically rad-hard for the nuclear environment, and we're trying to see if we can't leverage that in this coupled or combined effects environment that has both your nuclear and your space. Something unique about Oak Ridge is the ability for us to irradiate these systems at relevant combined effects environments. Because we have all of these capabilities at one site, we're able to be very agile in our prototype stages. So we fail fast, we learn faster, and we deliver products to industry at a higher TRL level. And that's where those collaborations with industry to both help develop and qualify their products has helped us to leverage some of the space technology in the nuclear environment and vice versa. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief caption with insight in some of the recent efforts at ORNL where we've developed electronics and characterized or qualified them in their application environments. Working with the university and other national lab reactors, as well as beamline facilities, such as SNS, we've been able to do extremely high temperature, extremely low temperature, and ambient temperature irradiations. It's kind of hard to see. My animation again makes the document much larger. I'm happy to provide additional information later. SNS has proposed a dedicated facility to study single event effects, which could alleviate some of the demands on existing test facilities. I know there's a lot of demand on the existing facilities, and this could help with that. Another unique thing would be the ability to test in a beam facility and then immediately go into a reactor facility here at Oak Ridge. So I do want to just reiterate and note that we work with industry on all aspects shown here, from the device and system development to the testing and qualification. I think my next slide is my last slide. Yep. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry we couldn't get the graphics in here. We use PDFs to compress everything. So
No problem.
but I'm sure we'll have some follow-ups and be able to highlight some of the graphics in a future date. Next up, we have Joseph Chapman. He's with Oak Ridge National Lab, and he's part of the quantum networking team there. Well, he'll be discussing some innovations and next steps around quantum networking. And I know we've been talking to them about some space to ground capabilities. So this should be interesting. Please take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Rima. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, great. Yes, I wanted to talk about some things that myself and others in the quantum communication and networking group at ORNL have been doing. Next slide. So as an introduction, the internet has been widely successful in expanding the capabilities of normal computers. And as we look at the development of quantum computers, our group has a large focus on enabling an internet that could connect quantum computers and sensors and preserve the various properties like entanglement and superposition that can help quantum computers have an advantage. Next slide. So briefly, some innovations that we have focused on fall into two areas. Our group has done some work in developing entanglement sources, mainly focused in the telecommunications band and with fiber-based sources. So we have done things with more traditional fiber-based components, but also moved to CMOS photonic integrated sources. And then also we have looked at developing more exotic states using hyperentanglement, where you have entanglement in multiple degrees of freedom of the photon. And then moreover, we've done some work in developing controlled NOT gates with certain qubits. And these gates are very important, which allow multiple qubits to interact. And that is necessary for future capabilities to build up what's called a quantum repeater. Additionally, more of our bread and butter and what we like to focus on and seeing developed is these network demonstrations. So we've done a number of demonstrations on our local area network, doing things with distributed time tagging. Also, we took a 2-mode squeeze light and distributed it across our network along with 10 gigabit fiber Ethernet signals. And then more recently, we developed a new method for automatic polarization stabilization and demonstrated that as well. And we've also done some things more in the quantum cryptography side with digital signatures and also quantum key distribution. And the references are there. Happy to take any questions sometime about that. Next slide. So as we look to expand in the long term, quantum repeaters are in development, but initially satellite connections can get you a lot further with much more efficiency, as you can compare the blue line and the red line on the right, which are separated by many orders of magnitude in terms of link efficiency. Next slide. So some next steps do include, we're looking at developing a ground station to make satellite to ground connections for our uses. But also on some of these other aspects, we are working to expand our chip capabilities for photonic circuits, and then also move toward further development for quantum repeaters to develop the states needed and also the operations with the sufficient quality to beat just direct transmission. And this work was primarily funded through the Department of Energy Advanced Scientific research computing, and also through some laboratory director research at Oak Ridge National Lab. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah,
Thank you.
oh, go ahead, Anna.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, I want you to be able to give due respect to this presentation, but I see that also Lynn Harper might still be on the line for another minute. And I know she has to get ready for a flight. You know, these are people that are working very actively, obviously, in space. So I want to make sure Lynn gets an opportunity to give an introduction. If Lynn's on, Lynn is one of our colleagues who is noted as one of the founding mothers of astrobiology, and she's served in several leadership roles over at NASA and works closely with the in-space manufacturing team as well. Lynn, are you able to come on video or on mic, or are you invisible because she's getting prepared for flights? She might come back on, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rima.
Oh, no, no worries. Yeah, I saw the note from Lynn as well. I think we may have just missed her.
She's still on the line. She might need to be multitasking though, right? Okay, so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, we'll pause as soon as she comes online if she can. Happy to let her give her moment and some comments, because as you've said, she's been an incredible asset and leader in this space and in space. So just want to wrap this up so we can move on to the next speaker. Thank you again, Joe. And as I mentioned, you know, everything that we're going to be doing is going to have to be quantum secure at some point. And we did see some information coming out from this new administration, really emphasizing cryptology, but you know, being quantum secure, can leverage quantum technologies, which is what we're looking at doing here. Next up, we have Greg Larson with Oak Ridge National Lab. He will be discussing additive manufacturing for thermal protection systems. So Greg, please, if you can, take it away. Greg, do we have you? Or did we just lose you as well?
He's in the chat. He says he's not sure how to unmute.
Oh, no.
So I don't know if Jack can forcibly unmute him.
I can't forcibly. I think that he is on the wrong side. He's just coming over to be a presenter now.
All right, so Greg, why don't we have you log off?
Are you guys? I just relogged in there,
Great.
so
we've got
perfect. Okay, so first of all, thanks for the invitation to talk here. My name is Greg Larson. I'm a group leader for the Extreme Environment Material Process Group. I've seen some of those same words out of other ORNL groups, so we've got a lot of active work in this area. But I want to talk about a lot of work that I've done in additive manufacturing, specifically for thermal protection systems, but also more broadly done here kind of at my home base at the lab at the MDF, the Manufacturing Demonstration Facility. So it's been great to hear on this meeting today, all the interest in the space economy, and there's been a lot of recent success in getting things to space. But a big part of that space economy is also going to be getting things back from space, and that is an equally hard challenge. I've been in the field of thermal protection systems for a few years, and trust me, it's a very challenging problem with a lot of very smart people investing a lot of money in it, and it's really hard to do. So, go to the next slide. This is kind of our generic MDF overview slide, but at the bottom there has got a nice panorama of our 110,000 square foot high bay space. So we're really all about scalable manufacturing at the MDF. And I'll point out here that pretty much every system on the floor is a collaboration between a material supplier, an equipment supplier, and multiple end users, right? So for us, success is really all about getting the developments and technology that gets created out into practice as soon as possible. And so those partnerships and collaborations are really the lifeblood of what we do here at the MDF. And I think, is part of the reason we've been very successful. So, but one of the underlying themes of the MDF is this kind of idea of automation and smart manufacturing. So I don't know, smart manufacturing, factory 4.0, digital manufacturing. There's a lot of names for integrating kind of information technology into the manufacturing process. And especially in these additive processes, trying to understand at a, that's perfect. It switched over to a good time there. I think that was an automatic one. So this is a system I've been working on. It's a robotic based system. You'll see that all around at the MDF, but this is an AM system. It's built on some of the success we've done at the gantry level with thermostats. The reason this is important is thermostats make great materials for thermal protection systems, or TPS. If you look at historically what NASA has done in TPS, they've done amazing things. But what I find really fascinating is the same material that was used on the Apollo missions, AVCOAT, is still being used on the most recent Artemis missions. That's not the only material in NASA's diverse, quiver of materials, but it is, I think representative. And a lot of the production methods of those things haven't changed. There's a lot of reasons for that. Qualification of new TPS materials is really challenging. And so that's one of the values that I think additive manufacturing brings, particularly to TPS, is understanding, using that in situ or inline characterization during manufacturing of TPS to help qualify your TPS. And so if we can start basically making a thermoset AM process onto these complex structures and proving that they have good quality before they really get finished, we can, I think, do a lot more. And there's nothing about what's being done here that couldn't be done in harsher environments. Because we're leveraging robotics, automation. Gravity is actually not our friend in all these printing processes, right? That's something we're always fighting. So let's flip over to the next slide. You guys get the guideline of 3 slides, so I tried to stick to that. This is showing some of the success we've had with thermal protection systems. I've worked with Adam Cedar and Stan Bauslag down at NASA Johnson Space Center on this AM-TPS concept. They pioneered the idea, and they worked, we leveraged their knowledge extensively on developing materials that have the correct ablative and thermal properties for use as TPS. But then we kind of add our own spin to make sure that these materials could be additively manufactured as well. So you can see in the upper right, that's a roughly a basketball-sized capsule of TPS that I put together and made. That was additively manufactured, machined it up to get a nice smooth surface. Our friends at the University of Kentucky, Dr. Alexander Martin and his team actually integrated this into a capsule. You can see some of those on the lower left. And then you can see kind of the mission profile in the middle there, right? We sent them up to the space station, they pulled the battery tabs, and then sent our capsules out with the garbage, right? All the garbage burns up, and our materials actually are designed not to burn up, so we were able to transmit data during that reentry, and that was the world's first 3D printed heat shield that's been done. And again, I want to point out that getting back from low Earth orbit is really challenging, right? I mean, you're going several thousand kilometers a second, and you got to go back down to walking speed or stationary on the surface of the Earth. And that's a lot of energy to dissipate. And so one thing that I think would be intriguing, right, would be applying TPS on orbit to get down the things you want to get down and not necessarily bogging yourself down beforehand. So with that, I'll put my contact info in the chat if anyone has more questions or wants to talk more. Thank you.
Thank you again. Yes, we encourage partnerships with our labs where it makes sense and where there's some mutual benefit. And so very excited that our researchers will be able to join here today. And with that, we'll hand it over to Anna.
Rima, can I make one more comment on partnerships?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to say we're always looking for good partnerships, and we've had a couple of very successful partnerships in the world of TPS. Really recently, I think we've got a patent coming out with CR Space on some new TPS tiles we developed with them. So lots of opportunity for collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you again. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And are you able to keep doing the flips? Is that all right? Or is Rose able to do the flips?
Not sure when Rose will come back, but I can help out.
She's not back. Okay. So wanted to welcome everybody into the launch and platforms segment and also data and infrastructure. So I think our first set of presenters is Rocket Propulsion Systems.
Hey, Anna. How are you?
Hi, Anchor. Great to have you.
Great to have you, or great to see you. Okay, so Appreciate everybody being here. So Rocket Propulsion Systems is our company. We're out in Kent, Washington, founded about 6 years ago now. And so for us, the vision of starting this company was basically to streamline launch and really bring true value to customers, both on the small launch side as well as when it comes to in-space transportation. So on the left-hand side of the screen, this is a rocket engine that we've developed for a sale price of $150K. We want to be very transparent with this when we say value to customers. So this engine will be able to power all kinds of small launch vehicles. And the reason we're targeting small launch vehicles is because we believe that satellites and payloads and even the ISAM payloads that are being developed by material companies and biopharma companies and the rest are becoming smaller and smaller, and we need a seamless and inexpensive way for them to be able to get to space and then move around in space, whether they're going to space stations or other habitats in LEO or MEO. We want to really be able to target that market. So the engine on the left-hand side will be able to produce about 3,300 pounds force of thrust, and compared to other engines right now on the market, which are being sold for, on the order of millions, this is a savings of about 10 times. Our rocket will also power an OTV, an orbital transfer vehicle, which is on the right-hand side of the screen. And again, this orbital transfer vehicle right now is priced to sell at 1.4 million, a price that we intend to bring down as we get into more further iterations of the vehicle. This OTV will have a range of operations from in-space maneuvering, dynamic space operations, and in-space transportation. So I'll talk a little bit more now on the OTV, some of the defense and the commercial applications. Next slide, please. So starting off with the defense, right now, there's several kind of orbits that there are in space. There's LEO, low Earth orbit, roughly 300 to 700 kilometers. There's medium Earth orbits, 15,000 kilometers, and then there's geosynchronous Earth orbits, which are even further than that. One of the big capabilities that the U.S. Air Force is interested in is being able to rapidly transport assets from this LEO, roughly 300 kilometers, out to MEO, about 15,000 kilometers. And we are going to be providing the U.S. Air Force with this capability. We have the ability to be able to do this in a day. And we actually just about an hour ago received news that we won a direct to phase 2 for this ability with AFRL. So really excited about that. And the reason basically for this capability is that right now, LEO is sort of like a New York City, and MEO is sort of like a North Dakota or a Montana. And it turns out that the New York City LEO is basically crowded with space debris, of course, other assets that we own, and adversarial type weapons. So some of our payloads and some of our assets in LEO are under threat, and the Air Force wants a way to be able to safely and quickly move them out to MEO. And it turns out that a lot of the satellites currently being built are being built to be able to have the same type of view and same type of scope of vision in MEO as they would in LEO. So being able to provide these companies with a seamless last mile transportation is what we're planning to do here. And at the bottom there, AFRL and Space Systems Command are some of the divisions in the U.S. Air Force that have shown interest. So next slide, please. And now kind of bring things to the commercial side. We've heard and we will be hearing from so many companies who are doing incredible things in space in terms of product development. And this whole ISAM puzzle, as I understand, has several kind of pieces. There's the getting to space part, there's transporting payloads within space, and then there's the LEO habitats and the up and coming space stations, which is where the product development is actually going to happen. So we want to really be able to plug into that in-space transportation part. So this right here, this is the same OTV as the last two slides, and it will have the capability to be able to house these in-space or these space-made products such as human organs, fiber optics, novel materials, and transport them from the rocket to the LEO or the MEO habitat or the space stations that are coming up. And ultimately, we are also going to be developing the reentry capsules to be able to transport these payloads back down to Earth. So that's sort of the piece of the puzzle that we want to be able to plug into. And that's where we're at right now. So thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. And want to welcome Space Phoenix on for the next presentation.
Thanks, Anna. I hope everyone can hear me. Andrew Parlock,
founder and CEO of Space Phoenix. So we're trying to solve this problem, and I really like all the stuff that's happening today. This is such a dynamic and interesting presentation and day. So thanks for allowing us to be involved, Rose and Anna, definitely the two voices involved. So the whole premise here, Space Phoenix was founded under the premise that we are bifurcating our resources. The ISAM community, the folks that are at the bleeding edge of in-space semiconductor manufacturing, in-space biotech, whatever the case may be, are spending way too much of their time and energy building spacecraft to get their stuff up and back. So we developed the concept, what we call returnable payload on demand. Think of us as logistics. We say FedEx for space. I think we'll eventually get in trouble for that. We're as unsexy as space gets. We will get you from the ground to orbit, help you complete your mission, and then get you back down to Earth and complete that mission. So the vision here, and Anna has mentioned it several times, this $2.3 trillion low Earth orbit economy, we want that to be easily accessed for anyone. And the vision here and the mission is to rapidly deliver and return what we call cargo agnostic payloads. If anyone is familiar with the World Economic Forum report, it's all about improving access and reducing costs. And that's the entire business model of Space Phoenix. Improve your access and reduce your cost to orbit and back. And the problem here, and this is actually from the last Space Disruptors Day, the successful commercialization of space is fully dependent on the creation of the space infrastructure needed to serve all the players. And that's just not there. There's few options to get to space and get back. The options that are there are really expensive. So this causes this weird forced vertical integration. If I go to the next slide. Oh, thank you. So our solution is to simplify the payload delivery. Reusable spacecraft. Our very first spacecraft is in the background. There's a better shot in the next slide. It's Phoenix Hermes Alpha. This will provide about a 60% reduction in cost. But the technology, it's not enough to do the technology. That's only one part of what Space Phoenix is bringing to the table. The other part is really about the business model. We want a business model where you pay for only what you need. So this concept that you'll invest millions of dollars of NRE into building a spacecraft and all this extra work just to get your technology into orbit, we want to take that away. So you pay for what you need, size, weight, and power. We'll send you a utility bill for how much power you use and data you need. High operational cadence. Everyone asks us, who are you going to work with as far as the launch community goes? The answer is yes, everyone. If you're capable of bringing our products and our spacecraft up to low Earth orbit, we're going to work across the global launch community. And then a global infrastructure. If we're going to truly take advantage and be a $2.3 trillion low Earth orbit economy, then the infrastructure needs to be global and the logistics providers need to be global. I don't need to tell the people on this call, right? Microgravity research with the International Space Station going away, there's this glut of how are we going to do our microgravity research. Commercial space stations will solve part of that. I think Space Phoenix will be available to solve a lot of the other pieces. In-space production R&D, because I don't think we're quite ready for full production yet, and ISAM. But that's a $5 billion market today and growing. And then there's this payload market. There's people just putting payloads up, and they don't need to. We can manage that for them. So let's go to the next slide. And these are our spacecraft. The whole value proposition is the payload customer stays focused on the payload and their technology development, and Space Phoenix manages the mission. Integration, launch, operations, return, recovery. We are a white glove logistics provider, if you will. That's another one of our investors brought that up. We want to really accelerate how quickly we get payloads to orbit. I want somebody to be able to pick the phone up and call Space Phoenix and say, I've got a payload I need to get up in 100 days or less. Can you do it? And I want the answer to be yes. And right now in today's market, it's not. That's a vision. That's a 2028, 2029 vision, but I think we can get there. And then satellites tailored to the mission. If you need extra cooling, if you need extra power, we can modify our satellites. What you see down below are what we call small, medium, large, Hermes, Athena, and Zeus. Hermes is fundamentally all the technology within Hermes is off the shelf other than the heat shield. I've sent notes to two different people on this call around heat shields. But everything else is off the shelf other than the structure and the heat shield. And the structure is optimized for reusability and cargo. Athena, the yellow nose cone you see there, that's the NASA HIAD, which we will be working with NASA Langley to commercialize that technology. My number and emails down below. So I really appreciate everyone's time and energy here listening to what we have to say about space logistics.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate this presentation.
Anna, thank you.
Next up, we have orbital transports. Hi, David.
Good morning. I'm Dave Hurst, CEO of Orbital Transports, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to talk today. Orbital Transports is a space logistics company located in Chicago, and we've been developing a space transportation management system for orchestrating the ISAM ecosystem. Sustained operations in space will require the ability to responsibly service your spacecraft or other assets in space. Use cases for ISAM include inspection, refueling, repair, upgrades, and orbit relocation. But a number of challenges stand in the way of a robust and sustainable ISAM commercial ecosystem that can meet the needs of government and commercial clients. These challenges include inadequate discovery of market capabilities, inefficient allocation of services, high cost of risk, and non-standard transaction processes. You can't just call a tow truck or any other ISAM service on orbit today without a lot of advanced mission planning and preparation. What is needed is on-demand ISAM services. We believe that this is not an issue of technology, as there are already numerous technologies being developed and demonstrated, as you'll see today, but rather a need for systems to manage and broker ISAM services. Without a space transportation management system, clients lacking sufficient knowledge of the ISAM marketplace have a limited capacity to design for and procure ISAM services, ultimately limiting the sustainability of their assets, missions, and programs. On the other side, a limited and uninformed client base minimizes the available demand for service providers on orbit and those planning to deploy new ISAM capabilities. Beyond this, service providers with similarly limited knowledge of the marketplace fail to fulfill demand that their assets could most efficiently deliver, exacerbating the market inefficiency and hindering overall market growth and innovation. Without procurable services on orbit, corrective measures to recover from faults or emergencies are just not available. As a consequence, insurance markets must otherwise maintain high premiums to cover substantial risk and liabilities. The high cost of risk locks in would-be service providers and potential clients out of the market. Service capacity, competition, and innovation suffer. Lastly, unique provider transaction processes impose on clients a high cost of switching ISAM service providers and mitigates competitiveness as clients cannot easily procure a replacement service. Next slide, please. We propose that our ecosystem orchestration concept resolves these challenges and produces a marketplace that will drive the development and expansion of the ISAM market. This will be the first space transportation management system, a nod to terrestrial analogs tasked with managing the complex web of logistics for moving goods and materials around the Earth. We provide this marketplace through the implementation of several key functions. Advanced space situational awareness services provide accurate, current statuses of orbital assets with which to analyze efficient modes of delivering ISAM services to clients. Allocation services will match client demand with available servicers based on their capabilities and interface compatibilities. Trajectory optimization ensures efficient transits between staging orbits or previous jobs to the new client. And transaction management facilities ensure that the client can make necessary payments and suppliers get paid in a predictable and standardized manner. With these facilities in place, we support the execution of missions, development of service campaigns, and evolution of the ISAM marketplace. The diagram on the right here describes the state of the market today and where we want to support the market with ecosystem orchestration. There are numerous capabilities and technologies being developed and demonstrated today, such as rendezvous and proximity operations, or RPO, satellite capture, and refueling operations from companies such as Northrop Grumman, Astroscale, Starfish, and many others. Ecosystem orchestration operates at the higher layers of campaigns and missions in this diagram, where missions are what individual clients will procure to fulfill a need, and campaigns are sustained ongoing operations in space, i.e. collections of missions, with some functions to streamline specific use cases such as transit to and from clients and RPO. By making these missions and campaigns feasible, clients will be able to leverage the promise of ISAM capabilities and grow the emerging in-space economy. Next slide, please. There are many benefits to a space transportation management system for orchestrating the ISAM ecosystem. These include efficiently procuring ISAM services without extended negotiation and one-off mission design. An efficient two-sided marketplace for ISAM capabilities will maximize utilization of servicer assets, leading to reduced costs for clients and support for growth of sustained operations in space. Furthermore, the marketplace also leads to a lower barrier to entry for ISAM service providers, again, growing the space economy. Widely available ISAM services will mitigate mission failure risks, thus enabling lower insurance premiums and lower costs. Finally, having supply and demand analytics from the market provide intelligence for future growth and deployment of new and exciting capabilities in space. These analytics will help service providers determine future needs based on demand signals, and clients can easily conduct cost analyses for utilizing ISAM services to support their missions and their campaigns. We believe that the orbital transport space transportation management system will be a critical piece of the logistics infrastructure to support the growing space economy. Thank you, and I look forward to connecting with folks who are interested in exploring this further with us.
Thank you so much. Can we move on to the next presentation, please? Work Assist. Great to have you. Hi, Dave. Can you hear us? Dave, you might be on mute. Do we have Dave on the line? Or should we move on to the next one? Okay, let's go through to the next presentation. We'll come back to Dave if we see him on. Okay, so Rogue. Hi, John.
Hello.
Great to
Can
have
everybody
you.
hear
Thanks
me?
for joining.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I'm John Beam. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rogue Space Systems. We are an in-space logistics company serving both the commercial and defense market. Today, I wanted to talk about paradigms in space. In that, I think the current paradigm in space has got us to where we're at, but it's not sustainable and it's not sufficient to take us into the next generation of the space economy. The current paradigm in space is characterized by spacecraft that are both static and isolated. And we need to transition to a model where it kind of goes in the direction of a dynamic circular economy. So the current typical use case in space is where there's a free-flying satellite. You know, it's launched into orbit. It operates for, say, 3 to 10 years doing some sort of data services. Then it, runs out of propellant reserves and it's reclassified as space debris. Then after a few years, it falls down and then burns up in the atmosphere doing some, questionable possible harm to the environment. So, that's gotten us to where we're at now at a small scale, but we're going to be scaling up significantly in the future, and we need a new paradigm. This paradigm is inefficient, where, it limits dynamic space operations, where really all maneuver has regret. It's inefficient, where isolation and lack of infrastructure means that industrial activities in space, while currently technically feasible, are not economically feasible. And it's also inflexible. So tactically responsive operations are currently very limited. Next slide. So our proposed solutions is a concept that we call neighborhoods in space. It's essentially being able to aggregate space activities into high density areas using dynamic space vehicles and such. So the cornerstone of this architecture for us is our waypoint persistent platforms. It's a central structure, a central truss structure that enables payload modules to be attached from the sides from using servicing vehicles. In addition to that, we have our ore blocks, which are intermodal space containers with a lot of extensibility and interface capabilities, both inside within the ore blocks as well as outside. These are what can be attached to waypoints, at least initially. Hopefully, we build a standardization paradigm together, all of us, where we can, interact and interoperate, between our station, the Arcus station, Space Phoenix vehicles, that sort of thing. We also have our Orbots, which are robotic servicing vehicles, but they're built in a very extensible way so that they're modular. And even in space, you could maybe trade off a robotic module for a telescope module or, things like that, or as a payload carrier or a fuel tender. So this infrastructure enables depot services such as refueling, resupply, and servicing. Again, Rogue's our emphasis is on cooperation and building a community, so we're not necessarily going to need to provide all these services, but we want to provide a lot of the underlying infrastructure. Platform services are also enabled. We want to be able to have a platform to support advanced manufacturing, for example. In fact, a lot of you folks that talked earlier, I'd love to talk more later about how we can better, provide infrastructure to support your manufacturing operations. We believe a recycling economy will be coming soon. We want to be supportive of that. We're actually working with CISLunar and some things there. Also, SDA, SSA, comms, we want to be able to aggregate, various sensors and compute devices for data storage, data processing, things like that. And then finally, this can support forward deployment, or I would call it vertical forward deployment of materiel so that it can be, very responsively deorbited with vehicles such as the Space Phoenix vehicles, to be able to arrive in theater where needed. Next slide, please. So we view this design pattern or architecture pattern as one that can be instantiated in any orbital regime. We see quite a bit of this in LEO to support in-space manufacturing, as we've talked about. We think some persistent platforms in GEO supporting a logistics infrastructure for the defense and for the communication companies would be helpful. And also in support of the lunar economy and future asteroid mining, things like that, we see persistent platforms and surrounding infrastructure serving those regimes as well. So thank you very much. Please reach out to me if you have any interest in building this ecosystem, giving us requirements and potential partnership. Thank you.
Thanks so much. This is great. So next one, we've got Lee up with Radiant Space Systems. Great to see you as well, Lee.
Thanks, Anna, for inviting me today. I'm Lee Wilson, founder of Radiant Space Systems, and our goal is really to help lower barriers and costs for in-space research and in-space manufacturing, and eventually to help create a sustainable, economically sustainable human presence in space. So one of the products that we're developing is a robotic space lab designed for hosting in-space manufacturing equipment to enable these nascent industries. So how does this work? Well, when you manufacture a product in space, depending on the process, 98% of that mass needed is just the manufacturing and support equipment itself. The economics change radically if you can leave that equipment in orbit instead of bringing it up and down each time. And when coupled with the high throughput and lower costs of an unmanned system, these have the potential to greatly improve the commercial viability of, any in-space manufacturing process. So what does this look like? Well, so you can see on the bottom left, our partners and launch companies would launch payloads from Earth and deliver them to our space lab in low Earth orbit. For instance, using an orbital transfer vehicle like the one you heard Rocket Propulsion Systems present earlier. Once there, our robotic arms take the payloads and install them on the exterior of our platform. This setup can host manufacturing equipment such as for fiber optics, or R&D payloads, materials testings, or just pure science. We provide these payloads with all their needs, including power and communications. Uniquely, we also have a 10-meter diameter pressurizable habitat section. 10-foot diameter. In this configuration, payloads that require pressure can be transferred through an airlock to the inside, where a second robotic arm on the interior is able to transfer the payloads to whatever piece of permanent equipment is necessary for their process. For instance, for biomanufacturing, this could range from bioprinters and microscopes through to incubators. And once the product's been created, it's packaged back into a capsule, delivered safely back to you by a return to Earth company. Eventually, we'll be customizing these habitats for each industry and to each industry's specifications. Now, next slide, please. One customization that we've been developing is incorporating a large centrifuge system. Now, we have funding from the National Science Foundation for a stabilization system designed for an artificial gravity centrifuge on a much larger human habitat system. But this technology is applicable to a much smaller system like the robotic habitat, which means that one of the capabilities payloads would have access to is an in-space 1G control for biological samples. This is perfect because it allows for a researcher to isolate whether a given effect because of microgravity, radiation, or some other reason. But this is only the first chapter. I also want to share a vision of what comes after. When in-space manufacturing is scaled up and hundreds of these platforms are generating significant profits, it will be obvious to everyone the potential these industries have. This is the stage when humans in space become an economic necessity. Why? Because there will be demand for researchers to stay in space and perform additional R&D on a new in-space manufactured products. Even with reduced launch costs, the expense will mean that people will stay in orbit for 6 months and more. What's needed is a lab where people can stay within an artificial gravity environment, but travel within the same habitat to a microgravity area to conduct their research. This isn't feasible with existing approaches, but with our disruptive approach to human habitats solves this problem. Designed to launch in a SpaceX Starship, on the right you can see a 55-foot diameter inflatable habitat that houses a 12-meter diameter internal centrifuge designed with the latest understanding of human reactions to the Coriolis effect, and where researchers can have access to a range of gravity levels. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see an artist's rendition of what their living and lab spaces would be like. Plus, imagine being able to experience living in space without having to worry about bone loss or the other challenges to human health months in continuous microgravity can create. Researchers can easily transition from the centrifuge to the microgravity areas where all research and manufacturing test equipment is housed, allowing for rapid and disruptive innovation. And of course, this approach is applicable to other areas you'd want artificial gravity, for instance, missions to Mars. In summary, in-space manufacturing and R&D has a bright future on all of our upcoming platforms. We can't wait to welcome you to LEO. I want to say thanks to the organizers of today's event and to the NSF for supporting these goals. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lee. Great to have you. And before we go into Stoke, I just want to, if we can bring back Arcasys first, and while we're calling up the Arcasys slides, it's a really interesting time in reusability, so we're going to be hearing about that from Stoke later. We're also very happy to have one of our government colleagues on the call who was also in the private sector, Dan Rasky. Dan Rasky was active in really developing some of the materials that have been used for successful re-entry with his work that he also did at SpaceX and otherwise. Dan, are you able to say hello and welcome everybody?
Yeah, I'm here, Anna, and happy to say hello. And very interesting queue of technologies being discussed. And what I find really encouraging, when we kicked off the ISS National Lab way back in 2007, and the thought was that if we were successful, we'd be opening a new innovation frontier as we open the doors to space. And I'm seeing more and more evidence that that is now happening with ISAM and also the InSPA, the In-Space Production Applications portfolio. We're seeing tremendous developments and advancements in technology, potential services, using space in the unique environments, the microgravity environments, and also, by the way, the very high vacuum, ultra high vacuum environments that are available on the moon and in deep space. And so we think that we're going to see this industry, grow, geometrically over the next few years. As people noticed yesterday, even SpaceX can have a bad day when you're going to space. Space is hard. And but the development of advanced transportation systems, New Glenn, and now Starship, I think is going to really, open the door wide for a whole variety of services and capabilities that people will look back, 100 years from now and wonder, how did we exist before we could have all these incredible capabilities that space is going to provide. And I wanted to mention that NASA is currently probably going to change a number of its major program components with the new administration coming in. I mean, this is common. Okay, a new administration comes in, they kind of look at things from stem to stern, decide what things they like, what things they don't like, and then adjust accordingly. And one area that I think is really ripe for some change is both the commercial LEO destination program and its structure and how it's aligned with other programs, as well as the Artemis program. So I think both of those could see significant changes and incorporate, I think, a number of the advancements and ideas that are being presented here in other places with regard to space. So it's an exciting time. It's great to see all the innovation and power being applied. Yeah, Anna,
with regards to that, I mean, obviously there's a number of things under reassessment, but it does seem like the push, if anything, is going to be much more aggressive in terms of what the country does. So, it might be done in very different ways, and certainly the commercial side of things is going to be very important. But this is a country that it seems like the push to do things is really on right now.
Well, and particularly there's concerns about foreign competition of space development that could have, national security implications and national benefit implications. And I think you're right, and I get ready for a more aggressive posture, in my opinion. That includes things like Space Force and the activities that they will be undertaking. So it's going to be an interesting time. I think we'll look back in 5 years from now and be amazed how much things have changed, in a relatively short period of time, and the opportunities that that's going to provide for a whole range of ideas and companies and products and services. I mean, I think we are going to see this segment of the economy grow, dramatically, just like we've seen already with SpaceX and Starlink. I think there are going to be a number of companies that will follow, and some that are presenting here today. So it's an exciting time, and I've really enjoyed seeing a number of the ideas. I'm sorry, Lynn Harper, my colleague, wasn't able to stay on. Lynn has been so instrumental in this whole area. I used to joke with her. She helped to sell the International Space Station program, and I would always joke with her, now she needs to make it, useful and relevant to the country. And so she took that on, and I think she's done that.
It's always such a pleasure to work with both you and Lynn. Well, great to have you, Dan. Thank you for taking the time and for your leadership in these areas. All right, so we've got Dave with Arcasys. Dave, are you on mute? Can you hear us? I think he was having, oh, I see you, David. You're still on mute. All right, here, we're good now.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon. I'm gonna leave the video. Can you hear me? Yeah, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Leave my handsome visage away because I'm having problems with
I don't know if it's just you that's cutting out or if it's us as well.
He's cutting out on my end as well. I think he ran into some internet issues.
Okay. And then I think I will, let me see here. I'm going to attempt to flip on over. Let's see if I work as a presenter here. How would I present? Are you back?
I made it back in.
Okay, we'll let you do this presentation with Rima, and then Rima, I'll take over. Can we hear you?
David is
Okay.
on mute.
Okay.
You're back.
Yeah, sorry. Was trying to go through the phone to avoid the Wi-Fi. I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry about the issues. We have been. I'm Dave Barnhart, CEO and founder of Arcasys. We've been in execution since about 2019. We got our start from an OTA contract from DIU for something called Orbital Outpost. There were 3 of us: Sierra Nevada, NanoRacks, and some crazy company called Arcasys. The whole point of us sort of doing this is to begin to focus on shifting from a throwaway satellite culture, which is what we currently do today, to one that allows for multiple missions, extending life, and basically all of the things that are being talked about from an ISAM standpoint. We have been working with a number of government agencies. We've had a number of phase 2s that develop. Our principal sort of minimum viable product is a platform. And what we wanted to do is to create something that was a little bit different. And that is that a platform has to be able to grow and aggregate on orbit in order to scale for growth, to actually change this throwaway culture. So we've created something called a port module. We're specifically using the word port because that is something that is a nexus point on the Earth that has grown around the world for services and cargo, and completely changing how we do business. So the same thing will apply in Earth. We love humans, but we are not a human rated or capable system. Instead, we are truly infrastructure. So if you heard from some other folks here today, there's infrastructure, there's logistics, these words. In some cases, it may not be sexy, but really a platform is required to allow all of these amazing technologies to be able to grow, whether it's manufacturing, biological, developing large apertures, et cetera. We have been working with a number of companies. We've actually demonstrated overseas as well as international, as well as nationally, how we can connect to various technologies. If you can go to the next chart. One of the principal things we've done is design this port module to be aggregatable. And so that means we can grow time. I don't know if you can go to the next chart. You're hearing for me. We've been lucky enough that we've actually built scale hardware. We have a full-scale mock-up of this. Whoops, one too many, sorry. Full-scale mock-up. It is robotically enabled, and we have supported a number of companies that have come in that we've helped demonstrate sort of free of charge in order to enable this ecosystem. So we've actually demonstrated the ability to go this holistic approach from bringing in an OTV. And so we've reached out to a number of OTV providers. We want to be acceptable platform for anybody to come up to us. We've worked on a reverse RPO system so that we can help any OTV coming up to us increase safety. We've demonstrated how with 2 companies that you could transfer a propulsion module that was stored on board to a visiting OTV vessel. So you could add propulsion in a different way than just refueling. Through a Space Force SBIR, we actually demonstrated the ability to robotically assemble a 3-axis satellite on our platform. And the biggest thing we've done is to validate that we can self-heal and self-expand. So you see the picture on the right-hand side there. Those are a number of port modules all aggregated together so you can increase the real estate over time. It's a real pain in the neck from a design standpoint. Custom is much easier than modular, but we've specifically worked on that. If you go to the next chart, one of the big things that we see that we've operated is that you have to look at this from a holistic standpoint. It is not a single spacecraft. It's not a single entity. And so we specifically gone from the ground all the way up, being able to connect to our platform with any OTV provider, and then how to maintain the sustainability of the platform itself. And we actually have flying on orbit a universal data protocol adapter that we've demonstrated. We also have a patent on how to onboard payloads in 90 days or less, and how to do it to validate and verify. I think a lot of us have talked about this morning, where is the market, right? Where is it going to be? Today, I would argue it's hosting payloads, but tomorrow it's all the things we've heard about from an ISAM standpoint, which again, we're still trying to figure out where is that market? How is it going to grow? Underlying all of that, there has to be a platform or a place and a capability to do things on orbit after you launch. And that's essentially what the port architecture is developing and what our company is doing. Thanks very much. I'll stop. Appreciate it.
Like we lost Anna for a moment. Maybe we should move on to the next presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah.
So thanks so much, and also excited to have Devin from Stoke Space here. Hi, Devin.
Hi there. Yeah, thank you so much, Anna. Really excited to speak to you all today. I'll tell you a bit about Stoke if you don't know us. At Stoke, we're building 100% reusable medium lift rockets designed to fly daily. Really, our thesis is that if you want to be successful, you have to think about the end state and then work backwards from there. And we're convinced that the end state is fully and rapidly reusable launch vehicles delivering cargo to orbit, moving it around in orbit and bringing it back from orbit at a very high cadence. That ultra low cost access to and from space will help unlock a lot of the infrastructure and really cool things that we're talking about today. So towards that end, we're building a two-stage fully reusable rocket that we've named Nova. Stage one is akin to the Falcon 9, at least in concept of operation, so vertical takeoff, vertical landing, either downrange or at the launch site. Stage two is our differentiator. It goes to orbit, it deploys payloads, it can maneuver on orbit, it can linger on orbit, it can capture assets and bring them back to Earth. Once the capturing of the assets or the deploying payloads is complete, it performs a base first reentry, reentering like a capsule. So think Apollo or Dragon, and then lands propulsively at the launch site or elsewhere as mission requirements demand. On the next slide, we can talk about our secret sauce. So typically, one of the most challenging, if not the most challenging part of bringing back an orbital vehicle, upper stage or space vehicle, is surviving atmospheric reentry. Obviously, a ton of aerodynamic forces and a ton of heating has to be accounted for. Traditional approaches use different passive thermal protection systems. So think ablatives, think ceramic tiles like are being used on Starship and were used on Shuttle. And the problem with those materials is that they often have catastrophic failure modes. As we saw tragically on Columbia, a small flaw, a small crack in that thermal protection system led to a very catastrophic and tragic day. And we want to operate these rockets like they are aircraft, like 737s, A320. Airplanes on the ground make very little money. Rockets on the ground don't make any money either. So if we're going to be operating at this high aircraft-like cadence, we have to think really hard about all the things we're not doing in between every flight. So we're probably not visually and X-ray inspecting 30,000 ceramic tiles on the underbelly of a vehicle looking for a tiny flaw that will lead to a very bad day. We need something that is super robust, super reliable, and we know with certainty, without refurbishment, without inspection, that it's going to perform on flight 1, flight 2, flight 10, flight 100. And so the solution for this we found was actually kind of, it existed in the rocket industry for decades. For decades as an industry, we've been actively cooling rocket engines. So, the combustion chambers, the nozzles, other components, were they not actively cooled, they'd very quickly melt during operation. And this approach is super robust. It's super resilient. It is resilient to bird strikes, ice strikes, a technician dropping a wrench in the shop floor. It fails passively, so a tiny flaw or crack. In this case, you get some localized overcooling, some transpiration cooling, and the crack self-arrest. This is a phenomenon that's been observed and documented on numerous rocket engines that have been fired with known flaws in their engine liners. Public examples are the RS-25 that powered the shuttle, and there's some private examples as well. So we said, look, we know this is a robust approach to mitigating extreme heat. Why not smear it across the base of the vehicle and use that for reentry protection? And that's what you have here. So for a sense of scale, this is about 4.5 meter upper stage engine. The engine and the heat shield are integral. They're one and the same. So we use liquid hydrogen as both our fuel and our coolant. So there's the thrust ring, have 30 thrusters around this circumferential ring. In the middle, there's our heat shield, which is additively manufactured. Each of those little square trapezoidal panels is printed and then manifolded, welded together. And we're flowing cryogenic liquid hydrogen through small channels printed into each of those panels as we distribute that fuel to each of those thrusters that are fed from carbon turbo machinery. So it keeps the entire nozzle, the aerospike nozzle, cool on ascent. And we flow cryogenic hydrogen through it on descent to mitigate heating for reentry. We actually flew this thing on the next slide. So you can see a vertical takeoff, vertical landing hop test of a full-scale prototype for our reusable upper stage. We got to a whopping altitude of, I think, 37 feet on this flight. But it was a major proof point for a very unique rocket engine, rocket stage. It was also orbital traceable, avionics, GNC, quick disconnects, RF comms, all those things. And we're achieved a number of firsts with this demonstration. And one of the things that really helped us is working with Dr. Brady and the NSF team. The initial work done on this actively cooled heat shield was done with an NSF grant. So we're able to simulate all that reentry heating conditions with those funds. So that's really exciting. And there's a lot of applications of this upper stage. We're really pushing ahead with some stage 1 development as well that you may be seeing, pushing for orbital flight in the coming months. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's great to see you, Devin.
Likewise,
Okay.
thank you.
So next, we're going to be bringing in some companies that are active on the infrastructure and data side, which also pertains, as it's related to these platforms and other infrastructure and assets in space. Let's see here. So I've got Kevin from the National DigiFoundry. Welcome, Kevin.
Hello, thank you very much. And thanks again for inviting me to this exciting event. My name is Kevin Jackson, and I serve as the operations executive for the National DigiFoundry. The NDF is a U.S. National Science Foundation initiative that focuses on fostering innovation in digital assets and blockchain technology. The reason is to establish global and expand U.S. global leadership across every industry sector, not just financial. Our genesis is a 2022 presidential executive order, which was officially titled Ensuring Responsible Development of Digital Assets. And the resulting grant actually chartered the National DigiFoundry with establishing a decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO, to engage commercial, government, and academic entities in a collaborative approach to addressing the risk and harnessing the benefits of digital assets and their underlying technologies. Many of these are being used to advance both the space and industry and energy industries. Our coalition partners include the Government Blockchain Association that represents over 4,400 professionals and over 200 active chapters around the world that are committed to promoting the adoption and integration of blockchain across public and private sectors. We are also partnered with the United Nations Dynamic Coalition on blockchain assurance and sustainability. It's dedicated to establishing a universal digital ledger technology standards that enhance operationally interoperability. If you go to the next slide, please. The real,
Is this the one you wanted?
the next slide. The one with the working groups, no?
Are you not seeing it? Are you
No,
not
I
seeing
see
it,
it.
Kevin?
No, I
I'm
just see
showing the space working group and secure information sharing.
Okay, well, I'll just keep working. I don't see it here, but no problem. So the engine of our innovation is the over 50 working groups that address the challenges, oh, there it is, of applying digital assets across every industry, including the space economy and advanced energy technology, real world asset tokenization, which actually provides the capital that enables these leading edge applications and solutions to deliver on their promises. In 2024, our efforts really included the Space Working Group, who developed the Trace AI, which leverages artificial intelligence to improve AI model visibility specifically for space systems. We'll be integrating this to integrate digital assets into the space economy. We also developed a secure information sharing process and standard. These are guidelines for streamlining the use of blockchain to deliver secure Web3 enabled data orchestration. We are also investing in education and workforce training through our collaboration with the Cyber Halo Innovation Research Program. That's and the NSF Allspice Includes Alliance. In partnership with Pacific Northwest National Lab and the U.S. Space Force, CHIRP offers a 2-year pathway for students to pursue careers in cybersecurity, blockchain, and artificial intelligence. So through mentorships and internships, CHIRP addresses some of the workforce gaps in emerging technology to ensure a steady pipeline of talent for our economy. Led by Chaminade University and housed in the United Nations CIFAL Center, the Allspice Alliance is developing regional data science capacity to ensure progress towards the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. Next slide, please. So in 2025, the National DigiFoundry is really poised to be a leader in digital innovation. Our mission is aligned with national policy. It fosters international collaboration and investment in education. The NDF is not only addressing the current challenges, but also laying the groundwork for future, where digital assets play a central role in economic and social progress. We welcome you to join our family. And if you'd like to learn more, please email me at kevin@digifoundry.org. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kevin. And just want to reiterate what you've shared, that this was something that really we were hearing demand from really across this ecosystem for a functioning sandbox, place for people to collaborate in the United States. And when we'd heard those calls for several years, and then we asked people, at least on the startup side, because obviously there's some tremendous industry groups, that do have participation, but there was still seemed to be a gap, like on that innovation sandbox, and to go with the digitally native DAO solution. That was something that I know this is probably the first interagency DAO, and you've brought both broad interagency participation and then, of course, very strong participation across the private sector. So appreciate you sharing. And another very exciting initiative in the digital asset space, we've got Chris Calabia and colleagues from MIT and the MIT Media Lab. And I know, Chris, you've done quite a bit of work with Neha Narula as it pertains to also digital currency and a number of pilots on that side.
Thanks, Anna. So our team is the Digital Currency Initiative at MIT, and we study the future of money. But I did want to mention we have at least one link to space technology, and that is that our key project in 2022 was called Project Hamilton, named after Alexander Hamilton, the Secretary of the Treasury, first Secretary of the Treasury, but also Margaret Hamilton, who is an MIT computer scientist who developed the orbital flight programming for NASA's Apollo missions. So our team envisions a future in which it's as easy to send a payment as it is to send a text message. And we explore design choices that policymakers will have if a country decides to digitize its currency, such as if the U.S. Federal Reserve offers a digital version of the U.S. dollar. Now, we developed Project Hamilton that I just mentioned with the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston to research options for building a high-performance transaction processor that a central bank could use. And it's exponentially faster than existing commercial payment solutions. Now, electronic payments have one problem, and that is that they leave digital trails that can be collected and analyzed by others to market specific products and services to us or to monitor and track our spending. So privacy is becoming increasingly important to businesses and consumers. And we'd like to thank Anna and the National Science Foundation for awarding us an EAGER grant to study how technology could safeguard confidential information and potentially actually provide greater financial privacy than we currently enjoy. Now, as you see on the slide here, when a digital payment is made, the system has to answer two questions about identifiers associated with a person's account. First, does the account have money? And then secondly, is the balance in that account sufficient to make the payment? Now, currently, traditional banks record a mapping of account holders' identity to an account. So that is, a bank or an intermediary knows that Tom has $10 in his account. And that information could become known to others. So we're testing ways to use cryptography to protect information about account holders and their balances so that this mapping is actually not necessary. But institutions can still comply with regulations requiring them to know who their customers are and so on. So I'll turn it over now to Dr. Madars Virza, our team cryptographer, to explain our results.
Thank you very much, Chris. Our NSF EAGER grant supported the development of three capabilities that increase financial privacy and resiliency. On our next slide, we see that we first built an extension to OpenCBDC, the open source release of Project Hamilton, that would shield the transaction amounts from system operator, while simultaneously ensuring auditability of the total monetary supply. That is, while the system operator learns that each transaction correctly preserves the balance, it is no longer privy to the amount transacted. Second, also seen in that slide, is that we performed an end-to-end evaluation of multiple payment system designs that shields the transaction graph. that is systems that additionally not only protects values amount transferred, but also shields the identities of sender and recipient. And we proposed and implemented a new design that achieves greater scalability while preserving auditability properties. And this work was also a basis for MIT master's student thesis available on our website. And third, together with Bank of England, we explored how strong privacy, like systems we built above, could be reconciled with certain oversight needs. For example, using modern cryptography, privacy can be tiered by the value transferred. That's kind of like makes intuitive sense, right? Like buying an ice cream could be done with higher privacy than, say, making a down payment on a house or making a large political donation. And finally, on our last slide, I'd like to highlight two of these modern cryptographic developments that we used in our work and draw some interesting connections to other domains, including space. Well, we at MIT DCI use these technologies to improve financial privacy and resiliency. These technologies are actually general purpose. One of them is called zero-knowledge proofs. This capability lets one prove properties about encrypted data without revealing the data itself. In our work, we apply it to reason about financial transactions, for example, proving that encrypted transactions preserve balance. But others have used similar techniques to oversee encrypted traffic crossing trust domains or to improve supply chain resiliency. A slow trusted chip can cryptographically verify work of much faster untrusted chip. And second capabilities that we use is multi-party computation. This lets multiple parties provide inputs to a computation so that everyone learns output of the computation, but not the other participants' private inputs. And for us, there's a natural application in finance, like, for example, financial sanctions screening. However, others, like RAND, have proposed using multi-party computation for space situational awareness. You and I can be assured that our private orbits don't intersect without disclosing orbits to each other or to a third party. And this is kind of like our takeaway for this presentation. While we at MIT build systems that improve privacy, scalability, and resiliency of financial system, our work has perhaps surprising connections to other domains, including space. And as a cryptographer, I can say those are truly exciting times ahead. Thank you very much, and thank you to NSF for supporting us. And Chris and I are MIT DCI, and we would love to keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just having worked also with your group when I was co-chairing over the last 2 years, the digital assets R&D agenda, I know that there's just tremendous interest overall in your work, and that these areas and focus of privacy are just seen as so critical, you know, really across the country and many parts of the government, and certainly the NSF work, zero knowledge proofs and privacy have very much been an area of focus. Well, what an exciting group. Can you pull down your slides? Well, I'll try to get back in here. So now let's see that I'm back presenting, and just will want to pull this all back. I mean, going back, there's been so many presentations on the launch side that are very exciting, you know, on the currency side. And we're grateful for all the tremendous work that's being proposed across infrastructure and also launch and the data side. The next segment we're going to go into is one that, you know, we've been seeing this increasingly addressed across the government, but it hadn't been as common, you know, in conversations until the last year or two. And so we've got a number of very strong researchers and entrepreneurs and those who have served across the government in these spaces. So I think the order that we'll follow here is Charles Chase, who's really going to be opening our eyes to some of the importance of just paying attention and being open to new areas of innovation and science. Then we're going to have a brief presentation. And that's more of a keynote style presentation by Charles. Then we're also fortunate to have Ryan Graves, one of the fighter pilots who can speak to kind of ongoing experience with UAPs before going into an in-depth keynote by Dr. Hal Puthoff, and then followed, I believe, by presentations by StarSense and also potentially by Richard Van Der, who has also graciously offered to present in the 5 p.m. slot if we are running tight on time. So and just would say, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but before we segue to the next section, can I quickly highlight the regional network opportunities as it's highly relevant to the space applications we just went through?
Sorry, who's speaking?
Oh, this is Sean Mahoney.
Oh yeah, definitely. Sorry, Sean. I just couldn't
It's okay.
see.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry,
Please
Anna.
do. Please do. That would be great.
Okay. Can I share my screen real quick?
You may. Yes.
Okay. 1 second. And hang on, presentation. Okay, sorry, I'm getting it set up.
And Sean, we're trying to just go really quick on the government side.
Yeah, I know. It took a second to get it set up. Okay. So I'm just going to take a couple quick minutes to go over the regional networks at the Air Force Research Laboratory, because this is a potential funding opportunity for the companies and academia out there, particularly with the space applications that just spoke, because we actually have a call for proposals opening up next week with the Midwest Regional Network. And so just real quick, the regional networks are sort of an experiment that came out of our 2030 study, and it allows AFRL researchers to collaborate with small businesses and in academia and collaborate with other government organizations in research. And these are quick, like 6 month to a year efforts. So the main thing is that you're collaborating on the research with AFRL, so it's something of interest to the Air Force or Space Force. And so the Midwest Regional Network is led by Eric Lamb. The Mid-Atlantic is led by John Lugansland. I'll make sure that you guys have access to these slides. At the bottom here, you have the websites. For the Midwest Hub, again, they have a proposal call opening up next week. It'll be open for about 2 weeks. And the topics are overarching for energetics, microelectronics, hypersonics, and space domain awareness. Very, very broad. So if you guys have interest in doing research with AFRL and getting some funding put in for that. The Mid-Atlantic region focuses on quantifying performance in extreme environments, edge computing, and complex systems modeling. So again, you'll have access to these slides so you can get those websites if you don't have it. And I will exit stage. Thank you, Anna, for the opportunity.
Thanks so much. Much appreciated, Sean. And now we're moving into Charles Chase. And just want to say, Charles has spoken so many technology innovators and funders across the government. You really try to be very supportive of going where things are not fully understood, making sure that we are we're running things to ground, and not just making assumptions. And there's so many points in this presentation that really resonate with innovators and innovation funders, but we found that Charles makes those points in many cases much more eloquently than all or most of us. So really thrilled to have Charles here today. And Charles is both the founder of Unlab. He's also been a former leader at Lockheed Martin SkunkWorks, and he has also taught energy and advanced propulsion at MIT as well in a variety of different forums over there. So Charles, I wanted to give you the opportunity to do your own background, but thought I'd help out with some of that intro.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. Really appreciate that. And I don't think I deserve all those kind words, but thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to brief everyone on, something that's been a passion of mine really my entire life, is developing disruptive technology. And I believe that technology can enable an abundant future for everyone. And I know that's a lofty goal, but I really believe that's true. If you can please go to the next slide. And just a little bit of background about myself so y'all can calibrate who I am. Like Anna said, I run a research company called the Unlab, and we're developing breakthrough technologies. But prior to that, I was a Lockheed Martin Senior Technical Fellow at the Lockheed Martin SkunkWorks, where I ran the Revolutionary Technology Programs Group. We were the front end of the SkunkWorks. Our job was to create the future. And you could see some of the things that my team worked on and that I spearheaded and developed. new approach to hot compact fusion. That's really, I think, is a better mousetrap for hot fusion. We developed seamless morphing drones. You can see a picture on the bottom of it, this drone being tested in the NASA Transonic Dynamic Tunnel at High Q. I started out as a low observable engineer, a stealth engineer, a lot of experience working on materials and other sort of systems for making things invisible. I also support part-time right now as VP of Engineering and Special Programs, a orbital service vehicle company called Momentus. You can see that at the very top, our vehicle. We've launched 3 vehicles to date. And I just wanted to point out for this group that we have a mission coming up February of 26, where we're doing a DARPA in-space assembly of large structures. It's a reflector structure that we're going to just take the parts up and then assemble it. But the reason I'm mentioning that is that there is room on that mission for additional experiments. So if people have something that they want to get up in space and demonstrate, that's an opportunity. If you have interest, please contact me. I know it's kind of a shameless plug for that, but I think that could help the community get stuff tested up there in space. And you know, and then after my work at Lockheed, as Anna mentioned, I taught and ran some breakthrough propulsion and energy classes at MIT, and that was really based on my experience at the SkunkWorks and things that we were working on and that I was exposed to that really convinced me that there's a new way of generating propulsion and energy, something that we're not doing now. If you can go to the next slide, please. And so, you know, my fundamental premise is that there are unexplored, undiscovered, and probably unexpected ways of generating force and energy. And, you know, if we look at the world around us, you know, there's so many fundamental questions remaining in physics, data we don't understand, and phenomena we observe and experience we can't explain, you know, UAPs being one of those. You know, and I just show some examples here of things we don't understand. So anytime we think that, you know, science is done, or we know everything, we certainly don't. Only 5% of the universe is known. 0.5% is stars that we see. And, you know, as you know, thousands of galaxies are just in a little sliver of sky. So we don't know much of what the universe is. Life and consciousness itself, I put that on here, you know, the mystery of life and consciousness remains. Vacuum energy that is predicted by quantum theory and what we observe, there's 120 orders of magnitude difference between that, what we predict with quantum electrodynamics and the vacuum energy of free space based on the cosmological constant, something clearly there that we don't understand. And then if you think of the standard model itself, what we use to predict nuclear forces, weak forces, electromagnetic forces, has 19 experimentally determined parameters. And you know, what's shown there is Lagrangian, just to illustrate how complicated that is. And to me, that doesn't seem like a fundamental theory. And unfortunately, when I was growing up and trying to decide what to do, I really wanted to go into physics. There were these news articles about, well, the standard model has figured it all out. Headlines like that. And I'm like, ah, damn, I missed it. Well, I'll just go into engineering. I had a baby on the way too, so needed to support. You know, physics was a longer term thing, but you know, that's just you know, looking at that, that's just not so. And these are just a few examples. Next slide, please. So there's also all the phenomena people experience. And, you know, some of that is human capabilities, right? A real clear example of that are savants. Can you imagine being able to remember every word in 12,000 books or calculate numbers, 39 figures, you know, 39 different digits and being able to multiply that in your head? People can do that kind of stuff. So, you know, it just tells me that our understanding of what's possible is limited. And then there's these unexplained observations, you know, things like psychic phenomena, I'm just really reporting on what people experience. You know, Ingo Swann here, this is thanks to Hal Puthoff. You know, he was able to perturb a physical device, a quantum a magnetometer that was buried. And yet he was able, with his mind, to influence that. And then there's Wolfgang Pauli of the Pauli effect. And so people would not let him into their labs because what they said is a functioning device and Wolfgang Pauli may not occupy the same room at the same time, just like a fermions, because he would go in the room and everything would stop working. And then you've heard a bit about the unidentified aerial phenomena that people have been seeing for, you know, a long time. If you look back in history, there have been strange things the whole time. And, you know, even to the effect of, you know, people being able to levitate back in the, I believe it was the 1700s, maybe it was the 1600s, St. Joseph's of Cupertino, a famous saint, hundreds of people reported seeing the dude levitate. You know, I don't know. So my point is really simple, is that there's these things that people experience. This is, you know, that's true. So as scientists and engineers, we should have an open mind and we should try to figure out what the heck is going on, because there's all these different sort of things that happen. Next slide, please. And then further, you know, science engineering is fantastic, right? All the things it's enabled, but we have some self-imposed constraints that make everything work, you know, and that are based on what we've experienced and what we understand. You know, we have things like energy conservation. Well, energy conservation is really a bookkeeping system. Anytime we find a new source of energy, we'll say, oh, great. Well, we have to conserve that. We'll add that to the list, and then we'll keep track of it, and we can't create it and destroy it. So maybe there's a new source of energy. If we do find that, we'll just take it into account and bookkeep it. And, you know, there's some quotes on this slide, you know, for example, from Feynman, who said, it's important to realize that in physics today, we have no knowledge of what energy is. It's not like it comes in little blobs of a definite amount. It's not that way. And, you know, to the list of energy, I've always wondered about the energy of a thought or a question, of a human thought. You know, and there's an example in the middle of the slide here of Mendeleev, who, you know, came up with the, you know, the atomic table. That thought, that one thought he has such downstream impact on what we do and what we can happen. So what's the energy conservation of a thought? You know, our brain uses very little energy, runs on 12 watts. And yet that one thought, well, maybe it's been a lot of thoughts over many years, but still not much energy. And then the downstream impact is really significant. So I like this little saying about, you know, what a strange machine man is. You fill him with bread, wine, fish, and radishes, and out comes sighs, laughters, and dreams. It's so true. And then the models we have on the other side of the chart, you know, they give us the results we expect. And all these assumptions like Lorentz invariance, the Maxwell energy tensor, speed of light in a vacuum, causality, charge conservation, these things are because that's what we've observed. And that's what's held in all our observations. But any theory or idea that doesn't match with these things that we've observed before, like Lorentz invariance, we'll say, okay, that's out. Doesn't match that, so forget it. So I think that these are like mode closing assumptions. They're conditions and constraints, potentially ground ruling out new discoveries. Not that they're wrong, and not that you know, they're really important, but you know, it kind of limits what we can do. And you know, all along, people thought have said things were impossible. You know, these are some famous quotes, I'm sure. Heavier than air flying machines are impossible, by Lord Kelvin, who seemed to think everything had been invented already. Rocket will never be able to leave the Earth's atmosphere. More recently, George Hellmeyer from, the famous Hellmeyer questions at DARPA, he invented liquid crystal displays at RCA, and Peter Debye, the Nobel laureate, came to visit him, and they were talking, and Debye told Hellmeyer it couldn't be done, it would never work. But at that time, Hellmeyer had already done it, and he couldn't show him because it was proprietary to RCA. But that's just an indication. And then just recently, Sean Carroll, who was a professor of physics at Caltech, and this kind of addressed all the things that are kind of going out there. Something called a warp drive, extra dimensions, Casimir effect. All these things are true, but there's zero chance that anyone within our lifetimes or the next 1,000 years are going to build anything that makes any use of any of these ideas for defense purposes or anything like that. I mean, that's some hubris, I say, and I would love to prove him wrong.
Charles, that people get so excited about these slides because that's what innovators have seen, startups have seen. It's just no, never going to happen, and then people build it. So I think that your presentation is so much an invitation to be questioning, to test the boundary conditions, and it's an invitation into the fast lane, and see what can be built. So this is some of our favorite quotes that you've just shared.
Yeah. So I'm just sharing here some example areas of active research that could change everything. One, which is dear to my heart, is controlling the ever-present fluctuations required by quantum theory, vacuum fluctuations to generate currents and propulsion forces. That would enable unlimited satellite repositioning, maneuver without regret, or a continuous source of power, providing clean energy. NSF is supporting some of those activities. Thank you. We're building some devices. There's also all the work in extended electromagnetics. And that's an extra degree of freedom that's predicted that maybe we can take advantage of. And it really comes from the fact that potentials and not fields are fundamental. We all think the magnetic field, electric field, but it's been proven through the Aharnoff-Bahn effect, which is illustrated there, that even without fields present, the potentials have impact on electrons and other things. And so that could enable new communication pathways, EM weapons, might be what's behind the Havana effect, have biological effects. Some people are looking at generating forces from here. And then there's the work on to control gravitational coupling. And I just wanted to point out general relativity. It's nonlinear equations. There's 6 equations with 10 unknowns. So there's actually, you set the gauge, 4 gauges in general relativity. Many of those different equations are unexplored and haven't really been fully done, fully analyzed. So that, that could enable propulsion. People are talking about gravitational communication, intersection between magnetic effects and gravity. So those are just some examples of technologies that, are out there, not really proven yet, I would say, but they have the potential to meet what I think is the urgency of the moment and provide an abundant future. Next slide, please. And just, I won't talk too much about this, but this is the work I'm doing at the Unlab fluctuation flow propulsion, where we're directing the flow of these quantum fluctuations in nanostructures to generate propulsion forces. And by engineering an asymmetry through nanostructures and resonant tunneling diodes, we've used standard electromagnetic theory and standard quantum theory to show that a motive force can be generated. So no new physics, nothing like that. But standard analysis shows that a force will be generated, and we're building some structures to validate that force generation. And of course, it enables disruptive performance because there's no propellant, so you can maneuver without regret. And also, since you keep accelerating, you can go to near light speed, only limited by materials. And if you do a rotational device, of course, you can make an electric generator. We are seeking additional investment here to validate and scale the force generation. The first product we see are reaction control thrusters for spacecraft. And just one more quick thing, and on the next slide, this is something my colleague, Dr. Mo Arman, and myself, is really Mo's idea, but I helped him with that. This is a way of generating matter wave beams. So rather than a laser beam, it's a matter beam with fermions. And we're using our Harnaff-Bohm effect to put things, fermions, in coherence, which sounds like, wow, that doesn't sound like that would work. Because there's you can modify the fermions with no energy exchange. And so we predict that we'll be able to put those incoherent and generate a beam. And people have done those with Bose-Einstein condensates, at very low temperature. But using one of those constraints, Lorentz invariance, well, that fermion condensate is a beam in a different reference frame. So in my mind, that shows you can build a beam out of fermions, a million times more powerful than a laser, plus atomic scale manufacturing and maybe transport of matter over a distance. So that, so I hope I've been able to convey that we should all have an open mind, and that there's huge potentials in the future, and that's what we need to work on and encourage and sponsor the people that are willing to explore these unknown areas.
Well, thank you so much,
you,
Charles.
Anna.
Very grateful for your work, but also really grateful for everybody both presenting and then present today. And I know that we usually have orders of magnitude more people that watch it following the event. So really grateful for all those people who are questioning and are building, really from all across the country and all walks of life, all backgrounds. So this is inspirational what you've shared. So, and I think that there's this piece of the what's possible and the things that that might not yet exist, or are certainly not acknowledged in the science broadly, and what's commercially visible. But then there are other things in terms of what is visible. So I guess before I go into Ryan, just to note, we do have some great energy and sustainability segments around the 2 and 3 p.m. mark. But you also spoke about the intersections of energy and thought. So at 4 p.m., we are going to be having some of that, more the consciousness, and I'm seeing Paul Smith here. So we're going to have the remote viewing angles as well, a bunch of consciousness and communications type work. And then you spoke about extended electrodynamics, and we will have a session at 5 p.m. Eastern that's going to get into that in depth as well with some of your colleagues that you've worked with. So, like we said, there's the things that need to be built for the first time, and then there are things that are in the sky, which people have seen, many of these states, many of these countries across, as you brought up, Charles, not just recently when we have all these handheld citizen sensing, but also historically throughout history, various very interesting demonstrations. So Ryan is, as we've shared before, it's quite a high percentage of innovators and scientists, and business people as well, I've found, who have seen anomalous phenomena. Doesn't mean they know what it is, the boundaries of it, or where it gets developed, where it's from. But Ryan has shared with us that the percentage of pilots, have seen anomalous phenomena, and certainly craft and UAPs is exceptionally high. So as Ryan, you've said with us many times, it's operational, and it's been ubiquitous, and I think in your case on a day-to-day standpoint. So could you share a bit of that with us, please?
Certainly. Thanks for having me, Anna. I'm excited to share my experiences with everyone. And, I just want to preface this and say that, my motivation today for speaking about this topic is because, ultimately I'm concerned. I'm concerned about the implications of what we are seeing and the implications of what happens if we do ignore the ongoing activities that we were observing both in my time in the Navy as well as from the reports of pilots and other professionals that have been having similar experiences. As a quick background, I was formerly trained in mechanical and aerospace engineering and then promptly joined the U.S. Navy with the intent to fly the F-18 Super Hornet, which I was successful in doing. And in the 2013 time period, we had just returned from a deployment and began to upgrade some of our radar systems, which serve as our primary sensor on the aircraft, and with the sensor with which all the other sensors are essentially slaved. And when we upgraded our radar systems, it took about 8 months to do the entire squadron. So you may fly a flight in the morning with an older radar and a flight in the evening with the newer radar. And as soon as we started flying with the more powerful AESA APG-79 radar system, we immediately began to detect objects that were operating in our working areas off the coast of Virginia Beach. We would often see anywhere between 3 to 6, 7, 8 objects that would be apparently operating independently within the area and exhibiting a number of flight characteristics, from completely stationary and 120 knot winds to 200 and 350 knot range, often in a circular pattern or a racetrack pattern, or often meandering in a particular direction, but with inconsistent altitudes and inconsistent headings. As if it was trending in a direction, but ultimately was not maintaining any specific heading or altitude. And we would often see these objects supersonic as well, 1.1 to 1.2 Mach. And, you know, these flight characteristics were interchangeable. So you might have a stationary object that was operating in high winds, then accelerate to 300 knots and enter a holding pattern, and then accelerate supersonic and typically proceed out east over deeper waters. At first, our assumption were that these were some type of software error within the radar system itself, which is not uncommon with older systems. However, we're not supposed to be having such issues with these newer radars. But ultimately, what confirmed to us that these were, in fact, physical objects was the fact that we ended up having correlation across multiple sensor systems in our aircraft that were indicating that there were physical objects there, from the radar to the AT FLIR system to air-to-air missiles that would lock on with high confidence tracking on these objects. Ultimately, this came to a head when we had a near miss with one of these objects. 2 aircraft from my squadron were traveling to the working areas, and directly at the entry point, one of these objects went in between the 2 aircraft that were about 150 feet apart and came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft. Up to this point, we had been unable to gain a visual sighting of these objects, but when the pilot came back, you know, that was our first question: what did they look like? And he described it pretty simply. Looked like a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere. Because of the proximity of the occurrence, we were obligated to file a hazard report with the Naval Aviation Safety Center. But before we did that, the squadron safety officer took a moment to kind of poll the rest of the squadron to see how prevalent this issue was. Nearly everyone in the squadron of 30 people had issues with these objects, and 4 other instances of near midairs that went unreported within our squadron. In 2015, and so these occurrences continued to happen at this point. This is early 2013. We essentially had to deem them as a midair risk potential and essentially stiff arm all the objects. So we began changing the areas that we were operating in if too many of these objects were nearby. They did not seem to react to our presence. They weren't, you know, drawn to us. They weren't drawn away from us. They didn't seem to want to avoid us. They just seemed to be doing their own thing. And if we got too close to them, or we ignored them and allowed them to get too close to us, then there was a real fear that we could potentially lose an aircraft due to this. In 2015, we departed Virginia Beach for the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, where we boarded the USS Theodore Roosevelt and began one of our largest workup cycles to qualify our squadron, not just our squadron, but the entire air wing for our next combat deployment, which was coming up. The objects were already down there, or they followed us down, unknown, but we had over a dozen instances while we were attached to the Theodore Roosevelt executing this operation for about a month to the point where the admiral in charge of the strike group was emailing major commands across the eastern seaboard to warn them that there were multiple mid-air or near mid-airs, and that there was serious conversation about potentially canceling the entire training evolution, which would have had serious ramifications downrange to our operational status in the Middle East. I left the squadron shortly after that in 2015. And like everyone else at the time, you know, very focused on our mission, trying to put these in a box, so to speak, so that we could get out there and do what we needed to accomplish operationally. But in 2017, the New York Times released an article indicating that there was, in fact, a Pentagon group that was studying this. And they released 2 of the videos that we had captured during the incidents that were occurring off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. And for me personally, this leads to, you know, why I'm speaking to you here today, is that was really a wake-up call for me, and essentially a cry for help, that there was not the mechanisms within the Pentagon, whether the motivation, the political willpower, or the technology in order to properly mitigate these issues that we were having. And that's when I began to speak out and try to bring attention to this issue in a way that would hopefully lead it to a resolution that would allow the warfighters on the Eastern Seaboard and elsewhere to go about their missions without fear of these unknown objects causing issues to their training or potentially to their life. Since I've left the Navy in 2019, I have continued to focus on this topic, and through the work at my nonprofit, Americans for Safe Aerospace, we've received hundreds of reports from commercial pilots, from veterans, from military pilots, from intelligence officers, very well-placed and reputable people that have very hard to explain and hard to rationalize experiences that appear to indicate that the issue of UAP that we're experiencing off the Eastern Seaboard is certainly not limited to that area. There have been, you know, multiple sightings on the West Coast, on the Gulf of Mexico, over naval training ranges in Nevada. And with commercial airlines, they're seeing them quite often. Some pilots I speak to say that you can almost see them every night if you're in the right place at the right time. So, you know, just to step back for a moment, you know, what is a UAP, right? So, you know, the definition that I like to use is it's a unidentified object that is either operating underwater in the aeronautical airspace or in space that is exhibiting capabilities what we would consider to be beyond the state of the art. Now, a lot of people like to then make an assumption after that these objects therefore must belong to some other sentient life form, perhaps, you know, someone receiving some type of visitation. I personally am a person that kind of stops at the recognition of the issue itself. I don't have the technical frameworks, and I'm not sure who does, that would utilize such a framework to positively identify whether one of these technologies or UAP truly does originate from somewhere else. How do we get to that next step to understand it? And I think that's where a lot of the folks on the phone call today can come in to utilize their technology to be able to implement detection, tracking, and characterization schemas that will allow us to better understand the specifics of what we're seeing, how we can mitigate them from an aviation safety and a national security perspective, and how we can take that next step to better understand exactly what we're seeing and understand all the implications of what that may be. You know, I think we don't have to look much further than the recent activity that has occurred in New Jersey and many other places within the United States before Christmas time to show the concern that can be caused by unidentified aerial vehicles operating within our national airspace without any type of tracking, identification, progeny, or destination, or really even mission intent. It is, in my opinion, a very serious national security issue that you can watch in real time play out in places like Ukraine. And one thing I've learned recently is that we have both a deficit in various technologies as well as in policies and legislation that allow us to properly protect our airspace to these small form factor objects that are inherently hard to place. And what I mean by that specifically is that, you know, in my collaboration with various law enforcement agencies, I've learned that they do truly have a hard time detecting these objects on traditional sensors, on traditional radar systems. They do appear to be applying some type of signal management when it comes to their IR signature. And also RF as well has been very hard to trace. And so the reports that you've heard from the government regarding the so-called New Jersey drones do tend to be pretty accurate. It seems like the powers that be within the government are having a difficult time specifically pinning down the origin and the intent of these objects, which for me represents a very serious national security concern, regardless of your opinion on what the ultimate progeny of these objects are. You know, I hope you'll agree that having such uncertainty within our airspace is a critical national security risk that we need to resolve now instead of waiting for someone to give us permission to do so.
And thank you so much. And, you know, deep respect for your work in highlighting these very serious potential security concerns and, you know, with respect and deference to the national security elements. And as I think your point about regardless of provenance, people, we have data on things, and then what we find is that really a wide. I've personally seen ultra advanced craft and energetic phenomena, certainly not on a daily basis, but this is something that we see many people they might have seen in their work capacity, but it's more like, you know, just as the sun goes up and the sun goes down, you can see it at work, you can see it at home type thing. So many people have seen and experienced these things in their personal capacity. And the sharing of information, I mean, there's both the security and the threat implications, but also just we see the drive that builders want to understand what's possible. And when they look at these ultra high performance characteristics and this difference versus the state of the art, that's something that has increasingly the scientists, the researchers, and the builders just really looking at what's possible, which is, I think, a great transition to Hal, who's been focused really on both dimensions of this, you know, in terms of the building and the entrepreneurial side of it, but also the national security dimensions over many years. And Hal, I know you've got an in-depth keynote, so very grateful for your work and always sharing with us, Ryan. Much appreciated. And we'll try to go to Star. We might go to StarSense after Hal, or we also were initially planning on having StarSense in that 5 p.m. If that's a possibility. Hal, I think you're on mute, and so I'm going to just.
I'm there.
Okay, and I'm going to open up.
I guess you have control of the slides, right?
Yes, I'm going to open that up for you in just one moment. Get into the right presentation here. Okay, I've got it, and now I just need to present it here. And Hal, I would just share that we had really appreciated you had given some briefings to a number of folks in the innovation space, both across various agency colleagues and then also entrepreneurs and scientists. So you've shared shared some really interesting ideas and information, very similar to what you're going to share today. So grateful that you've given those talks in the past. And having seen this, you know, I know this is the presentation you're about to give has generated considerable interest. Really excited that this, you know, has broader dissemination that can be shared with a broad range of folks. And this will be posted online subsequently.
Okay.
So let's take it away.
All right. Following right up with what Ryan had to say, he mentioned the fact that he discovered there was a UAP or UFO program at the Pentagon. And so the information I'm going to present today is mostly what we learned in that program, which was originally highly classified, but has essentially mostly been declassified at this point. Next slide, please. So the problem for us as scientists is managing the transition from an intelligence problem to a scientific problem, and that's what I want to address today. Next slide. From an intelligence viewpoint, there are several projects that finally ended with Project Blue Book, but after the Condon Committee at the University of Colorado looked into the data, they claimed there was nothing here. We should just drop it out of this scientific enterprise. But the truth of the matter is, when you read the fine print, at the base of the memo that got rid of Project Blue Book, General Bollinger said, but anything that looks like it would affect national security that continued to be handled through standard Air Force channels. So the truth of the matter is it didn't get dropped, it just went dark. Next slide. What I got involved with was one of these programs that was initiated by the Defense Intelligence Agency in 2008. They were concerned about observation of all these crafts and drones of unknown origin. And so it turns out that 3 of the most powerful senators that are all part of the Gang of 8 decided there should be a new push on understanding exactly what was going on. So these 3 senators launched a program behind the scenes. They're part of the Gang of 8, so they're very, very tuned in to the fact that this is a real problem. Next slide. From DIA's standpoint, there are twofold natures of threat. The first one, of course, well, what is this? You know, who's behind this? And you might think that would be the big deal. The truth of the matter is, what they're more concerned about was future threat from potential terrestrial adversaries that might achieve some significant breakthrough on the basis of their investigation of the phenomena. So that's what they were most concerned about. Next slide. And well, they should be, because it turns out that in intelligence circles, they recognize that the Soviet Union had an enormous program involving dozens of military intelligence and research labs trying to get to the basis of exactly what was going on. Next slide. So they asked us to, they put out a request for a proposal that would address all of these issues that might have, you know, some significance for exactly what was going on. Next slide. So DIA chose Bigelow Aerospace as a contractor to address the potential threat. And Bigelow Aerospace contacted me and my organization, EarthTech International, to collaborate as a subcontractor. So that's how I got involved. Next slide. We began with a hypothesis for which there were reasons to have this hypothesis. Assume materials are available from crash retrievals of UAP. If so, obviously, it'd be subject to high-level security and compartmentalization. It'd be difficult for contractors to get expert opinion on the critical technologies. So we propose that they release materials to EarthTech. We would distribute them to subject matter experts without acknowledging the source, and that way we could make progress. Next slide. Well, that was denied. Because of the compartmentalization and high-level security, I said, no, not going to do that. Next slide. So in the absence of direct access to materials from the crash retrievals, we came up with a plan B, which was, well, who are the subject matter experts we would have taken those materials to? Well, let's just go to all those same people and ask and commission white papers about their subject areas, like a general survey as where their particular aerospace-related subjects would be in 2050, sort of a general survey of aerospace futures for Bigelow Aerospace. Well, we felt that was the best way that we would get boots on the ground to be thinking about the furthest reaches of all their technologies, which would be the ones that we were interested in trying to get some information on. So I let 38 contracts over a 2-year period. Next slide. I'll show you the areas that we covered. As you can see, we didn't lack in imagination as to what we should try to understand and take a look at, including things like traversable wormholes and so on. Next slide. Yet more, as you can see. So anyway, these were all the areas that we wanted to get subject matter experts to give us their best shot at where their field would be in the year 2050. So we generated a whole series of very informative papers on these subjects. Next slide.
Oh, I think these slides that you present are very, compelling in terms of the potential links with a wide range of the critical technology areas of focus, because sometimes people look at UAPs as separate, where it's actually, how does this pertain to some of these critical areas of technology? So
Exactly.
appreciate you bringing this up.
And I'm glad to see that these will be set up on websites, because it turns out that next slide. They were all bundled together and put on a highly classified defense intelligence reference documents. But it turns out that over the decades since then, most of these have become available through FOIA. So all that information is just generally available, and I would recommend that anyone who wants to pursue the high-level technologies that might be involved in UAP do go and check out these papers. Next slide. I'll give you an example of just one of them, space-time metric engineering. This turns out to be the paper that I personally generated. Next slide. Can reported anomalous observations be accounted for on the basis of known physics? Because certainly, and I'm sure that Ryan has run into this, they say, well, I see instantaneous turns at high Mach numbers, dropping from space and suddenly stopping on a dime. This is just way beyond our physics. Well, actually, I'm going to give a different argument. That is, it's not really beyond our physics, it's just beyond our engineering. So, for example, the apparent reduced inertial mass, can that be handled in our physics? Next slide. Let's say the answer is yes. Next slide. And we do that by taking an engineering approach to general relativity. Of course, we know that all of our electromagnetic phenomena we deal with, Wi-Fi, computers, etc., all originally came from engineering Maxwell's equations that are the basic equations of electromagnetism. Well, similarly, in Einstein's equations, we have something called the space-time metric, and Einstein's equations are typically used to analyze black hole mergers and neutron stars and all that kind of stuff. But I asked myself a question, which is, suppose we could engineer Einstein's equations. Would we be able to explain all of these oddball things that are being observed? And so I took a piece of paper, and on the left-hand side of the piece of paper, I listed all the weird things that pilots and others were claiming to have seen. And then on the right side of the paper, I listed, well, suppose we could engineer Einstein's equations, what would we expect to see? And it turns out those two lists matched hand in glove. Next slide. So some of the outcomes that summarizing here in this chart, you can go fast in the speed of light, you can arrange for the mass to be decreased, you can get repulsive sort of gravity forces, anti-gravity as we would call it, and so on. So all of these things, I'll give a few examples. Next slide. By the way, this isn't all just sci-fi of physicists who've gone over the edge. I was able to publish this in a straightforward physics journal. So all this is stuff I'm discussing today can be found in this paper. Next slide. Even earlier on, way back in 1994, Miguel Alcubierre decided to check into warp drive, the possibility of hyperfast travel within general relativity. And he came up with a model that's now led to a whole cottage industry of people examining potential various forms of warp drive. Next slide. So for example, you say, well, you can't beat the speed of light. Well, in special relativity, that's a statement that's considered to be true. But in general relativity, not so. When we say speed of light, what do we mean? Well, to an engineer, speed of light is that little equation up there. C is 1 over the square root of mu epsilon, which is the magnetic permeability and the dielectric permittivity of space. But if you reduce those values of mu and epsilon, then C goes way up. So the possibility of making a wormhole through space where you can travel at what from the outside would look like much higher than the speed of light, although it's not higher than the speed of light within the tube. You just re-engineered the speed of light. And again, this is not just sci-fi. This book cover I show here, this is a standard thing that's discussed within general relativity classes in universities. Next slide. So what are some of the consequences? For example, most of the electromagnetic radiation in our rooms, you don't see. It's infrared heat signatures. So ordinarily, it looks like a curve sort of like there on the left. But it turns out that under these engineering consequences, frequencies are shifted up in value. So for example, some of the infrared that we don't ordinarily see can be shifted up into the visible. So you'd expect these UAP to generally be show up as very bright objects, which is often the case. Next slide. But of more concern is that the visible part of the spectrum, which is ordinarily not harmful to us, can be shifted up into the UV or even up into the soft X-ray region, so you could get sunburn injury and radiation injury. And in fact, it's the reporting of injuries of this type that have come from individuals who've gotten too close to a landed but powered up craft makes me think that that's data that begins to support this hypothesis. Next slide. So what could be done to check for this model is do some analysis of the black body heat spectrum coming off of UAP and check to see if it's, as we say, blue shifted. Next slide. Now it turns out that as part of this program, we got a ton of data from Claris Island in Brazil, where in 77, 78, there were hundreds of UAP observed by civilians. They finally sent down the Brazilian Air Force investigative team, 1,000 pages or more of documents, more than 500 photographs, 15 hours of motion film, physiological effects, medical injuries. So all of that was entered into the database program for that DIA program, which is called AWSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program. So that data is generally available now. Next slide. Well, as I say, that was all a very highly classified program to start, but finally in 2017, the New York Times broke the story, and out it all came that there was this program. It had been hidden well, but finally it came out. Leslie Kean was a primary person to really get this going. Next slide. So there was a major newsstream media follow-up in 2017. You can see all the major media, and unlike previous situations where somebody reports UFOs and you sort of think, well, do I want to believe that or not? In this case, you had really quality people behind the program that went on the public record, like Majority Leader Harry Reid, top-rated F-18 pilots like Ryan Graves, a number of significant DoD and intelligence community officials. So this all came out into the open. Next slide. One of the things that was revealed in that 2017 New York Times article was that on several occasions, the advanced aerospace vehicle was dropping from 60,000 feet to 50 feet in seconds, depart at high velocities and turn rates. This is the so-called, now rather famous, Nimitz incident, in which an elongated egg looked like a tic-tac was seen carrying out these unbelievable maneuvers. Next slide. It's important now, though, that unlike the old days where maybe a farmer would say, I saw something flashing across the sky, and you don't know whether to take that face value or not, our data collection enterprise primarily in the defense industry has really gone up. So in this case, for these incidents, we had gun camera tapes, voice recordings, data link recordings, expert witnesses. So the data was really nailed down. Next slide. Forward-looking infrared radar displays recorded, got detailed debriefs of the pilots, such as Dave Fravor and Ryan Graves and others. And basically, assessment was that this is beyond inventory of the U.S. or any foreign nation. We got this data on multiple sensors, so you really couldn't throw it in the trash. So it was really clear that this is unbelievable advanced propulsion capability. Next slide. So with this all coming out into the public, Dave Fravor, who really had his own little dogfight with one of these UAP, went on CNN and said, I've never seen anything like this. It's not from this world. I wish I could fly one of these. Next slide. One of the people involved in overseeing parts of the program, Lou Elizondo, who's now quite well known for anyone who follows this field, went on a number of media to describe what was happening. Next slide.
Yeah, NASA podcast, by the way, recently with SpaceWERX.
That's right.
Came out
And
recently.
he has a book out called Imminent, which gives his experience in being part of this program. And he's still involved behind the scenes. So Pentagon decided.
And Leslie has one as well. So Leslie has a podcast also.
Oh, yes. Leslie has a podcast tomorrow, in fact, coming up.
Yeah, there's a big podcast at 3, and then there's a big podcast at 8 in terms of more information coming out in these areas. So you're involved in one at 3, maybe.
I'm involved in one at 3. Yep.
And then
and then on News Nation at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there'll be a major interview of whistleblower. It should be very interesting. So anyway, Senator Marco Rubio, who's now going to be in the new administration, a high place, requested that there be some kind of task force set up. And so one was set up under the Navy. They're going to require to detect and analyze all they could and submit report to congressional committees. Next slide. That eventually transformed into what's called AARO, Advanced Aerospace, All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And 22, 23, they came out with some reports and had to admit that there are events they could not account for. They didn't say, hey, we found evidence for extraterrestrial life or anything like that, but they just said, we have observations that go beyond what we can account for. And in 2024, another report came out giving kind of a long descriptive history of what had been going on within the DoD over the decades. Next slide. So basically, they had to admit that several events eluded identification, demonstrated unusual flight characteristics and performance capabilities require further analysis. And as these reports came out, nonetheless, I personally would have to point out that I and colleagues known to me who have briefed AARO on details of highly classified programs, they're not yet referenced in the public AARO reports. Hopefully that will change at some point. Next slide. As many of you may know, if you've been following this area, there was a major congressional committee hearing under oath in which Ryan Graves, who we just heard from, David Grush, and David Fravor, who is the one who saw the Tic Tac and the Nimitz encounter. Dave Grush was a very senior officer from National Reconnaissance Organization, NRO, and UA. Next slide, please. I think I listed there. Yeah. For the NRO and the NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, he, as part of his job, was asked to get data, and he interviewed 40 witnesses over 4 years. And in that congressional hearing under oath, he said he found there was what was called a legacy UAP crash retrieval program. And he reported to UAP Task Force, Department of Defense and Inspector General, and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, what he found. Of course, most of it has not been made public because it's all still highly classified. But the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community said what he presented was urgent and credible. That's about as good a stamp of approval as you can get. Next slide. So, in fact, based on all of this, Senate Majority Leader Schumer and Republican Senator Rounds actually introduced a UAP Disclosure Act of 2023 into the National Defense Authorization Act. And they asked that there be a UAP records collection at National Archives, that a presidential UAP records board be set up, and that eminent domain can be exercised with the government to collect anything that has been held by aerospace contractors and so on. And if you can believe, in an official congressional document, the term NHI, meaning non-human intelligence, was mentioned more than 20 times. Next slide. Only the first item passed, and that was the UAP records collection would be set up at NARA, that everybody in the government should send their records over there. I don't think they've gotten anything yet, as far as I know. Next slide. So, since it got shot down 2023, they brought it up again, exactly the same thing in 2024. Not yet been adopted, but nonetheless, the push for transparency on UAP issues continue. I'm heading to Washington to brief some senators on this whole issue this coming week, in fact. So anyway, I think the ball is being carried forward, and it'll be pretty hard to put it all back in the box. So we'll see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hal. Really appreciate your speaking with us on this. And obviously there's a lot that's public and discussable. So much in the news and so much that people brought forth, you know, from the private sector and from the various agencies. So we're going to
I appreciate you setting up the opportunities to get this information out to a smaller group, especially to scientific people.
Well, there's really that demand, you know, so there's that interest from the people building things. And then this is also something that is very much of interest to people in government. So we've not really typically spoken to people who aren't interested in hearing about this, regardless of what their level of prior understanding of the topic is in the state of play. There's obviously a lot that's changed in terms of what's publicly available versus just a few short years ago. So we're running a little bit short on time. We're going to be moving into the resources on and off planet. And I think we're going to be able to, Ryan, are we going to be able to get Star Sense in at 5 p.m. as was on the earlier agenda? Does that work? I'm going to assume that works, but I don't hear otherwise.
Check, but I'm sure.
Yeah, that works. We can do it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And then I know Richard and others had offered to go at 5 as well. So we're going to move into that resources on and off planet segment. Let me, is somebody else able to flip the slides, or, I don't know if.
I am back. Hi,
Is this
Anna.
Rose? Hi, Rose. Thank you so much. Would you mind flipping the slides, please?
I can.
Thank you. And so it's the resources on and off planet. A lot of exciting presentations here. And yeah, just we will have more in the extended electrodynamics, and then also some of these areas that Hal discussed in UAP Task Force at 5. We're gonna have consciousness technologies at 4. All right, so let's see here. Do you see where your slides are? Do you see what slide you need to go to, Rose?
No, I'm not set up. I need to be
okay.
Connected.
I'll do the first one, and then it's resources on and off planet. The first one is nth cycle. Is Chad on the line?
I am here.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I will go to that presentation and start. Oops, that's not. It's not where we want to be here. Resources on and off planet. Here we go. Hi, Chad. Great to see you again.
Good to see you again as well, Anna. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am Chad Vasitis. I am co-founder and chief scientist at Nthcycle. Nthcycle is a metals processing and refining company. We're based out of Boston metro area, and we have our first demonstration plant outside of Cincinnati. And as I like to say, we are the electrified path to an electrified future. So similar to the way that batteries are enabling electrification of the energy industry, what we are doing is electrifying the chemical industry, and particularly metallurgy. So one can see the benefits both economically and in greenhouse gas emissions of electrifying the chemical industry. Just sort of to give you an example, dissolving metals uses a lot of sulfuric acid, precipitating them uses a lot of sodium hydroxide. And what we're doing is we are generating those on site and then regenerating them on site over and over again, rather than using single-use chemical consumables. So producing chemicals with electricity rather than fossil fuels is sort of the direct savings there. But one can also see some of the indirect savings through, we do a lot of work on processing of lithium-ion batteries, in particular the nickel and cobalt. To produce 1 ton of nickel, it takes about 4 tons of feedstock. So we're transporting 4 tons in and 1 ton out. But on top of this, we need to transport 5 to 10 tons of reagents in, and then 5 to 10 tons of waste solids out, right? So this is the sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid in, and then the sodium sulfate out. And so by electrifying this process and generating these chemicals on site, we eliminate all of that transportation and the associated greenhouse gases, with our ultimate goal of eliminating all single-use chemical use altogether and completing all of our metallurgy with electricity. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. Again, switching out electricity for replacing hydrocarbons with electricity. On top of this, we need domestic refining. So in the United States today, if you look at a lithium-ion battery, nickel, cobalt, graphite, lithium are all processed and refined. That market is owned 75 to 80% by China. And so there are some potential global repercussions from not having this industry domestically. We did have it 40, 50 years ago, and we let it go. And now we are the first to try and make efforts in bringing it back. This is an innovative technology, the electrochemical process we're able to deploy quickly. So our facility in Cincinnati was constructed in under 12 months, and permitting was done in under 6 months. And again, reducing the greenhouse gases produced during these processes. Next slide. And so this is sort of a basic high-level diagram of our process. There's 4 major steps. There's the dissolution, the separation of the dissolved desirable metals from the undissolved deleterious fraction. We then put these dissolved metals through our proprietary electro extraction process, where we use electricity to generate the sodium hydroxide to precipitate metal hydroxides, and then at the other electrode, we regenerate acid, which goes back to the leach. And then finally, we filter our high-grade metal product. And although I've talked mostly about nickel and cobalt, we have done metals across the periodic table. So our technology electrochemically can allow us to sort of rationally move around the pH/PE diagram such that we can selectively precipitate or dissolve various metals. Yes, and again, all the materials that come out of our electrode extraction are recycled back somewhere earlier in the process. So that should give you a general idea of Nthcycle and what we do. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Chad. Great to see you, and obviously something very important, in terms of the environment, in terms of critical resources, and also our resilience. So a lot of implications there, and increasingly types of technologies, thinking about both terrestrially And then similarly, extraterrestrially, you know, when we're on the moon and other bodies, I think we're probably going to have some asteroid mining later on brought up. So really appreciate, and some chemical processes off planet. So really appreciate you bringing your expertise, both terrestrially, and looking forward to having you hopefully in the space conversation ongoing as well.
That'd be awesome. Thanks for the invite, Anna.
Fantastic. Great to have you. And we've got ESAL on. And so, you know, kind of back to U.S. leadership in extractive industries and the importance of also production, but also protecting water supplies as well. ESAL, you know, has quite a bit of that extractive experience. Can we hear you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Good. Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I'm Jeffrey Thine, CTO at ESAL. What is ESAL? ESAL stands for Engineered Salinity. So this is a little old tech, if you will, because right now this tech is focused in the oil and gas sector. However, it's applicable in mining, which we just heard about, the physical separation of materials. It bears into material science when you want to take things on and off a particular substrate, biomedical, CCS, but I'm just going to talk briefly about oil and gas. Next slide. So basically, these are the three phases of oil and gas operations that we are currently in. We've been doing this for 150 years. Drilling and completion, water floods, that's kind of the old tech. That's the old fields. 70% of the oil in the world comes from old fields that are gradually declining. If you look at the resource base, if you look at where you're going with this, we have our peak of discoveries were the 1970s. Nowadays, everybody talks about shale, but shale is a very limited resource if you want to step back from it for a moment and look into the future. So really, the key element here is in all those old fields, you've left 60 or 70% of the oil behind for various economic reasons. So we need to go to that third phase, enhanced oil recovery. And that's what we do. Average recovery in the world in all these fields is 30%. We can add another 15 to 20% to that. And that represents globally a supply without drilling another well, without adding any chemicals, any of that, of another 400 billion barrels. So that's useful in this energy transition because I want to know what those, what did he call them, lozenges, silver little things? I want to know what the power source is. Because here we are talking about, you know, transitions into power sources. And I was just at one of these meetings where DOD was particularly interested in electrifying everything. I don't believe ships and trains and tanks are going to run on electric for another decade or two. So right now, enhanced oil recovery, moving forward, extracting these resources in an efficient fashion, that's what we want to be. Next slide. How much difference can it make? These are actual figures. I won't bore you too much, but the figure is on the bottom axis, the x-axis, that's how much oil recovery there was going to be at these fields. You can see they top out about 30%. There's the global average. I moved it up to 35 because we're getting a little better at it over the years. The increase by simply changing salinity. Remember, you're injecting water flood. You're taking this water that's coming out, you're cleaning it a bit, and you're injecting it back in. By changing the salinity of that water, very little change in operational things, up to 24% of the original oil in place. Remember, we're getting 30. This is adding a tremendous amount potentially. Next slide. So NSF, thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys were crazy enough to pay for this. They've been chasing this in the industry for approximately 25 years. Hard, Shell, BP, Eni, you know, whoever, Total, Saudi Aramco. It never worked reliably. And what we needed was the ability to go in and do a series of systematic experiments very carefully. We now have the largest database in the world of this kind of thing. And we're putting it all into machine learning to turn it into algorithms that people can use to do this, predict this, look at their assets and figure out which of these assets can benefit from this process because it works in about 70% of the oil fields in the world. Benefit and how much benefit there is and what they need to do it. And again, you know, we're working without chemicals. We can work with chemicals, but we don't need them to have this effect. It turns out that when you're in a multi-phase system, an organic phase, a aqueous phase, a salty aqueous phase in particular, and a surface, that you can manipulate what goes on and off that surface with salinity. So you can imagine in mining, we can enhance mining operations considerably. We can enhance material sciences considerably, but right now we'll stick to oil and gas. Last slide. And I put up the question slide, but I know we don't have any time for questions unless it's Anna. So that's what I have.
Thank you so much. And, I think that, obviously this is an area where the United States has led, in recent years. So in terms of energy production, and just as we look at, the understanding of the importance of resources, there's somewhat of an expectation that leaders in power, leaders in conventional resources and energy will see the promise off planet, in terms of really building infrastructure, exploration, and cleaner forms of mining off planet, perhaps. Also, there's numerous resources that aren't as readily available terrestrially or in U.S. regions. So grateful to have your expertise, and we hope to be extending that invitation more broadly into your industry. So look forward to having you in the conversation as we continue.
Glad to be here.
Thanks so much. All right, so getting into some of that off-planet understanding of, we're looking at regolith simulants. We've got off-planet research right here.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, Vince. Great to see you.
Good to see you too. This is a great event. Thank you for putting it on. I'm going to take my camera off to save bandwidth so that we can proceed. So. Hi, everybody. My name is Vince Rue, and I am one of the founders and lead researchers at Off Planet Research. We are located in Everett, Washington. Off Planet Research simulates or recreates extraterrestrial environments for testing spacecraft and landed technology with our current focus on the lunar environment. As engineers, we know testing and good testing materials are important for increasing mission assurance, cost effectiveness, and to speed the development of space-based technologies. We've developed icy lunar regolith simulants, thanks to NSF, to provide we also provide consulting experience on working with lunar regolith and conduct component testing, and we also develop our own technologies such as seals, attachment methods, and dust covers. Next slide, please. Volatiles refers to the frozen components that have been discovered in lunar ice. In 2009, during the LaCrosse mission, NASA crashed a satellite into the South Pole and discovered water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and methane, to name a few, is all in the ejecta plume. With one data point of ground truth, there are many unknowns for volatiles, but they have revolutionized how lunar resources can be used. What makes the ice in the permanently shadowed regions attractive is that even with limited ground truth, there is believed to be 5% water ice plus other ice constituents mixed in, which is about 15 gallons of water per ton of regolith. This is what makes mining polar moon ice so attractive. Laboratory research with realistic lunar icy regolith simulants can begin to answer some questions about lunar icy regolith. Since it's anticipated that the chemical composition, physical structure, and concentrations of the ice will vary, studying the many possible variations of ice that we may find on the moon will be important. One application, as seen in the photos on the right, in one of those applications, two different mixtures of icy regolith were created to demonstrate the ability of the instrument to detect different chemical compositions. The graph on the right shows the results compared with the data from the LaCrosse mission. Under a Phase 2 NSF SBIR, we are continuing to expand our capabilities in producing icy regolith simulants with a variety of volatile components at ultra-cold temperatures, as well as different methods of supplying these cryogenic and sometimes quite corrosive test materials. Next slide, please. Lunar resources can help address the business case of how we can afford a sustained space presence. When it costs millions or even billions of dollars to get something to the moon, it would be too expensive to bring everything from Earth for a lunar settlement. Science and research goals can only fund so many missions, and governments can only fund so many missions. It would be hard to make the case for a long-term presence without being able to show the financials of why we need to go to the moon, not just why we want to go. And this is where lunar resources come into play. We need to be able to use the resources of the moon, Mars, and asteroids to literally propel ourselves into deeper space. This all starts with the idea of in situ resource utilization, or ISRU. ISRU is the idea of living off the land and using the resources around you. Luckily, there are many resources that can be extracted from the regolith and used on the lunar surface. Lunar regolith is at least 40% oxygen by mass, and glassy minerals make up over 90% of the moon. There are a variety of metals and crete components, which is potassium, rare earth elements, and phosphorus in the regolith as well. And of high interest is the water the Lacrosse mission found during its mission in the permanently shadowed regions. Icy lunar volatiles can be used in rocket fuel, breathable air, drinking water, and in agriculture. The remnants of the lunar regolith that has already been extracted can be used in sintering or 3D printing applications to make tools, construct buildings, protective thermal and impact shields, and roads. We look forward to continuing to support the research being done in these areas, and thank you for your time, and thank you to NSF for funding this important work, and we're really happy about it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Rose, I think we're going to try to move into AstroForge, but Stephen, if you can pull up the AstroForge deck and just present, that would probably be easiest. Or do you want to do that after a Clarity? I think Stephen's got a time crunch. Let's move into a Clarity, and then Stephen, you be ready to present from your computer. Julie, welcome.
Hi, Anna. Thanks for having me. Very happy
Great
to
to
be here.
have you. Thank you.
It seems like the slides went away. Are we able to see those again?
Can we put them back up, Rose? Sorry, we're going to have Stephen
No, it's
put up.
not me. I think that because you call out, I think Jack might be doing this.
Oh, well, thank you, Jack, for doing it. Rose,
Yeah.
are you able to get in and start flipping?
As soon as he pulls the deck up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, fantastic. So my name is Julie Westmullen. I'm the founder and CEO at Clarity. We got started in 2017 and we're funded pretty significantly by Anna and her team at the National Science Foundation. So thank you to the National Science Foundation especially. What we do at Clarity is we destroy PFAS forever. And we use electrochemistry, essentially electrochemical oxidation, to destroy PFAS forever chemicals in reactors. PFAS, for those who may not know, I assume majority of you do know, but they stand for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. And these are known as the forever chemicals that you find in Teflon pans. They're in our pizza boxes. They're used in the semiconductor industry. They're used in a lot of other industries for important uses, but they persist and they're toxic and carcinogenic. And so what we're essentially trying to do is to break these down right at the source, right in industrial sources. We use conventional electrochemistry and electrochemical oxidation with an anode and cathode and truly break the carbon fluorine bonds and mineralize PFAS chemicals. Traditionally, PFAS that is found specifically, we focus on PFAS in liquid waste. It's, it bioaccumulates in the environment, and about 50% of it ends up in landfills. So a logical place where we deploy is at landfills. And essentially, we're destroying PFAS in landfill leachate before it's discharged back into the environment. We're doing that as opposed to these capture methods like ion exchange and granular activated carbon. You'll see IX and GAC down here. Ion exchange and granular activated carbon that capture PFAS. There's concentration. There's somewhat of a newer deployed technology called foam fractionation, where you bubble air through water, and it captures the surfactants in this PFAS layer. And oftentimes what we'll do is that's a great way to concentrate it, along with membranes. We'll take that concentrate and destroy PFAS in that concentrate. There are other destruction technologies out there besides electrochemistry and electrochemical oxidation. There's supercritical water oxidation, plasma, and others. And to be honest, there needs to be more. We've been doing this for almost 8 years now, and there are certainly competitors out there. But to be honest, there are more collaborators. We don't have enough innovators to solve this massive PFAS problem. We're working together to do that economically in the field. Next slide. Okay, fantastic. So essentially we have 3 products. The first you'll see is our essentially our lab scale mobile bench system. We process water and bring that to customer sites, and we can also do processing in our new global headquarters in Massachusetts. The second picture you'll see here is the inside of one of our mobile trailers, and we take these to customer sites, truly deploy. We've got everything inside that trailer, including a mini lab, full-scale reactors, and we'll demonstrate for weeks to months. The longest running system we have going right now is more than 6 months, which is really, really quite amazing at a customer site treating groundwater there. And the final picture on the right is our Octa, and it's essentially 8 of these reactors that you'll find inside of the trailer that just skid it up all in parallel. And so we're able to process a fair amount of liquid waste and destroy PFAS, up to 30,000 gallons per day, which is really fantastic. Getting into more applications, especially working with DoD on groundwater applications, Semiconductor, doing a lot of work with the PRISM and CHIPS Act and whatnot. So we're excited to be eliminating PFAS from the supply chain, or at least getting into the environment and keeping things going while it's critical to phase out PFAS in non-essential items. And that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Well, what a contribution terrestrially, and we're also grateful to have your expertise in the space conversation, because we're going to need that talent, as we look at what's possible off planet. Thank you, and hope to keep you in the conversation.
Absolutely happy to be here. Thank you.
And so now we have AFWERX coming up. So to get concrete about some of that off-planet mining, welcome, Stephen. You might be on mute.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Now we hear you. Great. Good to see you. Thank you for making the time.
Great to see you as well. I apologize, having some technical difficulties. Matt, the CEO, the brains behind this operation, is not here. You merely have the bronze behind
You're good. Let's roll right into it.
Yeah, look, we are mining critical minerals from asteroids. We're surrounded by about 10 million near-Earth asteroids. A lot of them have a ton of critical minerals we need, but we're really focusing on platinum group metals because there is a terrestrial market for that right now. We plan on running autonomous missions to bring back about $70 million worth of platinum group metals, blended iridium, palladium, ruthenium, and selling those on the terrestrial spot markets. So where we're at, our first mission launched in April 2023, and that was a prototype of our forge. NSF has blessed us with their support, and we have adapted that technology a ton, which we can talk about a little more. But our next mission is 5 weeks away, and we are doing a flyby mission of our target asteroid, and we'll be launching on Intuitive Machines too. So real quick, let's see, next slide. Some of the things we've built, most of the team is former SpaceX folks. We're very much, build it before we buy it. We have created very cheap deep space imagers. We've built a very low cost, rad hardened deep space craft all in-house. Again, these are like very important skills that we've developed because we're going to make a lot of these, and they will hopefully mine autonomously on their own, which has led to quite a bit of advancement in onboard detection and just targeting objects in deep space. But what I'd love to talk about more is our refinery. So like I said, A Love for All Mankind, great show, but bringing huge chunks of asteroid back near Earth doesn't really make a lot of sense economically right now. So we really think we need to mine and refine these asteroids in situ. So in about a 9-month mission, we hope to get about, like I said, a metric ton of platinum group metals. What we worked on with NSF is really refining that process, no pun intended. When we met with ARPA-E a couple years ago, they were like, look, you guys don't have enough energy at that distance to remove a significant amount of material. And they were right at the time. Fast forward, we've done some great collaborative research with, again, NSF or Lawrence Livermore, a lot of other folks. And we've developed a dual laser system that removes orders of magnitude more material, which hopefully we will share more about in the future. Let's see. That is trying to think what else. Obviously, the long-term benefits here. Cleaning mining process, more access to critical minerals that are just frankly not available anymore on Earth, like iridium. They think all the iridium on Earth now came from the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, RIP. But as our demand for those resources increases, we're going to need to have another source. And right now, China and Russia control 96% of the platinum group metals. And to put a fine point on that, we need to beat China to mine an asteroid. They already control a lot of our terrestrial supply chains. We can't let them control space, and that is a big part of what we are trying to do. So I guess I will stop there. Actually, one last point. We think a lot of the technology we're developing could be used for Lagrange point monitoring, space domain awareness, and some other neat things in cislunar and deep space. Again, thanks, Anna, for trusting us and being such a great partner in our journey. So keep an eye out. Intuitive Machines 2 launch in 5 weeks. We're excited.
Really exciting, Stephen. So thank you for sharing with us, and ready for the next presentation. Next slide. Great to see you. All right. Interloom. Very excited to have Interloom on. Whoever is presenting is on mute. I think it's not Gary, it's someone else.
James Antefit.
If they're not on, we can always come back to them.
Yeah, James was having some technical difficulties earlier. He might be again. So we'll bump his down.
Yeah, we'll come back into them. Let's move to the next one, Rose, and then we'll come back if you don't mind.
Right.
And then I think Meaty's trying to is trying to join up with us too, Jack. So if you can just resend them, Phil Graves. That. Do we have Avalanche with us yet?
I'm here.
Excellent. Great to see you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, so Avalanche Energy, we are a compact fusion reactor startup out of Washington State. And I think what a lot of people think of when they hear fusion is kind of the big power plants being developed by some of the other startups out there like Helion Zap or Commonwealth Fusion, or what some of the stuff the DOE is involved in, like ITER or PPPL or whatever. We're a little bit different in that we've got a different scheme, and the physics allow us to be very small. And so, you're probably familiar with SMRs, small modular reactors. We're trying to be kind of the fusion equivalent of that. I think there are some kind of contrarian truths about what we're doing that maybe aren't so obvious, and that's that fusion isn't confined to large billion-dollar industrial facilities. It's not just going to supply power to the grid. It can also support mobility and distributed applications, for example. And there's a lot more to offer than energy. If you can create neutrons, for example, you can produce what's Q less than one device. That is a device that doesn't necessarily create net power. You can unlock a large business and opportunities in things like radioisotope production or radiation effects testing or materials development and other things. Slide, please. And basically how it works in a nutshell, and our brain isn't here either. That's Robin, our founder. I'm kind of the knuckle dragger of the company, but I'll give you the Mike Prado 101 on this. Is basically it combines two types of technologies that already exist that are off the shelf. One being an orbit trap, and orbit trap is a mass analyzer that traps ions in an orbital motion. It kind of analyzes them using electrostatic fields. And the way it works is ions are injected into the orbit trap, and those ions are trapped by an electrostatic field that causes them to orbit around a central cathode. And and that's the magnetron, and basically so we have that, and then we have we combine that with a magnetron, and a magnetron is what you might find in like a radar or a microwave like you have in your kitchen. It's basically just a vacuum tube that generates microwaves by converting electrical magnetic energy into heat and then produces electrons. So basically by combining those ions with electrons in the same in plasmas in the same shell, we believe we'll be able to hit the plasma densities and lifespans required to create actual useful fusion energy. So there's no injection of lasers or super high Tesla magnets or anything. We do use magnets, but they're nothing like the magnets you'll find in like a tokamak system or something like that. But theoretically, we'll be able to increase as we increase the voltages in our cathodes up to hundreds of kilovolts, we'll be able to achieve Q greater than 1 conditions with our plasmas. Slide, please. Some of the applications we're targeting, we're focused completely on mobility. Grid's nice, but that's not where we're going. So think of kind of for the military, maybe tactical edge applications. So power at the leading edge of the battlefield. So powering small forces, bases, maybe underwater systems, unmanned systems is one of the things we're looking very heavily at. In fact, we have a contract with ONR. We're finishing up a concept design for an Orbitron, so we call it an Orbitron reactor, for a unmanned surface vessel. So the Navy and a lot of the other services are very interested in increasing mobility and reducing energy footprint, energy demand, as well as distribution and logistics in these contested logistics environments. So against near peer adversaries like China, for example, that have the ability with weapons that can reach out and touch ships and friendly forces thousands of miles. Well, that's going to disrupt a supply chain. And so the idea is that if they can produce the energy they need at the tactical edge, there would be a lot of advantages to that, and it aligns nicely with commercial sector needs that are growing. So, data centers, edge computing, energy like facilities in austere environments, like in the mountains or on islands, things like that, where access to cheap grid energy is not feasible. Deep sea mining, for example, how do they? There's companies that are developing autonomous vehicles that are going to go to the bottom of the ocean and mine all these rare earth minerals that we need to electrify the global economy. Well, it's hard to do. There's not enough minerals in mines ashore to do that. A lot of it is actually at the bottom of the ocean. So getting after that would unlock huge markets for not just mining, not just for other technologies that require those minerals, but also for fusion, which will provide energy at some of these, in some of these austere environments where access to energy is practically impossible. Slide, please. So one of the projects that we're working on is we have a project with DIU's Nuclear Advanced Power and Propulsion program to fly and operate a fusion reactor in space by 2027, maybe 2028. We're actually modifying a contract or an OT agreement that we have with them right now. Originally, it was to power a spacecraft with a kind of this super cool plasma thruster being developed by UW, but we're not going to do that anymore, to accelerate this and get fusion into space and kind of create a Sputnik moment by actually generating neutrons in space and putting it on a ride share and get it up there. We're targeting a actual fusion demonstration by 2027. So what it could look like, though, in reality, kind of a concept design there in the lower left that we've developed and Aerospace Corporation has helped us put together, is that what you see there in the lower left, kind of a 1 kilowatt system. the Orbitron is kind of the end of the boom there, and there'd be some minor shielding and some radiation panels for heat dissipation. But Space Force is very interested in technologies like nuclear electric propulsion that resists lunar maneuverability. NASA is very interested from the perspective of power on the moon and for the lunar economy. So Interloon, it's going to be mining helium-3 on the moon. Helium-3 is a potential fuel source for fusion machines. You would need nuclear power to extend your operations on the lunar surface, for example. So there's just some of the things we're working on. There's a lot of other enabling technologies that Avalanche is working in, because I think enabling fusion in the future is going to require other things to be invented. Like, well, for us, it's miniature high-power devices. It's going to be high-entropy alloys for plasma-facing components, which have applicability in like hypersonics and other defense spaces. So we're actually working with the Air Force on that right now. We just got a contract with them. Alpha voltaics for direct energy conversion of alphas is another area that we're working on, and DOE is interested in that. So I'll stop there. Thanks, Anna, for the opportunity to present.
So much. This is really exciting, and looking forward to hearing more about this work. And obviously a lot of good work in fusion, and a lot of focus both on and off planet. We will have one more fusion presentation in the 5 to 6 slot, so you might be interested in sticking around for that, as might others. Moving into Dr. Kosmuta, if she is around. I know she was supposed to be in another segment.
Yeah, I'm here, and yeah, thank you. Thanks for the invitation. I did stick to the instructions. I have 3 slides. I'm gonna be very brief. It doesn't mean that we don't have more documentation and needed, but hi everybody, thanks for the opportunity. I'm Ioana Kosmuta. I'm a serial entrepreneur with world-renowned academic training at Caltech and Stanford. I worked at NASA for over 15 years. I'm the founder and CEO of G-Space, the world's first online platform dedicated to real-time analytics for space manufacturing, which we also refer to microgravity manufacturing. Next slide. Manufacturing in space was once an inaccessible dream. Today, due to the new space highway, that dream is a reality, and there are high-value products that can only be manufactured in space. Microgravity in itself is not a novelty. It's a game changer for manufacturing, and it offers a unique environment to observe processes at the morphological level that are impossible on Earth. However, the problem is that production in space lacks streamlined data collection and real-time analytics, standardized protocols that without them leads to siloed data. That has an estimated 200 million annual cost to the industry and still hinders realizing microgravity's full potential. Next. Our platform captures and analyzes these processes in a standardized, scalable way, and it's crucial for the next frontier in manufacturing. We have a comprehensive microgravity image data set, so we really focused on images and videos. We've curated over the past 5 years microgravity data extracted from real flights across multiple flights in space. And we went and we curated the images and videos to look at the terrestrial and the space corresponding images for material science material and life science applications, plants, whatever we could find in a diversity of repositories. So that's over 100 terabytes of data. Not only we did this, but we've also developed machine learning modules that analyze these images and videos in order to extract the physical properties that then we can compare with and without gravity. That's our main focus. However, we can also use the comparison for different or tracking for different other conditions. And we envision this platform to actually help those who are preparing for microgravity flights in the terrestrial settings, so that when you go to space, you avoid the costly trial and error. And with the machine learning algorithms, which right now can optimize that envelope that you should explore in space in order to get the quantification of how much microgravity makes your system better. So we can do that optimization and then evolve it into a predictive tool. So we provide this streamlined, standardized machine learning platform, pre-trained for space manufacturing. What used to take months in terms of the analytics, right now we can do in hours. We're looking for beta testers, and we're scheduled to go live at the end of Q1 of this year, and on the NASA side at the beginning of Q2 2025. So like I said, we're really looking for beta testers right now to add to our pipeline and create test the functionalities or add functionalities that improve this workflow. And yeah, please take my contact information, ioana@gspace.com or info@gspace.com. Myself or anybody from our team will respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is great, Dr. Kuzmuta. And I see Curtis just came up. Hi, Curtis.
Hey, thank you, Ioana. I appreciate it. I just wanted to mention one thing that Ioana and G-Space finished last year was a collaborative SBIR analyzing the retinal implant manufacturing with Lambda Vision. So they're already starting, as she said, the real challenge is gathering the data we need, but we've started down that path, and we believe this will make significant differences. So thanks for coming, Ioana.
No, thanks, Curtis. Appreciate that. In fact, we published that paper with Lambda Vision, as well as 3 other papers last year. So we have a suite of 4 papers that we published. If anybody's interested, we can share. And that captures more details, not only about our platform, but also the application of our platform in, like you said, Lambda Vision, tissues on a chip, and fiber optics. And we have some more of these papers coming out this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we did, in December, we did have a meeting that one of the segments we went into was in space biology. And we haven't had as in-depth a full day dedicated terrestrial and in-space biology, but hopefully we'll be able to have one of those this year.
That's great. That's great.
So hope to be able to have you join us at that time.
And we'd love to help. Yes, sure. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there is somebody else from this segment. Oh, Phil, you're here. Great to see you.
I am. Great to see you.
Hey, Anna. Sorry to interrupt. Can we call out here Lynn Harper? I think she might be able to hop
Definitely.
online.
Yes, that would be great. You're saying she's online right now?
Yeah.
Hi,
Lynn,
Lynn. And then we'll go to Phil after Lynn. As we said, Lynn, I know you're very modest. We were hearing about how I was saying that you were one of the founding mothers of in-space biology, but then in addition to that, apparently you were very active in the establishment and/or funding of the ISS. So, and now obviously you're doing so much on in-space commercialization. So we're thrilled to work so closely with you in the space economy, and are grateful to have had your leadership through much of the morning, and of course, working quite closely with you.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. And I've been attending as much of this as I possibly could. Unfortunately, I had to drop out for a few hours, but just one minor correction. I'm not really responsible for in-space biology, but I was responsible for the science of astrobiology. So there is a difference between them, and just to note. But I think that the topics that we're talking about now are extremely important, given how well everyone has been reporting results over the past 5 years. It's not a fluke, it's a trend. And also we're getting China reporting excellent work that they're doing with their own space stations. So as Anna, you raised the question that I think is central to the US interests and strategy for the national space program investments going forward, was if we want to compete in the materials and products of the industries of the future, we are very likely very likely to need to go to space. And if we want to compete to win against technically sophisticated countries like China, we're going to need to step up our game quite a bit. Over what we're able to do today, which means not the loss of the space station as much as the expansion of all of the capabilities that we need in LEO to allow a lot of things to go forward. So thank you very much for the opportunity to put that in. And I am very excited to see what I'm seeing today, not just for in-space production applications like LEO, but also for resources throughout the solar system so that our kids don't need to go to war over rocks. US can have resource independence. They're all over the solar system. And some of the infrastructure items that you've been talking about here are absolutely essential to that success. So thank you for the opportunity to say something. And I am looking forward to listening for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Len. It's amazing to have so many great innovators on, people who are building things and creating value. It's an extraordinary time, and we look forward to working with them to bring more people in. Phil, very excited to have you and Meaty, what important work in protein, and certainly so much you're doing terrestrially, but also over time, some of these areas might be very important off planet in terms of the more resource efficiency.
That's our goal, change the protein paradigm here in Earth, and also do it in the broader universe.
Great. Well, would you mind pulling up your slides? Because I think we didn't really have them in advance. Great. Excellent.
Somebody's got them.
Fantastic.
Okay. And so five minutes-ish, that's the goal?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody. An honor to be here. My name is Phil Graves. I'm CEO of Meaty Foods. As I said, our goal is to change the protein paradigm. There are some problems with big meat and with plant-based 1.0, neither of which are what we operate in. So we are a mycelium-based protein company. Of course, mycelium is part of the fungi family. And if we can go to the next slide, we'll show a little bit about why that matters here in Earth and ultimately in space. So for those that don't know, humans have been eating mycelium for thousands of years. It's part of being processed into blue cheese or tempeh. People haven't necessarily known they're eating it. And so what we're trying to do is bring this high quality, nutritious protein to market and ultimately raise the bar for nutrition, give consumers a healthier alternative, give people a food and a protein that is incredibly nutrient rich, and solve a lot of intractable problems that we are seeing in terms of sustainability. Our food supply chain is broken. Most protein uses immense amounts of water. We're running out of topsoil. We have to make some dramatic changes within our food supply chain, or we're going to have a true food crisis in the coming years. If we can go to the next slide, we can unpack a bit about the health crisis. And I'm a firm believer that food is medicine, and people need to view that accordingly when they decide what they put on their plate. If you're going to put a factory farmed piece of meat or an ultra processed food that contains a list of 37 ingredients, half you can't pronounce, you ultimately are going to have health issues as a result. So if you eat clean, whole foods, complete proteins, we'll see Meaty's mycelium and other solutions that leverage mycelium as opportunities to help treat, prevent, and ultimately perform better on this planet and beyond. So you can see some of the statistics about kidney disease, diabetes, heart disease that are diagnosed. Many more, almost half of the country in some of those categories are at risk for having these significant health ailments. And more people are trying to say on a per 100 calorie basis, how can I get the most bang for the buck in terms of protein, in terms of fiber? And Meaty, in my view, is one of the best possible solutions to feed a growing population and to look at taking out of our terrestrial areas over time. Next slide. here we showcase some of the nutrition credentials of our mycelium. So if you look at it on a protein basis, one serving has 2.5 of the protein equivalents of eggs. Fiber, it's the same thing as eating 2.5 bananas. More zinc, double the zinc of the same amount of pumpkin seeds. Ergothenium, we just learned here recently that incredible antioxidant. So if you take a supplement, you get 5 to 10 milligrams. If you eat a meaty cutlet, you get 35 milligrams. Mind-blowing. Same thing with magnesium, amino acids, the building block of protein. And importantly, we're fit for every lifestyle. So again, we don't want to get into the wars of plant-based versus animal-based, because if we look to nature for inspiration like we do every day, we're neither. We're fungi. We're in an entirely different kingdom. So whether you're a vegetarian, a vegan, a flexitarian, or a carnivore, we have all of those in my family. There's a place for meaty on your plate. Next slide. Here we outline the scalability. So in my career, I was an executive at Patagonia, helped launch their food business called Patagonia Provisions and scale that up. I was CEO of a company called Wild Idea Buffalo, which sets the high bar on the animal-based protein side. One of the key competitive advantages to meaty is our scalability. So in our production facility where I'm sitting today in Colorado, we can take a spore of mycelium, just a teaspoon's worth, and in 3.5 days' time, get the protein equivalent of hundreds of cows, or as I like to say, bison, given my time in the bison industry. So incredibly scalable. Long term, you can see the economics pencil out really well. And then if we go to the last slide to land it, it's the most sustainable protein for the planet too. We've done a third-party life cycle assessment, an LCA. The sustainability credentials are as good as the nutrition credentials. So we use 10 times less water than soy, nearly 90% fewer greenhouse gas emissions compared to traditional steak. And couple that with the scalability of our product and process, it is one of the most sustainable proteins on the planet. So I'll land it at that. Again, this is a real treat to get to showcase a little bit more about meaty and our mycelium. And I sure appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Phil. This is really exciting, and I've known your team, really from the very beginning. So it's great to see the potential impact. I mean, obviously nationally, but then globally, in terms of the potential in the longer term to have a dent on just providing protein to people around the world. And so for those of us eating proteins, the other part not mentioned is it's fairly delicious. You really, you've got texture, you've got taste. So, I think, I don't know all the places you're available, but I've tried it at Whole Foods, and I think you might be at Target or Walmart. And so it's, but importantly, that ability, like you said, so obviously terrestrially, but then as we think about options off planet in the dark, taking a teaspoon and then changing that into the equivalent protein wise of however many bison, hundreds of bison or cows a few days later. I mean, this feels like it's a very important conversation to be having, in the space side of things as well. So hopefully that'll be possible for providing alternative proteins wherever we need them with adjustable taste and texture, from what I understand.
Absolutely. That's the long-term goal.
Excellent. Well, so nice to see you. And moving into, I think that might have been these two segments really run together because it's very much environmental sustainability and resources off planet. So I think I believe we're in the 3 p.m. segment, but we can roll into whoever's next, Rose.
Anna, this is it's Interlune online because this is one that we missed from the 2 p.m.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, James.
Hi. Great. Well, thank you very much, Anna and SpaceWERX team for organizing this. I've got 2 slides, and I'll start with this one. Basically, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what Interlune is doing, why it's important, and then I've got hopefully a fun picture of the work that we've been doing with the support of Anna and the National Science Foundation. So Interloon is a space resources company. We were founded by a team that includes Rob Meyerson, who's the former president of Blue Origin, Harrison Schmidt, Apollo 17 astronaut and former senator for New Mexico, Gary Lai, who was the chief architect at Blue Origin, Indra Hornsby, who has had EVP roles at Rocket Lab and Black Sky and places like that, and myself. And I come from a broad space background. We're focused on lunar resources in particular, starting with helium-3. And helium-3 is important because it has a number of strategic uses today. Probably most notably in quantum computing. Most quantum computers, particularly superconducting architectures, require extremely low temperatures on the order of millikelvins in order to operate. And only dilution refrigerators that combine a mixture of helium-3 and helium-4 can provide that. And we're already using enough helium-3 today that the US annual production cannot support all the needs of industry. And as that industry grows, we're going to need more. Helium-3 is also used in homeland security applications, such as neutron detection. So if you've ever driven across the border to Canada or Mexico, you'll see big yellow boxes on either side of your car as you drive through. Those are filled with helium-3 filled tubes that flash when a neutron from some smuggled nuclear material is emitted. And so they're used to detect potential weapons of mass destruction at borders, ports, and nuclear facilities. Helium-3 also has potential applications in medical imaging, where it's been demonstrated to provide much better imaging capability of the lungs for pulmonary scans than a CT scan. You basically breathe in helium-3 and then get into an MRI machine, and it interacts with the magnetic fields in order to give you an image of all the pathways of the lungs. And then finally, someday in fusion, when our friends at Avalanche and others are fielding their fusion energy machines, helium-3 is a really interesting potential fuel, because fusing helium-3 with deuterium produces about 500 times fewer neutrons than deuterium-tritium, but it also fuses at a much lower temperature than PB11, which is one of the other fuels that many people are looking at. So it's kind of an interesting Goldilocks zone for fusion fuel. What you see here is a picture of our architecture on the lunar surface. It's robotic. All of this weighs approximately 40 metric tons, and this is the vision for a scaled up future operating plant that produces about 20 kilograms a year. We think that that's all we need to produce in order to be gross margin positive. So 20 kilograms a year of helium-3 being shipped back to Earth in gas bottles. And at price points of $20 million per kilogram, which is what the commercial price of helium-3 is today, this is really the only thing that would make sense to go to the moon and bring back to Earth. So we think it's the obvious starting point for space resources and lunar resources. I'll mention a few technologies in here because this is a pretty big architecture that we're working on that I think are relevant to people on this call. First, of course, is all the excavation, size sorting, processing, and gas separation technology for getting the helium-3 out of the regolith. And that's something that we're working on with NSF funding, as I'll show you in the next slide. But also there's power beaming, there's autonomy, there's the Earth return element, which requires storable propellants and essentially deep space transportation capability. So there's a number of technology areas that we're working on which have applicability to NASA, to Space Force, and others. Thanks. Here's the next slide. This is the experiment that we did with NSF funding. Thank you so much again for that. This is actually the first SBIR that we completed as a company. And what you see here are a couple of our engineers on a parabolic aircraft to simulate lunar gravity. And they're testing a device that sorts regolith particles by size. This is important for us because depending on the size of the regolith particle, there are different characteristics of how much helium-3 and other resources are in it. But it's also something that could be useful for anyone doing in situ resource utilization on the moon, where they're going to want to have feedstock that's tailored to the needs of their process. A couple of interesting things we learned. This machine actually works better in lunar gravity than in Earth gravity. And we also learned a lot about regolith flowability characteristics. We developed a simulant specifically to mimic that. We learned a lot about how to develop and test for those kinds of characteristics with simulated lunar regolith. And coming out of this project, we're looking forward to continuing to develop this technology, both for us and for others in the space resources economy, and rolling it into that broader architecture that I mentioned. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. This is really exciting and very important to get that access to helium. And really grateful to have your time here today. So next, is this the next segment? I think here we might have moved. I think we might have moved Larry into a later segment.
He's here.
He's here. Hi, Larry.
I can do it if you'd like.
Do you want to go now, or do you want to go in EED?
Might as well go now.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so you're going to start the clock for me?
Right. And Larry, just want to acknowledge that so your work in fusion with focus both on and off planet, really very interesting, but also you've played quite a considerable role on the extended electrodynamics front as well in some of the discussion of this phenomena. And great to have you as a co-chair as well.
Oh, thank you. And I'll look into the next slide here. This one's got some of my contact. Whoops, go back one. So we've got myself with Global Energy Corporation, GEC, and Pam Mosier-Boss, and then Teresa Benyo and Roger Dyson. There's Teresa. And we've been working this at NASA for, it seems like about 12 years now. And before that, for about 15 to 20 years with the US Navy. Next slide. So as an overview, we've got first lattice confinement fusion. And what we're doing is we're stuffing red deuterons as the nuclear fuel into a metal lattice, which is the green electron screened lattice. And that gives us lattice confinement fusion. Some of this is enhanced by electron screening, but in particular using extended electrodynamics to understand better how these materials interact. And we published papers in Physical Review C in 2020. We refer to this as being locally hot but globally cold. And company has now commercialized this beginning this year to produce medical radioisotopes. Now, one of the outputs from fusion are fast protons and fast neutrons. The bottom side shows the 14 MeV neutron, a 2.5 MeV neutron does the same thing. And we can use that to fission thorium or uranium or spent fuel rods. And what this means is we don't need enriched uranium, so we get cleaner fission. We've demonstrated this with both the US Navy and GEC, and we're now working under a NIAC contract for modeling with the National Science Foundation to do these experiments again. And the applications are both LEO, deep space power, and high ISP propulsion. And this obviously has some terrestrial implications as well. Next slide. So what we've measured in the past, you can see on the left-hand side, looking at the spectrum of protons and alpha particles coming out of the reactions. So we have a variety of different reactions occurring, and the scale on the left is in fact a log scale. So we're looking at a large number of D-helium-3 producing a very fast 15 MeV proton. We're getting alphas out. We're also interacting with the lithium. And on the right-hand side, we have a list of the measured nuclear reaction products from a variety of fusion reactions. And obviously, some of the applications for this include medical radioisotopes, where we've measured the average neutron energy as being 6.4 MeV, which is more than enough to fission all the actinides. And we've also measured charged particles, which can give you a high ISP propulsion. So we can get a 3.5 MeV alpha particle out. We can get 2 6 MeV alpha particles out. And the key here is that the lattice confinement fusion occurs in a triggered fusion in an electron-screened, high-density deuterated metal lattice. The density of the particles here is approaching 10 to the 23rd nuclear particles per cubic centimeter as compared to, for example, a tokamak plasma at 10 to the 14. Next slide. So some of the space applications in LEO and beyond. First, power. We have a need for untended operation for 5+ years. And working with Roger at NASA Glenn, we're using and looking at using his advanced acoustic Stirling power conversion system. For nuclear electric propulsion, we potentially could save years crossing the outer solar system. That would also potentially lead to fast transit to Mars, perhaps on timescales of 1 to 2 months. The LCF propulsion is arguably 1,000 times that of nuclear thermal propulsion. The trade-off being that you get a lot more thrust. So with our 6 MeV alphas, we have them leaving the exhaust at 1.5 times 10 to the 4 kilometers per second, as compared to chemical 5 kilometers per second or nuclear 10 kilometers per second. And for planetary surface power, we're looking at scaling this for 10 to 100 kilowatts electric for both lunar and Martian power. But one of the possibilities is, since we know that there is uranium and thorium on the moon, one could live off the land by fabricating uranium or thorium fuel rods in situ. You don't need to enrich the uranium. You don't have to ship it up from Earth. And some of our past and present partners and programs, US Navy, NASA Science Mission Directorate, the NASA Science Mission Directorate through the Planetary Science Division, PESTO. Also now we're running under NIAC, the LANL MCMP. And finally, National Science Foundation working under the Small Business Innovative Research, where we're doing the fusion, fast fission scaling. And the point is, if it's safe enough to launch from Florida, it's safe enough to use in Florida. That's all.
Thanks so much, Larry. Great to see you. And if you want to join us back at 5 for the EED comments, you're welcome to as a co-chair.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Excellent. Ayantra, very excited to have you here.
Hi, everyone. Let's see if I can get this to go.
Daniel.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Well, my name is Daniel Kamalka. I'm the Chief Science Officer and co-founder at Ayantra. Our business is really focused on using principles of electrodynamics to exert better control and improve safety and performance of battery systems. So we have charging protocols that improve performance, but also diagnostic systems which improve the level of information that's available as battery packs grow and become more expensive, and we depend upon them even more. So I think we first engaged with Anna and the NSF about 8 years ago, which feels like a pretty impressive number at this point. But at that time, we were 3 people. We were founded back in 2013. We started finally growing past a proof of concept in 2017. And at this point, we've been able to grow quite a bit. So we have 5 offices in 2 different countries, of course, patent portfolio, a little over 110 people, and a lot of hardware that we've developed to enable our technology that comes in the form of battery cyclers and sensing equipment. So some of that equipment spans from R&D oriented to truly product, low cost, bill of materials oriented platforms that customers use today. And during our engagement and support with NSF, the third-party validation that supported was particularly important in convincing the world and our customers that the technology was real. So we've benefited from a lot of growth and have a lot of gratitude towards the taxpayers and the institutions that funnel that money appropriately. So next slide, please. So this just gives you a quick outline of what we're doing. But fundamentally, our technology is geared towards ensuring that the distribution of current throughout an electrode inside of a battery is as uniform as it can possibly be at all times. And if you can do that, you can avoid a lot of problems and a lot of the common forms of degradation that we would otherwise be worried about. So we had an NSF SBIR phase 1, where we were suppressing lithium dendrites and lithium metal batteries. We completed that SBIR and learned in the process of business development that there really wasn't an active market for lithium metal batteries yet. People were still very much focused on lithium ion. So in the second SBIR, the phase 2, we focused on lithium batteries more generally. And we're actually just getting started with an ARPA-E grant under the Circular program, which is really designed to acknowledge the flood of new EV packs coming into the world and trying to figure out how to keep them in use for as long as possible before they become waste or need recycling. And of course, those technologies are catching up. But the bottom line, I've underlined the key points in the titles of these grants, which is most important, which is plug-and-play charging solution and cell-agnostic battery control. And what we're really saying there is we want to have a system that can plug into an unknown battery of any chemistry, but we're focused on lithium because that's dominant. And be sure that that battery is always going to be safe, and also push it beyond its spec'd performance. That can be allowing the battery to last much longer, or pushing it much harder, charging faster, or some combination. And the way to achieve a system that is actually that capable lies in electrodynamics. And so it sounds like there's some people who understand what this broader term means. But unlike a lot of other companies who are in the energy space and batteries, we're actually ignoring the electrochemistry. We don't care actually what's going on in the electroactive layers of the battery. We're not developing new materials. We're not concerned about the architecture of the battery. And we're not taking a brute force approach to basically take advantage of some of the more modern computational tools. We're really going back to fundamental principles. How does electricity flow through all of the components of the battery? And most batteries are actually built very similar. They have aluminum and copper layers, and you can just stop and think about how power flows through those very universal components rather than the electrochemically active layers specifically. But the simplest example of this, you can see here that modern batteries and devices don't have the luxury usually of being electrically isolated from sources of perturbation, and that can cause a lot of problems. But even if you did have a perfectly isolated battery and perfect power delivery, you would still suffer electrodynamic imbalances simply because that battery does have a geometry. You're never going to escape that. And so we have an example of that here, as what we would call a macro level imbalance, where people who design charge control protocols and battery management systems have this sort of idealized view of the charging process in the bottom left. And that's what the charging protocol intends to deliver to the battery. But in practice, any battery out in the real world is being exposed to a large number of fluctuations, because you plug in your phone, you're using it at the same time, or even just the onboard components that run automatically are using power. And you end up getting a lot of very fast power spikes that have implications on the aging of that battery, basically. So in the figure on the bottom right, you can see just, again, the simplest possible example. It's not even battery specific, just two electrodes that are charged relative to one another. And you can see this U-shaped distribution of the current. And those areas where you have higher current, those areas are aging more rapidly. They're going to be the limiting factor in the battery's performance. And as you have electrodynamic fluctuations, you can develop some very predictable modes of failure. So you can see this in a lithium battery on the left, where you have a pouch cell with lithium plating, which is not the battery's intended mode of operation. It poses a safety risk. So you want to avoid this at all costs. And then in different situations, as the battery ages or the resistance of the battery changes, you might start to see plating that's close to the point of energy delivery. So I don't have the clock in front of me, unfortunately, but I'm going
You're
a
a
little
bit
long.
over, but I'm glad that we're getting to these performance improvements. So let's make sure
Yeah.
you get those quickly.
This is what it's all about. So in the phase one, we did complete proof of concept where we showed that this level of control works across metals for electroplating. So under standard conditions, all metals will grow these dendrites, and without any chemical modifications, maintaining the same rate and mass of transfer, we can actually ensure a completely smooth surface. So we did this with lithium metal, but there's no market for it. So in the phase two, we started working with commercial batteries exclusively. And you can see that even when we charge a battery 3 times as fast as it's rated to 100%, 0 to 100%, if you do this with a standard practice, you'll get a lot of lithium buildup. But with our process, we can get a much longer cycle life, 500 cycles versus 160. And the anode's still perfectly healthy at that point. So we were able to demonstrate this with the NSF support. And today we have a lot of different customers with a lot of different types of batteries. And you can get a sense here on the right of how we've been able to increase batteries performance in a lot of different ways. So when we talk about space applications, making sure that that battery system is going to be as reliable as possible is a great use of this particular technology.
Great to see you, Daniel. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
I think that we've got Virginia up next. Hi, Virginia.
Hi,
Welcome.
thanks so much for having me.
Great to have you.
So I'm so happy that I got to join, but I unfortunately need to be brief because I do need to hop to another call. So I'll probably stick to really the 3 minutes fireside flyover. But thank you so much for hosting the event. Just to kind of give you a really big overview of Silvatex. We are solving 2 of the largest problems driving the energy transition. One is making the costs come down that are way too high for batteries, and then 2, allowing for geopolitical risks and mandates that are driving for a regionalized supply chain in the West. So at the heart of Silvatex, we are transforming the approach to simple, flexible manufacturing, and our mission is to revolutionize the energy sector by targeting the highest cost component of the EV and energy storage system, which is cathode active material. If you could move to the next slide, that'd be great. Many of you know that cathode active material accounts for more than 50% or more of the cost of the battery pack. And the markets for the battery are growing significantly. So cathode active material alone is going to be worth $600 billion in the next decade. Huge, huge growing markets. What you see from the customer is that the cell manufacturers and the OEMs, their priority is really low cost and localized production. While the past decade has brought significant reduction in battery costs, the materials have been optimized, and there's now a big shift to further bring that down and really unlock clean energy revolution. The focus now is to shift to reducing production, energy, and material costs while scaling beyond China. And just to kind of give you a sense of our potential impact when influencing manufacturing of cathode active material, we can drive the cost per dollars per kilowatt down significantly, which could enable an EV manufacturer like a Tesla to save more than $1.5 billion annually. So that was expected for if we used our manufacturing process for some of their cathode material last year, which is a 10% profit increase. So significant impacts to these industries. Next slide. So really high level transformative manufacturing is a must. Where we really come in is on the synthesis side. So on the manufacturing side of these processes. On the top side here is a really high level flow chart of how you manufacture NMC cathode material. So some of the mainstream cathode materials. There really hasn't been much change in the last 20 years since conception and scale up for producing materials for our phones and batteries, et cetera. But now with energy transition, the volumes of material are significantly higher, and there needs to be a lot more flexibility added into the system. These are multi-step systems, very large amounts of water waste, and these are billion-dollar assets that have very little to no flexibility on the inputs and the output side of things. Where we come in is what we've built with NSF funding and follow on additional scale up is we've been able to design a process that is simple. It's a single step process that is dry. So it uses no water and has no waste. And it has input flexibility and output flexibility. So what that means is with the same type of asset, you could have the variability between different types of mainline cathode materials. And the other part of what that means is that we have the ability to use more cost advantage feedstocks that have regional benefits. For example, with LFP, we could use iron oxides, and with NMC, we could use MHP from easily recycled materials. So it makes a much more simplified process and streamlines it through. If you could go back to the next one, I just want to make a few more points. Just to give you a sense of how important the process is, when you streamline it, we could reduce the cost savings by about 20%, 25% of just OpEx. So in these large commodity markets, that's a huge, huge benefit to the growing market, and the CapEx installs are reduced more than 40 to 50%. So with as much new CapEx that's expected to come online, that's saves the industry a significant amount of funds. This is my last slide, and I just wanted to give a quick overview of how we go to market. Typically in the battery land and in this market, it's a challenge on how to actually get materials through the qualification process and scaling to a commercially viable scale along the way. We've spent a large amount of time over the last 18 months really developing a model where we can get to a commercially demonstration that allows us to get all the way through to offtake agreements and get into other types of capital to scale up at a commercial scale level. Backing into that is where we are right now and building out our pilot line to do the early customer sampling. We're moving towards about tonnage of volume. Been fortunate enough to have some of the early financing from NSF to really kick this off from conception and then scale it on the early prototyping and then our R&D line. And we've had significant customer interest, which has made our R&D line scale 5x. And now we're really kind of expanding those efforts onto the pilot line rapidly this year. Thank you so much for everyone.
Lydia, thank you so much.
Yeah,
A
and
lot
sorry
of
for the
compelling advantages you're sharing, so that's exciting.
great. Thank you so much
for making the time. Take care. All right, next up, Lydian.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Great to see you, Branko.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you all. Excited to be here, and thanks for having us. I'm excited to talk through what we're up to at Lydian. Cool. So we can I think move directly to the next slide. So
just know that there is a timer.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you. So what we do at Lydian is upgrade CO2 to sustainable aviation fuel. We do this through a well-known process, a two-step process where we first convert the CO2 into syngas, so a mixture of hydrogen and CO. And then we convert the syngas through Fischer-Tropsch synthesis into sustainable aviation fuel. While the process itself that we're working on isn't necessarily new, the way that we're going about doing these two steps is quite unique. And obviously the name of the game here is to reduce the cost of the embodied fuel. So that's been our focus from the start, and we've been grateful to have been able to do some of this development work through the NSF SBIR program. So if you go on to the next slide, actually, if you don't mind, can we go to the third one and we can come back to this one? Yeah, perfect. So I just want to talk a little bit about sort of our advantages and kind of what our technology enables. And then that kind of like actually rolls up into some of the themes in the second slide. But really what we're able to do is we're doing this two-step process in a fully electrified mode. So we're driving this production of syngas, first hydrogen and then syngas fully electrically. And we do this with these structured catalyst materials that we've developed in part thanks to the SBIR program. What these systems allow us to do is to access really high temperatures, which allow us to convert CO2 to CO at very high conversion rates and with some heat recovery with very high efficiency. It also allows us to really change the power going into the system really rapidly. And that's important because then that enables accommodates the variability and intermittency of renewables. And these systems are also incredibly intense from a process perspective. So we can pump a lot of power into a very small amount of volume. And what that means is we can shrink these reactors up to 2 orders of magnitude relative to traditional gas-fired systems. I mentioned in this previous section that we get very high conversion rates. That's also really important for this. We believe really important for accommodating the variability of renewables. So by maximizing the single pass yields of both the syngas production and FT processes, we basically eliminate a lot of the recycle loops that you might typically find in these systems, which can improve overall yield, but end up adding unit operations and end up eating into your operating costs. And so this once through CO2 to liquid yield is really important both for variability and for cost down. And then finally, the way that we've designed this overall process is to eliminate any expensive buffer needs. So in an electrified process, the first buffer you might think of is, you know, some sort of electrical energy storage, whether it's in a battery or even in the form of hydrogen. We've sort of eliminated those systems and really focused on storing any liquid intermediate products and simply heat within the system to minimize that overall cost. And what this really rolls up into, if we go back to the second slide now, is kind of these key takeaways. So really, we're, again, as I mentioned from the start, designing and engineering the system for cost. And so we're decreasing the cost drastically relative to traditional gas to liquids type systems. What this enables is again, variable operation. So by reducing the cost, you're able to reduce your capacity factor and still be able to recover that capital investment over time. And that allows us to effectively decrease the average cost of electricity going into the system. And that translates to a decrease in cost of fuel of $1 to $2 per gallon. This also enables, obviously, kind of more flexibility in terms of interfacing with renewable energy supply, whether it's completely untethered or kind of playing nice with a more renewable grid, which inherently has a lot of this variability incorporated into it. And then the final thing, you know, I mentioned cost a number of times, but ultimately that's what we're driving towards. And so what this overall process enables is just kind of the lowest cost, we think, sustainable aviation fuel available in the market. So thank you. Looks like it was right on time.
Thank you. This is great. Really appreciate it. And it's always good to see those going after those significant competitive advantage targets. So awesome to hear this. And really, you know, appreciate what you're doing terrestrially. Also eager to have you and your colleagues on as we continue the space conversation. Grateful for your expertise.
Yep, thank you.
We've got Lane here. Hi, Lane.
Hi. Very happy to be here and share a quick highlight on South 8 today. My name is Lane Basher, and I'm the Senior Business Development Manager here at South 8 Technologies, where we develop liquefied gas electrolytes for advanced lithium-ion cells. You can flip to the next slide. So we're a spinoff from UC San Diego. Today, we're about 42 employees working hard on developing this novel liquefied gas technology, gas electrolyte technology, for which we have several patents that have been issued globally, covering compositions, electrolyte formation, injection, cell hardware, and methods of manufacturing. We do work with partners and customers globally across industries from defense, aerospace, power tools, automotive, and our cell manufacturers as well. You can see some of our current investors and partners across the bottom, but a special thank you to the National Science Foundation, as you guys were one of our original founders and believers about 8 years ago. So thank you. So what is it we're really doing? So we all know and we love our lithium-ion cells. These cells have a liquid-based electrolyte inside there, typically with a carbonate-based solvent. So what South 8 has developed is a liquefied gas electrolyte. So much like the propane for your barbecue grill, propane at room temperature and room pressure is a gas, but it can be liquefied under a moderate amount of pressure and stored in a tank underneath your barbecue grill. So same exact concept. We're not using propane per se, but other gaseous materials that we found work really well inside your battery device. So go to the next slide. So we bring a lot of value to the table, but first and foremost is safety. We limit the potential for thermal propagation. That's because this is a gas and we have venting on the cells, and so that gas can get out very quickly, so the propagation, it doesn't run away. We offer an exceptionally wide temperature range, everything from -60 to +60 degrees Celsius, and we have a reduced cost potential. That's really at a factory level. And then we do have a secure domestic supply chain, which within the battery industry, we all know is exciting. We're already producing a ton of this material today at commodity costs because we leverage the specialty gas market. And then last but not least, we have great material compatibility with all your anodes, cathodes, separators, and etc. Oh, you don't have to flip it quite yet. Sorry. I was just taking a breath. So lead gas is made domestically sourced and commercially available gases and salts. Some of those characteristics include low viscosity and low melting points, which gives us great low temperature advantages. So if you go to the next slide, we'll look at some performance metrics. So in the comparison between a lead gas cell and a traditional liquid electrolyte cell, you can see by the energy and temperature maps that the lead gas operates very well over a wide temperature range from +60 to -60 degrees Celsius. So that's everything from your hottest days in Phoenix summer to the coldest winter nights in Alaska. And as we all know, the liquid electrolytes will begin to die out right around 0 degrees. They begin to freeze and don't really perform very well below that. We continue to perform really well at -20 and -40, and even continue to perform and do so at -60 for all those crazy NASA or lunar exploration programs. And cycle life, we do very well too, I'll mention. So next slide. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and your interest, and please reach out to us if you have any questions about South 8 lead gas or our capabilities. Thank you.
Great to hear this, Lane, and really appreciate, that operation over some extreme profiles and conditions. And obviously some of the temperature profiles in space are different and even more extreme, but to have those insights, and the experience that your team has, really grateful to have you also in the space conversations. We hope you stay a part of this space and energy community.
Oh, we'd love to. Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Grateful for your expertise. Okay, who is up next?
I think that's us, Anna.
Hi, Steph. How are you? In stealth mode.
Thank you so much for having us.
Great to have you.
Hey, everybody. Do you want me to just kick off? Are we good to go?
Please do. You're good to go.
Perfect. We're going to be less than 5 minutes. Honored to be here. Thank you, Anna, for inviting us.
Thank you very much.
I'm Staff Sheehan, co-founder of this business along with Nadav Shoval. Nadav started a business and built it to an over $3 billion enterprise. So he's he's one of the smartest entrepreneurs I've ever met in my entire life. And Nadav?
And Staff is the founder of the air company. He basically invented the jet fuel from air. One of the smartest people I know. And we both came into an understanding that in order to solve a major issue around the energy sectors, we don't want to invent the wheel. We want to do it better, faster, and most effective.
And the nuclear sector is pretty ripe for innovation. So this slide deck is going to have probably relatively fewer information than some of our predecessors because it's a stealth mode business, as you can see in the title. But we have a pretty solid pathway to getting nuclear below $5,000 a kilowatt for upcoming reactor construction. We've been able to do that by, our background is execution. Nadav built a business to $3 billion. I built a business to $500 million, in the past, and now we've moved to this sector where we think, especially given all the increase in energy consumption from AI, crypto, you name it, this is really where the world is going in terms of energy, not only on Earth but in space. Could you go to the next slide, please? So we've already selected a site for our first deployment. We're going into fairly detailed design within the next couple of quarters, and looking at a pretty aggressive timeline for deployment. We've been in touch with a few regulatory bodies, and a few bodies, that have engineered and deployed systems like we're deploying before. So we've put together a plan and executing on it now in the nuclear sector. And you can go on to the next slide. Because again, we're in stealth mode and keeping things confidential, we'd be happy to have individual conversations with folks, both public and private sector. And there's our emails on this last slide. Nadav, you can pass it back to Nadav.
So I think what we're trying to do here, as we all know, the technology been existing for more than a century. And we believe that with the private sector, especially with the changes in the world of software and the usage, understanding that the needs are very dramatic and pretty extreme. And to this point, there is no other way than using those type of technologies at scale, being able to deliver it with some of the existing technologies, but doing it much faster and more efficient and bring it to market, especially focusing on the AI data centers. Yeah.
And yeah, I think we're, as I said, we're a little bit, we're giving you guys back some time.
Well, it's great to see you both, and staff. I do remember that you were a prior CO2 conversion award winner, which is a NASA award, and I know that you had you've certainly been one of the leading entrepreneurs in the CO2 to fuels side, but you've also been CO2 to sugars, and I think there was some CO2 to ethanol is both a fuel, but you also were involved in some things that included award-winning vodkas, I believe, as well. So a lot of expertise on the chemistry side, and you've also previously sold a business, from what I remember. So if it's in stealth, look forward to hearing what it is when it's the right time to communicate more. And grateful to have that engagement that I know you have on both the space and the energy side. So really eager to keep you all in the loop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to have you. Great to see that Mango Materials is here, Allison. So we do have a range of different companies and innovations that have been funded across the interagency, really looking at different materials, sustainability, also reutilization is expected to be important off planet as well as it certainly is terrestrially. And some of those key drivers off planet, in terms of that need for innovation might also drive terrestrial efficiencies as well. So Allison, are you ready to take it away?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Yeah, you guys all as well. Thank you for the opportunity to present here. So yeah, we can go on to our first slide. At Mango Materials, our mission is to replace polluting plastics. And we do this by, we're really trying to solve two problems here. One is the problem of polluting plastics, which, as we all know, persists indefinitely in the environment or where they're in landfills, wherever they're disposed of. And then the second problem being methane emissions, which there are obviously methane is a greenhouse gas and much worse than carbon dioxide. And so this is a problem that we want to utilize methane as a resource and see it as that instead of a pollutant. And primarily in my presentation here, I'm going to talk about our terrestrial work, but we actually have done some work with NASA working on the applications, the possibility of doing this process in space. And then just before I dive into this is our cycle showing what our process is, I do want to acknowledge, our very first funding as a company was from the National Science Foundation way back in 2012. We got our first or our only from NSF small business research grant, and that has been really instrumental to our success. And we are, very grateful for that and for the support of that community. So what we do at Mango is we take methane. Oh, sorry, you can stay on the cycle slide for a bit. Yeah, thank you. We take methane and we feed it to bacteria. So we do a bioprocess. The bacteria eat the methane along with oxygen, and they accumulate the biopolymer called polyhydroxyalkanoate, or PHA, within their cell walls. It's essentially like a bacterial fat cell that is produced when they have too much methane, and then there's another nutrient that is limiting. So the PHA is produced inside the cell walls. We then break open the cell walls, remove all the cell junk like the proteins, the membranes, the DNA, all of that. and are left with a white powder that is a PHA powder that can be used as a plastic substitute. What we do, this is one half of our company is like key know-how, and the other half is actually taking that powder and transforming it into pellets, PHA pellets, that are useful for various different applications. So our team knows like there's a lot of tricks for exactly how you compound this, what specific additives you can use to change the properties while also preserving biodegradability. And we have this expertise. We produce biodegradable pellets, and then we can form them into a variety of products that are also biodegradable in the natural environment. The cool thing, and in any environment really. So if we put them in a waste facility back into anaerobic digestion, which is breaking down the waste without oxygen, we will get methane out of the process. If you put it into the natural environment, it will degrade. We never advocate for this, but they will degrade in marine environments, terrestrial, aerobic, compost, anaerobic, all of that. So on the next slide, what we're showing here is the variety of the different applications that we have targeted right now. The kind of most straightforward application, the one for us that's already on the market, is injection molded grade. So that's a hard plastic grade. I have a sample here. I can't quite see my video. I'm not sure if you can see, but this is like a half of an ornament, like a holiday ornament that snaps together. And here is a cap for like a cap or on a cosmetic product. So injection molded grade is already on the market. We have another project. I don't have the slides because I was trying to limit them with Allbirds to make a little tag on their shoe. That'll be out in stores in February. The other applications that we are looking at are fibers. So this is actually a very difficult application to make the PHA. So you have to spin it into a very, very narrow fiber that has to have a really high strength, but also be really small and have a lot of properties. So it's a very difficult technical application technically, but there's a huge amount of interest in this. One of the greatest amount of interest we've received is from the fashion industry. There's a huge amount of fashion waste. A lot of clothes just wind up in landfills. And as you know, a lot of clothes can be made from cotton, but they can also be made from petrochemicals. So like that, the athletic t-shirts you run in are probably made from petrochemicals. So our goal is to replace those materials with biodegradable ones. We also have grades for film, which is like a thin film to replace plastics. And then we are working on 3D printing as well. So some of those little earrings you see are 3D printed. Oh, and then, sorry, the last slide, I can't advance it myself. The last slide just shows our current facility. So we have done work at all stages. Of course, we started out in the lab scale. We have bioreactors ranging from under 1 liter up to 15 or 20 liters in the lab. And we also work at smaller scales than that. But back in 2015, we scaled to a 500-liter pilot facility that we built all of ourselves. We basically bought like a pipe or had a pipe manufactured with various flange fittings and such to have a long, tall, skinny reactor. Operated that for several years and then upgraded to this current reactor that you see here. We call it our launch facility. That's about approximately 5,000 liter system, a 30 feet high stainless tank. And this is where we grow the bacteria and produce the biopolymer in it. So this has been operational since 2020. At first, we're out of the Bay Area in California. So we were in Redwood City for a long time. We had a great partnership with a treatment plant there. And then we moved about a little over a year ago to a treatment plant in Vacaville, which is closer to Sacramento. So a little bit in a more industrial area. They're really hoping to bring biomanufacturing to that area. And that is where we are currently working to scale our line. I can't see the time I'm running over, but just really quick, the work we've done with NASA is through their program to look at systems that were more sustainable on Earth, that had near-term implications for sustainability on Earth, and then could be long-term sustainable in outer space. And so we went through an STTR with them, looking at how we can make our process less resource intensive and how we can develop this technology for zero gravity. Made some great progress there. Of course, that's something that would be much, very far into the future, but we did also have the opportunity to get a follow-on funding from that and do a parabolic flight about a year ago to test the mass transfer, the way the gases can transfer into the liquid in outer space. So that was a really fun project as well. And so, yeah, with our goal, we're looking to scale this technology. Our ultimate goal is to be able to replace 1 billion pounds of polluting plastics.
Allison, this is great. So very exciting and really tremendous to see all the progress that's been made over the years. This is great.
Thank you.
Really, really grateful to have your leadership, both terrestrially for the impacts, but also so glad that that you're engaged in the space community and really looking forward to continuing to benefit from your expertise, we hope.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you. Okay, so next we moved actually some of the AI and the digital assets up earlier in the day, so we don't have as much of that here. And so this is more the human capabilities segment. So we have a range of people talking about communications and consciousness. And, it would be rare to have 2 keynotes in the same day, but we've received a lot of interest in Hal's work as well on the remote viewing side, as he led the Stargate and other programs that were funded by quite a range of agencies. And obviously these were used operationally, as he will talk to, but very much of interest to innovators and business people as well. Hal, welcome back.
Thank you. Glad to have the opportunity to go over this material. As Charles Chase said earlier in the day, one area that science is just getting into, trying to figure out what its ramifications are things associated with consciousness. So coming from a high-tech approach toward consciousness is really an unusual situation. I'll explain how that happened. I was director of a CIA and DIA-funded Stargate remote viewing research program, which I will explain in detail, when I was at SRI International, and that program ran for over a decade. Next slide. So I'm going to talk about the CIA-initiated remote viewing program. Next slide. Historically, the program ran from 72 to 95. It was a top secret special access program. You had to have your name on a list or you couldn't get access. At present, some percentage is still classified, but significant archives have been released from CIA, available on the internet. So this whole area is now pretty much in the open. Next slide. What might seem the most paranormal thing is, well, how did a program like this get started at a place like SRI? That's SRI. They did about $300 million worth of business a year at the time when this program was initiated, mostly for intelligence communities and DoD and so on. Next slide. Well, the way it happened was, how does a physicist like me, a laser physicist from Stanford, get involved in ESP research, you might say? Well, it turned out that I had co-authored a graduate level book on fundamentals of quantum electronics, published in English, French, Russian, and Chinese. Next slide. There's nothing like writing a textbook to realize what you don't know. And one of the things that bothered me and many of my cohorts was, well, what about consciousness? What about living things, even grass? Is it still just atoms and molecules all the way down, or are there some additional fields that we haven't taken into account? So puzzling over that, I ran across the work of Cleve Baxter, who is a very reputable polygraph expert who trained police stations and the intelligence community and the FBI and so on how to use polygraphs. And one day on a lark, he connected his polygraph machine up to a plant. Next slide. And he was surprised to see that the signals coming out of the plant were very similar to what he sees with people. And so he decided to threaten the plant with a match, and he had a big response, like he might if he threatened a person. And so he got into really investigating whether there was any scientific reason to believe that plants might have some level of sentience and that could be observed in the lab. And so he did a lot of work in this area and finally found that, for example, even if he set up polygraphs on 2 separate plants, if he threatened one plant, the other plant might respond. Well, that's pretty interesting. Next slide. So being a physicist, I decided what could be a good science experiment on this kind of a concept. So I was going to grow an algae culture, separate it in 2 halves, place one half at a remote laser link site, zap the local part of the culture and see if the remote one responded. And I could measure speed of propagation if I got a result. So I wrote that up as a proposal and submitted it around, including sending a copy to Cleve Baxter. Next slide. Here's one of these things where your life takes a left-hand turn by pure random circumstances. It turned out Cleve Baxter on the right and Ingo Swann, famous New York City psychic, so-called, met at a cocktail party. and got to chatting. And Clee Baxter invited Ingo over to his lab, and Ingo wanted to see if the plants would respond to him and so on. They did some experiments. While he was there, Ingo saw my proposal on the desk, so he sent me a letter and said, look, if you're interested in the borderline between ordinary physics and maybe biology affected physics, why work with plants? They can't, or algae, yeah, he can't tell you anything. You should work with somebody like me. Well, ordinarily I would have thrown that in the garbage, but along with his letter, he submitted a lengthy study that had been done at City College in New York, where very sensitive temperature measuring devices called thermistors across the lab responded to his requests for the temperatures to go up and go down. Well, that sounded like physics to me, so I decided, okay, well, this is interesting. So just in a lark, I invited him out to SRI, decided, we'd do some kind of experiment. Of course, I talked to my fellow physicists, and they said, oh my God, these guys are all frauds and charlatans. You better know what you're doing. And so, in fact, I did have a good experiment. Next slide. There we are, 1972, actually. Next slide. Well, I did have a good experiment, sort of like what was done at City College, but this was much better. We had a very sensitive quantum chip that was going to be used to measure quarks, but it was located inside of a completely shielded environment. It was acoustically shielded from the environment. It had magnetic shielding, it had electrical shielding, it had superconducting shielding, and it was completely isolated. Its claim to fame that the Navy spent a lot of money to have developed was that it would be totally insensitive to anything in the surrounding environment. So if they saw what they're looking for, they would know how significant it was. Next slide. Ordinarily, the device operates and you see a slow, in the upper left-hand corner, a slow oscillation, about 20, 30 seconds per oscillation. And so suddenly he put his attention on the inside quantum chip and created this effect. And of course, poor quantum physicists who set up the system panicked and said, oh, there must be some bubbles in the hydrogen line or something. I'm sure that was just a coincidence. And so it ran for a while, as it should. And he said, well, I'm sure he'd never make that happen again. And so he did. And so he said, okay, we'll get out of the lab, go get a snack or something. I want to check my system. And so he checked his system for half hour, 45 minutes, whatever. He came back in the lab and said, well, I'm sure that was just somehow a lucky coincidence. You'll never make that happen again. And he did. So naturally, he kicked us out of the lab and he took data for a number of hours. The system was just fine. There's no problem with it. But of course, when this happened, I was as flabbergasted as anybody could be. And I said, well, how did you know what to do to create an effect like that? And he said, no, actually, I didn't. All I did was, quote, look inside. And when I looked inside, that happened. And he described looking inside by making a diagram and describing what he saw inside, which turned out to be an accurate description of what was inside this shielded environment. And so he just said, that accompanied my, quote, looking at it, which we would now call remote viewing. So anyway, I wrote this up, of course, circulated around, and turned out the CIA got hold of it, and suddenly they landed on my doorstep and said, oh, have we been looking for you? Next slide. They looked into my background, so I had a strong intelligence background, had been at NSA at Fort Meade, lots of clearances and so on. And so they said, well, you're the perfect person we're looking for because, next slide. No, the next one. Next slide. Yeah. They plopped a book down on my desk about the size of a telephone book and said, look, the Russians have been spending millions of dollars at some of their best institutes doing, quote, ESP research. And no scientists in America even believe there is such a thing. So we don't know how to evaluate whether there's something here we should be concerned about, but we saw your experiment, we saw your intelligence background, we saw you were at SRI, where we have lots of classified projects anyway. Would you mind bringing this guy in and seeing what more he could do? And turned out what they were particularly interested in was not the fact that he affected the magnetometer, but the fact that he apparently was able to see inside through all that shielding and describe what was in there. So they thought to themselves, if this is true, that means even if we hide documents and, superconducting sealed places, maybe the Russians could see. So that's what we want to check out. And by the way, we'll give you some money and we'll hope you find this is all nonsense and we can forget about it. What's that? Okay, so just a lark for me. So they like to do experiments like this. As an example, it turned out that some foreign power was using an abacus as part of their cryptanalysis code systems. And so they set one in a hotel room, and Ingo was brought in and asked to describe what was in the neighboring hotel room, and he gave a reasonably good description. So they said, okay, this has some legs. We better look into this in great detail. So we started doing a lot of experiments around the lab, looking into what's in the next room, blah, blah, blah. Next slide. Ingo got bored and he said, look, you want to know what's in the next room? Just go look. And so, well, what do you propose? He says, well, just send somebody out in the San Francisco Bay Area and I'll describe where they are. Well, that sounded really insane to me, but he threatened to quit. So I said, okay, well, we'll try an experiment like that. So we had the director of the lab make a list of 100 locations within 30-minute drive of SRI. And we would go in there and he'd use a random number generator to pull out an envelope. We'd be sent to a target. He's back in the lab, has to describe where we are. So here's one of the first examples. It was a City Hall of Menlo Park. He said, well, there's this building with a lot of spires here, and there are 4 trees to the right. There were 4 trees. And he said the sidewalk is a very fancy pattern, which he drew. And he said, it's, I kind of get the feeling there's a fountain here, but I don't hear it running. Well, it turned out there is a fountain there, and the day we were there, it was turned off. So we were pretty amazed at that. So we started doing a lot of experiments along this line. Next slide. So we define this as remote viewing, direct awareness or experience of distant locations or events in space and time that are blocked from ordinary perception by distance, shielding, or time, generally considered to be secure. In other words, not the kind of place you could guess or whatever. So that's the thing they decided they wanted us to really examine. Next slide. So because of some publicity we gotten, we began getting people calling in from all over saying, well, I've had experiences like this. In this particular case, Pat Price was a police commissioner in Burbank, and he claimed that a lot of times when they were working on some kind of criminal case, he would get flashes of things that were important to the case, and it turned out to be true. So he thought maybe I have this ability. So we invited him to SRI, as we invited many people to see, what he could do. Of course, our CIA contract monitor with the dark glasses, you always count on him being there. And it turned out he turned out to be an absolutely astounding remote viewer. Next slide. We did a series of 9 experiments with him, and I'm showing you this slide because not to just brag about how good this could be, but to show what the problems are and what the error rates are. He said that it turned out a person was sent randomly out to a swimming pool complex, and he had a rectangular pool, 60 by 89 feet, really 75 by 100. Circular pool, 120 feet in diameter, is really 110. An almost perfect description of this pool house. But what's more interesting, actually, is what he got wrong. When you asked him what kind of a place it was, he said, I think it's a water purification plant, and he put machinery in the pools that just came out of his imagination. Also, there was a left-right reversal. Turns out that's something we saw a lot. And he had a couple of tanks of water that weren't there. So it was puzzling to us that there would be this relatively good apparent description of certain elements, and yet there'd be these errors that came in. Well, we really dug into that to find out what that was about. Next slide. course, CIA at this point, it was worried because we weren't going to tell them this is nonsense, forget it. So they wanted to know, okay, well, how can we find these kind of people? So we did medical profile, even including 7-layer brain scans. And the doctors came back and said, these are just normal people, nothing special. Next slide. So we did neuropsychological profiles, psychological profiles. Once again, they came back and said, hey, these are just normal people. So we got the idea of, oh my gosh, maybe this is some kind of thing that anybody could do. Next slide. So we decided to put that to the test. We had a woman who was at SRI working on some other project, and we said, we'd like for you to volunteer to be in an experiment. And well, what kind of an experiment? Well, it's kind of like an ESP experiment. And she said, oh, give me a break. I don't believe in ESP. I've never had a sensitive input or whatever. That's okay. We just want to test the theory. Next slide. So it turned out the experiment we did with her, which was similar to several experiments we did with Ingo Swann, was we would put something inside of a film can. Put the film can on a table, ask her to come in, describe what was in the film can. So in this case, we put in a spool and pin, and she made a drawing. Then we put in a curled up leaf. She says something's all curled up. We put in a leather key ring, and she says, well, strongest image I get is like a belt, but I know a belt can't fit in a film can. But in fact, in this case, she was pretty accurate. And one side just filled with sand and so on. Now, you might think I'm showing you a series out of a long series, and these are the good results. This is literally the first 5 things we did with her. And we were absolutely blown away, and she was absolutely blown away. Next slide. So we decided, okay, well, let's try on some of these outdoor scenes like we've been doing with Ingo Swann. And so by random, the outbound person was sent to this pedestrian overpass. And she said, well, if you stand where Hal is standing, it sort of looks like this. There's something going by really fast, but I can't tell what it is. Of course, it's overpass, there's parked cars. And he says there's this sort of diagonal trough up in the air, but it's got holes in it, so water couldn't be carried in it. So that was amazing. We're beginning to see this same kind of results. Next slide. So we began to develop major insights. First of all, there appeared to be a well distribution of talent, as with musical ability or athletic ability. So you got a bell curve, superstars at one end of the spectrum, duds at the other, but nonetheless, it looked like maybe anybody could do this. Next slide. And we also recognize that apparently it was a right brain, what we call right brain pattern recognition functioning, as opposed to a left brain analytical interpretive function, because we're getting good descriptions, but bad interpretations. And so once we got into theme, next slide. That meant okay, we develop our strategy. Tell us what you perceive, not what you think it is, and that would separate the raw data from analytical overlay, thus increasing the signal-to-noise ratio. Next slide. So in case you might think, well, maybe we just look at results and think these are marvelous, is there any way to know for sure in a statistical sense? So one of the experiments we did is we took the results of the 9 that have been generated by Pat Price. We randomized the transcripts, and we had a very skeptical team actually go out to the first site and rank order the matches, and go to the second site and go through the same transcripts in match order, and so on. And make a long story short, 7 of the 9 times, first place matches were given to the transcripts that actually went with the sites. Next slide. So after a while, we had built up some 54 target results. And so we decided, maybe we should publish this. Next slide. We thought of submitting them to the proceedings of the IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, because that's where we had published technical papers and thought, that might give us an edge. So we sent it off to the editor, who is head of communications at Bell Labs, and he came back and said, well, I don't know what to do. And I said, well, what did you do? Did you get terrible reviews? He said, no, actually, most of the reviews are very positive. But from a heavy hitter, I got a 1-sentence review that said, this is the kind of thing I wouldn't believe in, even if it were true. So anyway, he said, okay, well, let us come to your lab. We'll present the results to your engineers. And if they throw tomatoes, don't publish our paper. If they like it, do. And so, in fact, we got a very positive response. And then beyond that, we said, okay, he was still nervous. We said, okay, do your own experiments at Bell Labs. Pick your own people, pick your own target people, do whatever you want. So he reproduced our entire thing. And so he published our paper. Next slide. Well, another thing that came from Ingo Swann was, you don't have to send people to sites. All we have to do is designate the site. Just give me coordinates. So I thought, okay, well, okay. So here's an example. We gave him coordinates of Kerguelen Island in the Indian Ocean, and he made his description. Now, you might think that, okay, he's just memorized the globe, but it turns out he had a lot of things to say about what was on the island that only our CIA people knew about. So they got all excited about that and said, okay, it looks like there's something here. Next slide. So they decided to have us target on a place that, of course, we were blind to it, but it turned out that the coordinates were very near the Sugar Grove Echelon Station that processes and picks up satellite stuff from Soviet satellites. And so one of the individuals gave a detailed rundown of how the site looked, and it was really quite accurate. The second person, Pat Price, the one that had those 9 great remote viewings, he actually decided it was really a sexy site, and so he mushed his head into a file cabinet or into a safe, and he came up with a bunch of project names. Well, when we sent that forward, the entire apparatus of the law enforcement establishment descended on us. How'd you get these names? These are highly classified project names. Next slide. That was the description of the site. Next slide. So eventually this came out for the public, declassified in 1996. Pat Price, who had no military intelligence background, provided a list of project titles associated with current and past activities, including one of extreme sensitivity. Also, the code name of the site was provided. So by this point, they were really concerned. Next slide. So it went to a high-level person who eventually became deputy director of CIA, who said, okay, well, let's not waste this stuff on our sites. Let's try a Russian site. So we were given coordinates of a site at Semipalatinsk. We didn't know anything about the site other than it was supposed to be some kind of research facility. Pat Price, again, was our remote viewer. Next slide. He gave a layout here, and then he finally said, there's this giant crane. It's so big, a person's only half a wheel height, and it rolls over the top of a building. Well, I was embarrassed to have to report that, but anyway, next slide. It turns out that's exactly what's at that site. There is this big crane. It does roll over the top of a building. A man is half a wheel height. Well, you can imagine that all the various parts of the intelligence community began to investigate all this. So anyway, the CIA people came in. They used Pat Price for a week to wander through the facility and describe everything that was happening. Next slide. He said one of the main things they were doing is putting together 60-foot spheres, or actually 58 feet. And they went together in coarse sections. They had low thermal epoxy. Well, actually had a low thermal welding process. So they generate a lot of data. Next slide. But just to give you an idea, as an aside, how good some of these people can be, let me tell you a story. During Nixon's first term, Pat Price wandered in one day and he said, I just was bored and looking for something to do, and I decided to look at Nixon's Oval Office, and there's a device in there that will cause him harm, and he won't be able to last through the second term. Well, anyway, I had to report that to the CIA, and so they sent teams over there to look to see if there were any microwaves or toxic substances or whatever, and they couldn't find anything. Of course, with history, we now know what it was. It was the tape recorder that did him harm and kept him from completing his second term. By the way, at the time, I said, oh my God, that means Spiro Agnew will be president. And he said, no, he goes first. And he did go first because of some kind of money laundering scheme or whatever. Next slide. Anyway, the church committee about that time was looking into a lot of misdeeds of the CIA, like domestic surveillance, MK Ultra, assassination, so on. And so Schlesinger was the director then. He said, are you doing anything else that's squirrely down there and whatever? And he said, well, we have this remote viewing program. Oh my God, get rid of it. Next slide. So the flag was passed. We began to get support from other military intelligence agencies, and eventually the Defense Intelligence Agency took it over. So by and large, for the decades, DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, was really the sponsor. Next slide. We briefed the Major General Ed Thompson, who was Assistant Chief Staff for Intelligence, Fort Meade, and he said, well, if all this stuff works, why don't we train some of our intelligence officers to do this? So he picked 6 intelligence officers that were known to be just really good at what they do. And he said, well, let's send them out to SRI, have them do remote viewing, as they call it, and see what they do. So they came out. We had 6 double-blind trials for 6 people, a total of 36 trials. Next slide. Joe McMonagle was one of them who, if you follow this field, you know he's a very famous remote viewer. Next slide. And on his first trial, the randomly chosen site was the Stanford Art Museum. He could hardly do any better if you were standing in front of it. And so we started seeing results like that. Next slide. So you'd expect 6 first-place matches just by chance. We got 19, highly statistically significant. So we tell them, okay, it looks like your people can do this. So we developed a whole training program for them. Next slide. Well, what about the science? Because, of course, as scientists, we're more interested in the science than the intelligence aspects. So we decided we got to figure out what to do. Next slide. Well, there was a Russian scientist by the name of Kogan, and he said he thought, well, maybe it was just brainwave. People were picking up at low frequencies that the brain can process. Well, it'd be difficult to shield, low bit rate transmission. So we said, okay, that's testable. We can do long distance experiments. We can do ELF shielding. We can look at resolution. Next slide. So we did a long distance series. I was sent to Costa Rica, and each day for a week, I was at some new site. Next slide. Just to give you an example, I had a chance to do a tricky thing, which is get on a plane, fly out of Costa Rica, and end up at this airport in San Andres, Colombia. And the poor remote viewer said, you know, he's in San Jose, Costa Rica, but for some reason I'm getting this image of an airport with ocean at the end of the runway. Well, that can't be right, because he's far from the ocean. So he tried to wipe this out, couldn't get rid of it, finally put it down, said, well, I guess I'm just wrong. So even if the information is correct and against the person's expectations, it can break through. Next slide. So we decided to pick up and do a continental U.S. series. So we did a series where my colleague Russell Targ went to a different city every day and picked out a target. And so I was working with one of our subjects, and he said he kept crumpling up the paper, throwing it down, saying, this can't be right. And I said, well, what's your problem? He says, well, I'm getting a flying saucer sitting in the middle of the city, and I know that can't be right. Next slide. And in fact, he was at the Louisiana Superdome. Of course, when he gave me more detail, he realized it wasn't a flying saucer. But again, I just want to show this to show that the information can come through strong enough that even when you're sure it's wrong, it can be right. Next slide. Okay, well, that's strike one, because the effects weren't dropping off with distance. So potential strike two was to put our remote viewers on board submarines, send them to the bottom of the ocean. And that's what we did. Next slide. Hella Hammond was member or volunteer, was for the first experiment, and our contract monitor chose what I thought was a terrible site, just a tree on the edge of a hill. But anyway, she said from her submarine down in the ocean, I said, a very tall looming subject, a lot of space, blah, 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 big tree. As it turns out, I decided to climb around in the tree just in case she might catch that. And actually, when she got to the end of her transcript, she said, and by the way, I see Hal cavorting about in a tree in a very unscientific-like fashion. So, next slide. Next slide was for Ingo Swan. Target was chosen was shopping mall target. Next slide. He gave a great description of the shopping mall. Eventually, when they were shown.
So Hal, I don't want to
Yeah.
cut this short, and we can certainly reopen this, I think, if you had time in the EED segment. I just know that Paul Smith has to jump out at 4:45. So I don't know if we want to splice Paul in. Hal, are you going to stay through the EED section, or do you need
I
to
can say through that, so I could pick up later.
So we'll leave. People are going to be interested in staying on for the second half of this. I know. Let's so we'll pull this up at the end of the EED segment. Then, grateful for that, and we'll splice Paul in. And thank you. This is
This
great.
is strike 2 against the brainwave idea. So anyway, we'll go on to.
I'll let you refresh on this slide when we come back into it at the end of EED.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Paul, are you around? And Paul, I know you've worked closely.
Yeah, I'm here, although I think we've got time for Yana to go first if you want to have her go.
Okay, great. Let's go into Yana then. And I will probably present these slides because I think we needed to do a shift here in the presenter. If one of my co-chairs is able to flip, that's even better. But here we go.
Okay.
Hi,
Can you hear
Yana.
me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Hi. Okay, thanks to Hal for the introduction and background on remote viewing. And I know it's a long story. So I am Jana Rogge. I'm the director of SciVision Research Institute. I'm also representing MK Advisors, which is with one of its areas of expertise being the creation of technology roadmaps. One of the most interesting features of remote viewing is that we are not limited by distance or time in what we look at. That means we are not limited to things perceivable in present time. We can also look into the past or even the future to produce data that is valuable for supporting projects. In this chart, you see a brief overview of several fields of application, and the stars indicate the areas where our team was active in the past. And in addition to that, there are some other areas listed that other remote viewing teams have worked on successfully. Keeping in mind that remote viewing is not 100% accurate, it is usually not a standalone application. It works best in conjunction with other methods of information gathering. And you can see it as kind of one tool in the tool case, a tool that you can use to either produce some extra data that you cannot access by other means, or to confirm data or hypotheses that are concluded from working with conventional methods. Next slide, please. Oh,
sorry, that's me.
This time we have a next slide.
There's been so many great slides.
Oh, the previous one. Yeah, okay. In the work that we do in creating technology roadmaps, for example, for future energy or technology solutions, our main interest is, of course, accessing the future. And while the decades of previous research in this field have proven that it actually works to access the future with considerable success, there are still a lot of things that we don't know yet about how exactly this perception works and which underlying factors are influencing the accuracy of the results. The diagram shows how such an investigation might be structured. In present time, we may know some of the options to reach a specific goal, but there may be missing links that we need to find, or there may be other options known and unknown, and we try to find out which one is the most promising approach to pursue. On the right are some of the recent studies and questions that we are working on with the goal to improve the approaches to specific tasks. Also, what emerged as an interesting field of studies is how the observation of future states itself influences the chances or probabilities of these outcomes to happen. And you can call it entanglement or observer effect or whatever. If we are able to show proof of what we think is happening here, it could potentially be a game changer in working with this method for all fields of future research. Next slide, please. So as we know, remote viewing has certain limitations, but also strengths. The key is how to work with the strengths. That means how to ask the right questions to use the most interesting features of this method. Here's a very simple example for better understanding what it means that remote viewing is a descriptive method. If we would go back to the 1980s and ask a remote viewer to describe my mobile phone, the viewer would be able to describe it in terms of sensory perception or related concepts, but he would not be able to draw the exact layout of the electronic circuits, for example. So the question is, how can this type of data be of value for research? And one interesting fact is that a viewer can perceive conceptual data, and this data can be used to qualify hypotheses or directions of research. So for example, we can compare different technical concepts and tell which one will work or fail to work in the way it is set up. Or another very interesting thing is that a viewer can perceive and identify energy in various ways. They are able to detect radiation, electricity, gravity, magnetic fields, and so on. So let this sink in and consider what it means for a technical project. And this is a lead over to the following presentation by Paul Smith. And he will show some actual examples of this type of work that he did during his time in the remote viewing unit in Fort Meade and later on. I would like the remaining seconds to thank Paul for being my teacher and mentor, and the same goes to Hal, of course. And the fact that people like Hal and Paul are still active in bringing remote viewing forward after so many years, I think this is the biggest account of the immense opportunities that are connected to this work. Thank you.
Well, and thank you for your work, Jana. It's great to see you. Happy to have you here.
Yeah,
Paul.
thank you for the invitation.
Hello.
Hi.
Are you hearing me? Okay.
I
Good.
do hear you loud and clear.
You looked a little puzzled at first. I appreciate Jana's kind words. That means I'm going to have to be even nicer to her. Okay, so there we go. All right. So what I'm going to do is show one example of the kinds of things that remote viewers can do in an operational setting. This was a real world exercise. The target was a directed energy weapons test facility in Sarai-Shagan, so at the time Soviet Union, now Kazakhstan. This facility was famous for having been the one that painted the space shuttle with a high power laser at some point in the 80s. I had no idea what the target was. I don't know what the exact tasking was. If down here in the to the right under the sketch, you can see this is the actual, literally the record that was made of this project. And it's described as a test of direct energy particle beam in the Soviet Union. There were a total of 11 sessions that I did, and then a couple each from some of my other colleagues. I'll just show you some of the highlights of this so you can get an idea how it worked. Okay, so first, I had to describe the area, and the description was actually really accurate. It's located in flat, barren, northern terrain, many diverse elements, structures, things. When you're in a remote viewing session, whatever word pops in your head is what you put down. Oftentimes you don't have the leisure of sorting out a better word to describe it, and this actually meant objects and whatever. structures, objects, and activities, if you will. They're all related to support a common military defense project. It was a large industrial type facility located here in this area. In fact, the sketch on the right that I drew in the session was representative of part of this area in this facility. Okay, next slide. So the key elements that I picked out during the course of these 11 sessions were, first of all, it involved highly technical, very meticulously constructed, and I use the word micro-engineered. It was a lot of detail, a lot of specifics involved in this, and it was very technical. It was basis electronic, highly charged, it was powerful, and what really struck me on this was dangerous. It was a weapon of some sort, involved projection, power, radiating, emanation, emissions effects. Obviously, technology and physics were elements. And the function here was evaluation, verification, assessment, calibration, demonstration, and convincing of someone or some agency or whatever. These are the things that you could tease out of the information I provided. Sketch on the right was just a conceptual sketch of what was going on internally in this process. And this, you see under here, these are actually literally words extracted from my session summary. And precision was important. The structure must be precisely engineered, had to be assembled, periodically had to be adjusted and leveled because even expansion and contraction of the elements had to be taken into account. There was a pulsing, rhythmic, energetic feel which accompanied rapid movement of something very small, little, and I mean little, tiny, focused or highly concentrated. If you were hit by it, it would sting like a bullet. It was very dense in relation to its size and imparted a particular sound upon impact, and it accompanied by heat and fragmentation. And it was this single object that was actually just representative of many that traveled along sequentially en masse, or however the French would pronounce that. And the importance from it stems from the object speed rather than other factors. So another associated with ideas, very high tech and future applications. Okay, so you can hear the theme of a particle beam coming out of this, despite the fact that I was totally oblivious to what this target was. Go ahead. Next slide, sorry. So there was some other experiential data, and this is anecdotal because I so far have not found where I recorded it in any of this material. Okay. First of all, in the process of this, particularly late in these sequence of sessions, I recognized that this involves some kind of energy stream, and that was the main focus of this whole project. Okay. And I perceived it as dangerous multiple times, not just in what I mentioned previously, but multiple times. And indeed, the person working with me was curious as to what I was getting here. And so he suggested that I place myself in my mind in front of this stream, this energy stream. And I refused. I said, no way, this thing's dangerous and you don't want to get in the way of it. And he cautioned me. He said, look, you're not really there. Remember that. Remember that. Of course, I knew it, but at this moment, it was escaping me. You're not really there. Just put yourself there. You'll be fine. And I was. And in the process, he kept stepping me down levels of scale of perception. So he'd say, okay, go down a level. I go down a level. Well, I just still feel this energy stream coming through. And it was like it kind of tickled. I could have this sense of some kind of physiological sort of perception, but it wasn't particularly harrowing or anything. And he kept stepping me down and he kept stepping me down. And suddenly at the lowest level, I said, whoa, this changes. Now like there's little streams of swirls in space that aren't anything. They're just these little eddies that are coming sequentially and they're passing through and they tickle. That was the only way I could describe it. They tickle. Okay. And at that point, we figured we'd gotten everything we could out of this session. But I think, frankly, I have felt what it's like to be at a quantum level in some sense. And I can't think of a better way to describe how it might be to experience a stream of quantum particles going through you at a level that you can perceive. I, by the way, like this feedback photo on the left. This is actually at Sarashagan, and I found that recently. I had not gotten any feedback for this project, and I found that recently and compared it to one of my final sketches of the facility, and I was struck by how many things matched between my sketch, the overall sketch, and the actual location. So, okay, good. I don't know how I'm doing on time, but I'll turn it over to whoever's coming next.
Well, this is exciting, Paul. Really appreciate you sharing this, and it was bringing up. Sean, I don't know if you saw my comment in the chat. No need to weigh in if you don't want to, but I just wanted to make sure you saw that before we move on. Is Sean still on the line? Anyways, we can always go back to Sean if he wants to add anything at a later point. Moving into Julia's talk. Julia, thank you for coming today.
Oh, it's been so fun as always, Anna. May I ask, is this the PowerPoint or the PDF? Because
Not
the
really sure. Probably
yeah,
the PowerPoint. Probably the
yeah,
PowerPoint.
the PowerPoint, it should be moving. This is an animation. And so if not, I'll just explain it. I'll explain the animation.
Yeah, this is likely the PDF.
There's a PDF. Great. So
Great to see you, Paul. Thanks. I see Paul's heading out and on
bye,
to the
Paul. So great to follow you. This is kind of a dream. It's Hal, Jenna, and Paul.
Julia, I apologize. I'd love to hear your talk. I'm going to have to listen to the recording, unfortunately. So
no worries. See you. Paul, Jenna, and Hal are obviously some of the greats, and I've spent since around 1996 when I first heard about remote viewing. I've spent a chunk of time studying people who have special capacities like these, and especially motivated by my own experience having dreams about future events that were very detailed. And I was in a cognitive neuroscience program, and I started to ask, why don't we study this? This is kind of an amazing capacity. So this is an animation. I'm going to explain to you what it should do. That yellow bar that you see that's vertical should be marching from left to right. And what that is showing is this idea of thinking about time like a landscape. Instead of thinking about it as the future appears, but until it appears, it sort of doesn't exist. It's a blank slate. It's more like, this is more sort of consistent with known physics. It's this idea that the future is there and we don't attend to it until we get there. And so based on this kind of way of thinking, like a block world way of thinking about events in time, the idea is a capacity for precognition. So getting information from the future about future events using the human mind could be reasonable if information is leaking back in time. And so that's why I wanted to show this graphic, but I've just told you about it so you could see like moon landing, 9/11, COVID, and then flying cars in the future. That's what we have coming up, I believe. Beyond drones, flying cars. So I have been fascinated for a chunk of time about how we're thinking about time. I believe we're entering a period where we'll be thinking about time very differently in the next 10 years. And I'd like to talk a little bit about how my team, Intuitive Forecasting, uses the capacity to perform precognitive remote viewing. So please go to the next slide. So I found in this paper that I did with Marcia Neeson and Adam Crabtree in 2021 that unconditional love actually supports precognitive remote viewing. So I had 35 people. We were doing hypnotic suggestions to try to see if we could get people to be better at remote viewing. That was precognitive. In other words, that was no one on the planet knew what the answer was until the future. And what we found is no, if you tell people in a suggestion to get better at remote viewing, they don't do that, but at least in our experiment. But if you tell them to experience unconditional love just before you have given them that suggestion, they will feel more unconditional love. Now, there's two explanations for this. One is the standard explanation, which is you were telling them they were about to get a nice, relaxing hypnotic induction into unconditional love, so they felt more unconditional love. Another explanation is that their feelings sort of went backwards in time. So We looked further into that to try to figure it out, and we still don't know the answer, but in the second graph on the right, you can see that when we looked at their capacity to do remote viewing before the hypnotic suggestion, when they experienced high levels of unconditional love, by now I had created a survey that had been validated about unconditional love, you can see that their performance at precognitive remote viewing was above chance. These were not specially trained people. These are novices. That was above chance. And it was significantly better than people who had low experience of unconditional love. So those data are from that one paper. There's actually a follow-up paper with 300 people, also not specially trained. So this is an online experiment on the internet, whoever joined the experiment, through Amazon Mechanical Turk. And that was published in 2024. You can see at that link, tinyurl.com, love remote viewing. You can get that paper. And other papers related to precognition are in that other link, Precog Papers 2024. I just note that precognition was mentioned 5 times in the paper that killed the Stargate program that Hal started. And each time it was mentioned, it was suggested as the potential explanation for remote viewing and that it's very effective. So it's very interesting. Next slide, please. So on our team, the intuitive forecasting team, we incorporate 2 pieces into remote viewing that are really, we believe are really important. We use the operational precognitive remote viewing framework, which is a framework that doesn't care what kind of remote viewing you do, as long as you wrap it in unconditional love and that it's precognitive. What do I mean by precognitive in this context? What I mean is that the answer to the question is known in the future, but it's not known now. And in fact, the people who are doing the viewing don't know what question they're being asked. So this allows for an incredible resource, and it works very effectively and it's unbiased by our analytical minds. You know how Hal was talking about the analytical mind and how that can get in the way. So for instance, we've done some technical innovations in climate science when we worked with some atmospheric scientists. We worked with an agency that worked on cryptography. We helped create some strategic directions there. We did some work in quantum optics. We assessed some novel approaches in UAP detection, and we supported insight into new advanced battery design, all without the team knowing what we were doing. So this is the kind of thing that you can have a team of uncleared people work on classified information or questions because they don't actually know and they're not given the feedback necessarily about what they did. So you can learn more about our work at intuitiveforecasting.com. And thank you so much, Anna, for having me. This is always a delight.
Thank you so much, Julia, and really appreciate everything you've shared. And you referenced a few publications. You also have a very interesting book on the precognitive field and sciences, and that's something that oftentimes, the phone ringing, people thinking about somebody before the phone ringing. You bring in some very common mundane examples that perhaps several people will be able to, it'll really resonate, and they'll say, oh, have they experienced the phenomenon or not? So
something like 50% of people have had an accurate precognitive dream about something important to them, like the death of a loved one. So yes, it's very, very common.
I would say this is certainly one of the things that as we talk to people about their experiences of anomalous phenomena, we do certainly hear people reference these areas. So appreciate you sharing it. And well, some people have experienced it or know a little bit about it. You've spent many years delving deeply into the science of this. So appreciate you coming in with your expertise today. So I think we're gonna, the thing that's great about some of these, there's a lot of experiments that are actually pretty expensive to run, or it's pretty. Or if you have access to data or if you don't. But I mean, I think Hal was saying earlier, pick your own people. It's kind of, since many of the sciences that were brought up since 4 p.m., it's more, you need to know a little bit about how this is done and, not to take anything away from the people who trained for many years to get high levels of fidelity, but the ability of people to spend 15 minutes or an hour to see, if there's something there. This is kind of a, don't take anybody's word for it, just try it type situation if you have a pen and a piece of paper and somebody who can task you. So it's a little bit more complex than that, but there are plenty of people who can task you with a viewing. So really a pleasure. So now I think we were trying to bring in, before Wallaroo AI, were we trying to bring in 2 Planet Steel, which was meant
He's
to
next
be
in
in
the
the
line.
prior. Oh, he's next. Okay, great. Well, thank you again, Julia, and welcome to Wallaroo AI.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everyone. My name is Jason McCampbell, and I'm Chief Architect at Wallaroo AI. And what I want to talk about today is what Wallaroo does, how we do it, and then some of the exciting projects that we're working on right now. So at Wallaroo, we're focused on helping AI teams take their solutions from the lab, get it into production, and realize value from it faster. We do that by breaking down some of the barriers that get in the way of teams trying to get their solution over the line and into production, and particularly some of the barriers that restrict teams from scaling. It's one thing to deploy 1 or 2 solutions, but when you're talking about taking these technologies to the next 12 or 100 use cases, you have to do things more flexibly, easier, with less effort. So we break down these barriers with some of our automation technologies. If you want to go to the next slide. When we look at how AI capabilities are developed, it really starts with data preparation. You need to find out what data you have available, collect it, often clean it, make sure it's consistent. And you have to get through this process before you can start training against the data. Once you start training with the data, then you go through and iterate on the different model architectures, and eventually, hopefully, you get to a model that can infer the answers that you're looking for from the data that you have available. At that point, now you can turn it into a software service. You add code to handle network requests. You have to have device drivers and runtimes for all the different hardware platforms, and you have to go run it in the cloud or run it on compute resources out in the field. And if you notice, what I've just done is switched from talking about data and machine learning and the AI environment over to one of software and operations. And it's this context switch, this gap, where we see a lot of friction coming into play. You're asking teams to go from a data and AI mindset over to software, and that's a skill set switch. Or you throw it over the wall to a different organization, and that slows the process down significantly. We break down these barriers, bringing automation capability to this last phase of the project. With our advanced auto packaging solution, we can take a model and turn it into a microservice with a couple lines of code. With the deployment automation, we can take that same service and now deploy it into a cloud environment, into on-prem, out to the edge, wherever it may be, again, with a couple lines of code. And when we talk about deployment, this isn't just standing up, this is enterprise grade. So we're talking about a secure, encrypted, authenticated channel, and of course, with full lifecycle management, because you need to know when the models are beginning to drift, when they're beginning to decay over time, and be able to have the team recognize that and quickly be able to update them. So if you want to go to the next slide, a couple of the projects that we've been working on recently. On the right-hand side, we've been fortunate to work with the Air Force Training Command, as well as the Space Force Space Domain Awareness Lab. And in these cases, we're deploying models into a fairly standard data center type of environment. Lots of different model types, whether we're talking about structured data, such as you'd get off of telemetry or machine information, unstructured data like computer vision, and then, of course, large language models and generative AI. In all of these cases, we need to deploy the models, tie them into larger applications and data pipelines, such as trying to understand if you have orbital tracks of different objects in orbit, are they something that we know about or don't know about, or did something that we thought was space junk just maneuver? On the other side, on the left side, these are applications a little farther from home, and we've been working with both Air Force and Space Force, deploying AI and machine learning technologies on orbit. Starting off with, this is computer vision, analyzing imagery that the satellites are acquiring, and being able to do object detection and find events of interest right on orbit from the data that's been acquired, and be able to make those decisions early rather than having to wait until we've downlinked the data. And of course, if you start talking about operating further from Earth, more in deep space, the speed of light is too slow, and you need to be able to make more of these decisions and more of these operational instructions right in situ on the device with the data available rather than waiting for commands from Earth. So what do all these have in common is these models were developed by small groups or individuals and deployed not with an engineering team backing them up, but using the automation capabilities and deploying those into, like I said, a data center, on-prem, even edge locations. So that covers what I wanted to talk about today. Thank you everybody for inviting me. If you want any information, please get in touch. I'd love to hear what you're working on. Thank you.
This is great, Jason. Thank you so much for your expertise, and we're really looking to see more, on the opportunity for AI as it pertains to both space and then also energy. So really hope that we'll be able to have your leadership with us in other subsequent conversations as well.
I'd love to. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So I think we're now into 2 Planet Steel, and then also Jack, I don't know if you're able to promote Sarah Gam, s.gam1@gmail.com. She's on the attendee side, and that's for the next segment.
Yeah, I just sent her an invite.
Thanks so much. All right, Rolf. Do we have TPS 2 Planet Steel ready to present? I know we've got the presentation up.
He's here. He unmuted, but we're not getting an audio feed through.
And we can always come back if we need to. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that might be best.
Okay, so Jack, do you see who we have in the next presentation?
I do, yep.
Rolf, you can try calling back in maybe with a phone and we can get you on the next presentation. Oh, I think Sarah's getting upgraded into the panelist. Sarah, do we have your audio?
All right. Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Great to see you. Thank you for joining in. So just in a bit of an introduction, I mean, because Sarah, we really appreciate you taking the time today. And we had earlier had we had some segments on UAP earlier, as I think you're aware. And just for those who might have joined at that point, we had Hal, speaking about some of the programs that have gone on in the government, and Sarah is one of our colleagues who's been in government previously, who did serve on the UAP task force. So, I mean, I'll leave the introduction on that to her, but she's really, she's got exceptional levels of knowledge in these areas, which are quite current, and you're very publicly visible, Sarah, in podcasts and other fora. So while we have limited time here, I know that you've been really generous with the shareable parts of your expertise. I mean, clearly there are some elements that I think you've made very clear publicly are still classified, so you're not able to share everything, but you've been very generous in what is shareable. So we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I wanted to, the point of this was to kind of give a little bit of background on what the more common UAPs are in the news, and then kind of what aren't, what you might have heard about, birds and balloons and parallax. So go ahead, next slide. So these 3 are, I think, more of the frequent images that you will see in news reports, especially that middle one, the gimbal. So each of these has been talked about quite a bit, and I honestly got these from the Aero website. So you can go to arrow.mil, I believe it is. So if you want to actually watch the videos, because these are still shots from videos. So head over there if you want to see them. And I think they're in the imagery section. So what these are actually undefined. We haven't been able to figure out what they are. Not we. I did not do the analysis for this. So I can't claim that. But the one on the left is an image, still shot from the Middle East from an MQ-9 video. For those that don't know, MQ-9s are drones, and so they're the military drones that we use to watch, over our troops on the ground. Sometimes you might have heard me say warfighter as well. That's a term from one of my jobs over the years that we use warfighter. So there was this ball, sphere-looking thing, kind of flies very quickly through the image, and don't quite know what it is, but on the website that I got this from, it does say that Arrow deemed it not a UAP, but it is unidentified of what the object is. So the middle one's the gimbal. That is probably the most common image that everyone has seen out there. It is in a lot of news reports. You'll see it on CNN. It is very commonly used. So that was downgraded many years ago and was seen from, I believe, I'm going to get this wrong, but F-18 pilot. So then there's the Go Fast as well. Go Fast is very, very quick. As you can see, you can barely make out what's in those crosshairs, but it is a very unusual movement. It is very quick. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And these are other encounters that I wanted to, these are also screenshots. So the F-18, more of the Tic Tac type situation. So you've probably heard Tic Tac maybe over in some of the news and all that. So that's just a still from that. Some of it is a little bit blurry. So you guys are kind of seeing what data that we were working with, at least on the task force. And some of the data now, I'm sure, still is just as pixelated. So it is hard to determine if something is a UAP, if it's unidentified or not. And the object on the right, so this was reported from Puerto Rico over 10 years ago, and it actually ended up being in the video two objects that separated, and then they kind of came back together. So it's not a UAP, likely some sort of birds or maybe balloons that are tied together. Go ahead, go to the next slide. This time goes by really quickly, you guys. So then I wanted to get into what is not UAP and why it is hard for people, for analysts to deem something a UAP or not. So look at those balloons. So think about those balloons from the quality of videos from those stills that you guys just saw at and then think about the sun angle. So that middle, the one in the very middle at the top, so that's actually from Google. It's a Google weather balloon. So think about the sun angle reflecting on those thermal images, and it looks pretty crazy. So what I forgot to put in there was Mylar balloons. So Mylar balloons also reflect and flow along the lines of the wind. So those also look pretty interesting when you first see them. Bird migration pattern, that's up on the top right. So parallax is honestly one of the most important as well that's on here. I didn't know what kind of graphic to use, but think about parallax when you're driving in a car and you're looking out the window. Everything closer to you looks like it's moving really fast because you're moving really fast. So your reference point. So something in the distance isn't moving as fast, right? So if there's an object flying between here and the building that you're driving by, it might look like it's going faster or slower. And then maybe the camera sensor is at a different location on your vehicle. So everything depends on your location and your reference point. So parallax kind of messes with your eyes or your brain a little bit because you don't have good gauge on how quickly something is going or where it's maneuvering. And that's all I have.
Sarah, that's we appreciate this and also appreciate your service on the UAP task force. And I know you worked both at I believe NGA and ODNI. And I guess, because it is distinguished. I mean, we have had a few other people on who served on the UAP task force at that time, but many people who work in energy or even who work in space technology, they're not always aware that there was an official federal government UAP task force. So you know, if there were, you know, kind of the 3 to 5 things that you would say you would want people to know about the UAP task force, you know, obviously what's shareable, is there anything that you would kind of tell us as the elevator pitch, the most important things to know?
The task force was about collaboration and finding the data. So my support was from a small corner at NGA, and that was a big team there. So some of us did blind tests, and I was in the research directorate at the time. So we would do these blind tests as well to find out what the analysts would say if a video or an image was over their expertise, their area of expertise. Versus mine, I strictly look at the data. So we really did not just go jump to conspiracy theories and that everything's a UAP. So the task force was about collaboration and breaking the data down into different ways where we might not have known what each other were doing. Yeah, it was really interesting. I learned a lot, and I appreciated, as a task force is, your collaborative network. So and diverse group of people.
Great. And Sarah, I know different people are the people who are communicating different things, you know, in the next few days. And so if you feel like other people are wants to bring it up, that's fine. But I know you're very much on the pulse. So considering how timely this is and how much is expected in the next couple of days, is there anything that you wanted to point people to watch out for?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the question. So News Nation, Ross Coulthart is dropping a segment tomorrow night at 8 p.m. It is going to provide a lot more whistleblowers, a lot of information, and including a video of a crash retrieval. So I have not seen the video yet, but I am going to see it with everybody else. I am very much looking forward to history being made tomorrow night.
I think many of us are as well, Sarah. So I'm glad that you're able to share that. And I understand that there's another one at 4 p.m. That Hal and others are on with Leslie Keene. So it's gonna be an interesting day tomorrow. And
Yes, I'm looking forward to all of them. I'm so
and there's
excited.
also
It's such
the
a good time to
podcast,
be here.
and there's also the podcast that maybe you'd feel comfortable referencing from 5 o'clock a couple days ago.
Oh, Trump Juniors. Is that from? So that was an interesting one. So it gave a little preview. So on Trump Junior's podcast, Ross Coulthart and Lou Elizondo, both of them my friends, were able to speak and give a little bit of preview on what's going to happen on Saturday. And I know News Nation has provided some short snippets and segments of the what's going to be broadcasted. Um, yeah, it's such an interesting time to be here and alive and in the topic because, 10 years ago, none of this would have happened. I mean, I'm still called interesting names from what I'm doing and my background and coming forward, but the stigma has decreased a lot. Quantum physics has advanced so much in 10 years that we're actually able to prove a lot of these things that we're talking about now. So it's very exciting.
There's a lot of other things that people are saying informally, you know, are kind of in this next few day timeline. So it'll be interesting to see if there might be other things that, you know, come out of the woodwork at the same time that are through different streams. But really appreciative of your service on the task force and, you know, that you've been so generous in sharing your insights and your time with people in this area on an ongoing basis.
Thank you.
All right, great to have you in.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
All right, so let's move in. So we're going to be getting into actually extended electrodynamics pretty soon, which some of those researchers have actually tied in, you know, that might be a path to how you get really exotic characteristics in terms of propulsion, in terms of, you know, different types of forces, different interaction with general relativity and a wide range of forces. But before we go back into that, you know, potentially related topic, as some will you know, either share or refute, we want to go back to Rolf, who was originally in the resources segment. And, you know, obviously resources are so important, both on and off planet. And so he's got some very exciting work to share in terms of exploring Mars. Rolf, it's so great to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Finally squeezed in, bit out of sequence. Okay, Anna's made me the PI of an NSF-funded project to develop methods to process materials with high iron content with applications here on Earth and on Mars. So I'm going to talk about extending the exploration of Mars by building a science station there at a very low cost. In the mid-90s, Carl Sagan and Dan Golden devised how to do faster, better, cheaper exploration for their era. This included avoiding the politicians' temptation to first focus putting people on the surface of Mars. We are now entering a new era with the arrival of giant new spacecraft such as the SpaceX Starship and Blue Origin's New Glenn. It will be possible to land payloads on Mars 100 times larger than has been done up till now. Better yet, the cost per ton of equipment landed on Mars will greatly decrease. NASA will be able to buy used Starships and New Glenns at remarkably low prices after such vehicles transport multiple loads for the exploding business in low Earth orbit, in communications, and microgravity manufacturing. It will be possible to repurpose such used spacecraft to land large payloads on Mars, and this will be inexpensive so long as there's no transportations of humans involved. The first giant spacecraft to land on Mars will need to land on pristine ground, not on an engineered landing pad. This will risk disastrous dramatic failure. Further, this risk of failure should encourage planners to include in the first giant payload equipment capable of building a safe landing pad for the next spacecraft. This practical point speaks to the need for NASA to make early giant payloads that focus on infrastructure building. Infrastructure is massive and mostly made of simple materials like steel and concrete that potentially do not need to be transported from Earth to Mars. So it's worth considering whether there are any favored locations on Mars to start infrastructure building with materials processed from local resources. Fortunately, the Sagan and Golden era has shown us a truly superb location, both for landing a giant spacecraft on pristine ground and for local resources. The Mars Global Surveyor, illustrated here next to Carl Sagan, surveyed all of Mars for evidence of past or present water and, by implication, potential sites to look for signs of life, and also for flat places where it would be easiest to land. Second slide, please. The most important survey this orbiter made was for surface hematite. Hematite is formed in mineral interactions with liquid water. Hematite is also closely related with some of the very early life on Earth. Further, it's one of the two main iron ore minerals. The orbiter's survey results are shown here in this blue map. It is a protection black, so polar regions are big and equatorial regions are small. The blue and gray colors are where the orbiter did not find any hematite. Mars has only one big region with a lot of surface hematite. Right here, right in the middle of the map. This region is extremely flat. Consequently, NASA decided to land its early scientific rover called Opportunity there. To the left and the right of the map, the images illustrate the main things Opportunity found. On the left, it is a 3 centimeter by 3 centimeter close-up of a region-wide underlying sediment. It contains a lot of hydrated minerals and hematite. The hematite is in these spherules, and which that I call ironberries, and also in the main sediment matrix. The sediment matrix also contains large amounts of sulfur and aggregate suitable for making a waterless concrete called sulfur concrete, as well as materials for making glass, silicone, refractories, and electrical insulators. Also, everything needed to make a soil with all the nutrients for arable agriculture. So this sediment is really a great resource. As shown in the right image, billions of years of meteorite impacts and wind erosions have made surface soil bed forms with the loose ironberries on top and soil underneath. The ironberries are around 98% hematite. giving them, without any beneficiation, processing a composition very similar to the pellets input to industrial iron ore reduction furnaces. These images illustrate the average surface density of ironberries reported in 2008 by NASA. As you can see, this average is very high. I want to emphasize you can obtain industrial-grade iron ore pellets just by sweeping up ironberries with a combine harvester-like robot. Note also that sites like this one with flat soils on top of soft sediment are extremely good for making the needed first soft landing of a giant spacecraft. Final slide, please. I will finish with this tease picture at the bottom of our core reactor suitable for Mars iron making. I also want to point out to you this recent peer-reviewed paper where I outline how to achieve exponential growth in electricity production and steelmaking in the Ironbury region, and how to leverage that to process the sediment material and construct the basic infrastructure of a science station using the local resources and robots. And that's it.
Thanks so much, Rolf. We're gonna need those resources off planet. So it's great that you're really
Right.
on this and the vision for a science station on Mars. I mean, I think that many of us want to see that in addition to all the other things that can be built from having the resource availability.
Right. I feel we're within reach of the science station. We could be starting in the 2030s, and by 2040 we'll actually have something which we can look at and maybe put a person in.
Well, you're obviously one of the visionaries in this space, and I think this is a period of time when a lot of people are going to be asking, how can we go faster? What's possible and how fast can we go? So we're appreciative that you're one of those people pushing to get this done.
The cost for these are dropping. For this is dropping rapidly.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
So next presentation. Okay, so going into the before we go into EED and quantum, I think we've got actually AppCycle, which is going to speak to us. AppCycle might have otherwise been in the advanced materials section with their off-planet, their in-space production of glass. I think it's Amrit is speaking.
Yes.
Great to see you, Amrit. Thank you for making the
Hey,
time.
good to see you too. Thank you, Anna. Thanks everybody. It's my pleasure to present at this conference here. So my name is Amrit Day. I am the founder and the CEO at AppCycle, and I'm also the chief scientist here. And I work with a number of other scientists. I'm a condensed matter physicist by training. And I've been working on various aspects of photonics, solid state physics, and quantum computing over the last 25 years. I started my career off as an experimentalist. I worked in 3 different optics labs. And then in 2005, I switched to becoming a theorist and a computational physicist. And that's what I got my PhD on. I did a couple of postdocs where I did a lot of work on quantum error correction, quantum control, and then eventually I moved to industry. I worked for a small aerospace defense company where we worked on several DoD, and DOE projects. And then in 2019, I started AppCycle, and our primary focus has been on developing some exotic glass fibers. So our focus is to sort of push photonics and glass science and material science and see what it can do in our next frontier, which is space. So you might ask, what does space have anything to do with materials or with glass science, and why should we be interested? So think of the game of Tetris. So if you're playing a game of Tetris, imagine that all of these blocks don't really fall at all, and you have all the time in the world to optimize your blocks. How much better will your score in Tetris get? That is what space does for glass. And this has got important applications and implications for fiber optics manufacturing. So that is what we are trying to harness. We are trying to harness the power of microgravity to manufacture these superior quality exotic glass fibers. And then this also has important applications for things like quantum sensing. So what is quantum sensing essentially? Quantum sensing is, we take a single qubit, and we know that these qubits are extremely prone to different types of decoherence mechanisms, like from magnetic fields or electric fields or different types of vibrations. And these qubits lose their quantum coherence when you look at their Rabi oscillations. Now you can flip that and you could say, why don't I try to exploit their sensitivities to detect these fields? And that is largely what the principles of quantum sensors are based on, is that you want to look at how these qubit lifetimes are affected by different types of fields. You get some exotic phenomena like, in the presence of a magnetic field, you get Zeeman splitting and other effects. But more interestingly, the qubits also have a tendency to entangle with their environment. So they can entangle with other systems, other particles. And if you look at the equations of cavity QED under very strong coupling regimes, where you have very strong coupling between light and matter, then you get a lot of like non-causal solutions. So mathematically, you get certain solutions that violate causality, and you get certain events that can happen mathematically before the cause is enacted, and vice versa. But we throw these solutions out many a times because we consider them to be non-feasible. But if you had a system where you could have very strong light-matter interactions, then a lot of this would be possible. So fiber optics, combining fiber optics with integrated photonics and different types of qubit technologies can do a lot for quantum sensing. The other thing our company's focused on is that we have developed an AI-powered manufacturing module to manufacture these fibers. We have launched and operated in space. And we also developed different types of optical sensors using different principles of interferometry for quality assurance and for doing some functional metrology during manufacturing. Anna, can we move on to the next slide, please? So here are some of our recent highlights from space. In 2022, we launched and operated a fiber draw module on the ISS, and we collected a lot of data, and there was a lot of data that we collected. There was a lot of new types of data that was collected for the first time. One of them was trying to understand what the phase diagrams look like for these different types of exotic glasses. Our primary focus was on Z-bland and another heavy metal fluoride glass. Now, we learned a lot. We learned that space is not a free pass, and there are certain nuances to optimizing and doing, playing with your materials. Space can create conditions within the glass where the glass structure can become very dense and can become very sturdy, and it can inhibit the growth of crystals. But space can also lead to other types of conditions where you can get very large crystals, and these crystals could be about 100 times larger than what you get on Earth, and they could be well faceted. So space is not a free pass, and there are a variety of conditions, and there are a variety of ways in which you can manipulate these conditions in order to get what you want. And in our case, we were interested in getting some superior quality optical fibers. We conducted about 21 rounds of fiber draws, 10 rounds of differential calorimetry. We did a lot of optical metrology, thermal profiling. We trained the crew on the International Space Station to do some of the work for us and for some of the restorative work with the fibers. And we are, we are publishing some of this work. So we have recently submitted a paper to Nature Microgravity, and this paper is under revision right now. And if you're interested in seeing the preprint, the URL is right here. Next slide, please.
I think we're close on time, but this is really important. So I want to make sure you have a chance to hit upon this.
Thanks, thanks, Anna. So, so these fibers have a number of important applications that should be of interest to various government agencies, including the DOE, the NSF, NASA, the DoD. So these fibers are really important for long-distance communications. And because these heavy metal fluoride glasses have the promise of having such low losses, you can have huge energy savings and infrastructure costs when it comes to long-haul communications. In addition to that, these heavy metal fluoride glasses, because of their heavy metal content, have a superior radiation resistance. There have been a number of publications that have shown this. So this could be very important for various types of applications in metrology, in environments where you have high levels of radiation, such as in space, in the presence of like cosmic radiation, or let's say if you want to monitor different types of nuclear energy reactors. There are various renewable energy applications. So for example, these fibers have a much broader spectrum. They operate in the mid-infrared regime. So they could be extremely useful for power collection and transmission. They have for solar energy transmission. High transparency in the mid-infrared regime would ensure that these fibers can efficiently deliver concentrated solar energy for power beaming, propulsion, and different types of space-based solar power systems. Again, these same properties make it extremely important for thermophotovoltaics and also for hydrogen energy systems. I know there has been a lot of government investment in this area. So these fibers are really important for monitoring different types of electrolysis processes via Raman spectroscopy for safe and efficient hydrogen production. There are important medical applications, of course, for medical devices, endoscopy, different types of surgery, medical imaging, thanks to its mid-infrared imaging capabilities. The black body radiations from all of our organs come out roughly in the mid-infrared regime. So that regime is actually really important for monitoring all of your bodily activities. There are several aerospace defense applications, like for fiber lasers, fiber amplifiers, supercontinuum sources, chemical hazard detection, etc. And of course, there are several quantum information applications, which is of interest to me, such as for quantum optics, quantum sensing, QKD, dynamical decoupling, and universal gate control, and of course for different types of entanglement distribution and distributed quantum networks and quantum computing. The work we did in space was
thank you so
by
much. I realize
Thank
we're
you.
going far over now, unfortunately, but
Okay.
but it's great that you covered some of this. Wanted to highlight this because this is one of the fields where many people believe there's high value products, advanced materials, that the cost curves should close today, in a very compelling way or very soon. So this is something that a number of our colleagues have discussed on numerous occasions. Kevin, I don't know if if you have the opportunity to speak to 30 or 60 seconds of just this broader opportunity. Would love to have you speak up.
Okay, so yes, thank you, Anna, and everybody that's joined today. It's an amazing thing. This is one of those areas where we feel like NASA can help enable something that'll benefit the whole of government and industry for U.S. leadership. And so, we've invested quite a bit in this. We know that with the right amount of practice and iteration that we're going to end up with really high performing products that will really be essential. If you think about what Amr was talking about with energy consumption, and we've seen analyses done of how energy consumption or energy demand will increase significantly when AI becomes prevalent across all of the consumer base, and not just a few key servers that are supporting the applications now. That we need these kind of high throughput, low loss capabilities, and right now the market is driven by silicon based, which is pretty low in quality compared to what's possible, what we can make in space. And we want U.S. industry leading that. We want U.S. consumers benefiting from it. We want national security systems benefiting from the best high performing stuff.
Thank you, Amrit, and also want to thank Kevin, Curtis, Lynn, the NASA team, the NASA InSpot team. I know they're doing so much to support this in-space manufacturing. So really appreciate also the NASA leadership in this area. And that there's interest across other agencies as well. And we funded a bit of this ourselves. So, all right, next up.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna.
In space, it is. Did we get all of the non-EED folks? Is everybody who's left extended electrodynamics? And before we go into Phil, is Larry back on as a co-chair? I think Larry's here. I think it's before we go into the extended electrodynamics, Larry, are you able to come on, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I think it's just worth noting that this field of extended electrodynamics is really an exploration of what's possible: advanced physics, advanced energy, advanced comms. And the way that there's, some of these growing conversations have developed is there was really interest across a range of agencies, and Larry was active in that. And there are quite a range of interagency colleagues active, in really digging into the physics here. Larry, you've sometimes spoken to an ask that you got, which if you want to speak to it, feel welcome to. If not, that's okay too. And then we realized when I came into the loop on this, we realized, well, we're funding companies that are doing this type of work already in what's a very large NSF portfolio. We realized, there's a number of people for whom this is relevant and active. And, there's been prior work by Mike Fitty at DARPA that's related in other places as well. So Larry, did you want to share any of that before we dive into Phil on the comm side, and then certainly the advanced energy, and then even how this might pertain to UAPs, as some have mentioned?
Yeah, there's a lot of work that has gone into this. I won't give much of an overview. Time doesn't permit it, but Maxwell's equations from the 1850s describe electrodynamics, and they were ignored for almost 40 years. Nobody understood the equations. Lord Heaviside, in the turn of the 20th century, converted them into vector calculus, left a few terms out. And beginning in the 1920s, people became concerned that what was left out might have some other meaning. This came to the fore with Abramoff and Bohm's work in the 1950s, showing that although we all think of an electromagnetic field as being, and a gravitational field as being the end all, it turns out that there is a notion of a potential, which is even underneath the idea of the field. Hal Puthoff has done an awful lot of work and filed patents on devices that, let's just say, may potentially manipulate and can sense the potential. Others, like Lee Hively, have posited the existence of a different field he calls a C field, and Lou DiCero has taken this even further and assumed that there may be a whole bunch of fields out there. The point of this is that these other fields may not respect
Larry,
the speed
just
of light.
would you reference Lou's affiliation?
Oh yeah, Lou DiCero is with the Naval Surface Warfare Center, Indian Head down in Maryland. And Lee Hively was with Oak Ridge for a number of years, retired. He's now in Colorado Springs, and Hal is in Austin, Texas. But coming forward, a number of us are trying to look at this as a way to communicate through, say, seawater, which is a conductive medium, or through briny ice of icy worlds, which is one of the problems that I have with the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, Europa and Enceladus, respectively. There are a number of things that even go back to Heaviside, where prior to general relativity, and Einstein laying that out, had conjectured that gravity might be controlled by similar fields in similar ways, and suggested and laid out some mathematics showing how what would become general relativity and electromagnetics are related. And this may in fact be related to what UAPs take advantage of.
And then I just wanted to open it up. I know some of the other co-chairs are very knowledgeable about this. So if anybody else just wants to speak briefly to the interest to EED, they're welcome to. And if they prefer we move on, that's okay too. I think it's they've been very supportive. And Larry, did you want to share the November meeting? Kind of request on this?
That's an interesting.
That you've spoken to publicly before.
Yes,
so
I have.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. But
That's fine. There was a meeting held at the request of the Armed Services Committee, and I was not at the meeting, but I got an earful right after the meeting. It had 3 topics. The first one was low energy nuclear reactions or lattice confinement fusion. The second one was extended electrodynamics, and the third one was UAPs. So Kirk McConnell, who put this together, saw these 3 as being a related tripod. And from that meeting, there have been several more meetings, and I expect there'll be more meetings to come.
Thanks for that overview. I think it's helpful. All right, so on to others, and obviously, Larry, you've been building technologies in this space, some of which you've spoken to previously. I realize we've also got StarSense. So before we go deep into the EED, we've got the direct back to the UAP sensing side, I believe, and other sensing. StarSense, Michael.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. And I know I'm between you and happy hour, so I'll try to keep it brief. Next slide, please. I'm the Chief Technical Officer of StarSense, working with Ryan Graves, and we're putting together a system of sensors for space situational awareness. The existing optical and radar systems are available today, of course, are keeping us abreast of all of the debris and other objects in space, adversarial objects and unknown objects as well. One of the issues is with our existing systems, we really have a limited capacity to detect those objects in orbit. ESA estimated that only 36,000 objects above a millimeter in size are being tracked today, when there's about 130 million from dust particles on up to paint specks and things like that have been released from satellites in orbit. Next slide, please. At StarSense, we are starting to take advantage of AI, working with low noise sensors to improve the detection thresholds on objects in orbit. Some of the research I've done at the University of Illinois involves trying to bring down the cost of star trackers for CubeSats as a starting point in this discussion. And we have applied neural networks to sensors. For those of you that aren't familiar with CubeSats, or small satellites that are doing research in academic and now in industrial environments, a star tracker for that kind of a spacecraft to understand where it's at in the orbit and what its attitude is, about $50,000 at the entry point. We're trying to bring that cost down and make the accuracy come up. And so by employing neural networks, we have been able to do so. I'd have some great videos to show you if you're interested further. But basically what the network does is kind of cuts through the noise, gets down to where the object is on the screen, on the focal plane, centroids it, and determines very accurately where that's at in the presence of noise. Next slide, please. So some of the advantages of that is we can improve the object detection. That $50,000 tracker I talked about, we've put together in our lab for about $250 in just parts, and have done night sky testing showing about a 2 times improvement in detection threshold. That's on the ground with a water column between us and the stars, so we know we can do better in space. But the biggest advantage to this for small satellites is that we can significantly reduce the mass, because we don't require a baffle or any other kind of shielding and get that volume and mass down. We've actually shined a flashlight directly into our focal plane, and we can still get good attitudes out of the stars that we're tracking. So it's a very significant advance for this kind of a object. As we think forward, we want to improve the characterization of objects that we see beyond stars and looking at things that are actually in orbit and doing real-time onboard threat detection and assessment. That would allow satellites to kind of not have to call down to the ground every time something comes up. They can make decisions for themselves and move out of the way potentially of debris coming their way. And further, by taking advantage of the spectrum that's available elsewhere in the electromagnetic spectrum, besides just radar, visible, and IR, we can use that information to provide comprehensive evaluations of the things we're looking at. So we can determine the material properties, size, shapes, even perhaps intent, and more importantly for adversaries, see through countermeasures more effectively. And we think that that brings a big advantage to both industrial satellites and military satellites and so forth. Next slide, please. Our plan for bringing this technology to market is to do a demonstration of our algorithms using foreign equipment to us. Our launch space partner, Rogue Space Systems, will be launching in February a device that has some medium field cameras on it. We're going to apply our algorithms to that and see how they do in orbit. The next step in 26 is to package a box ourselves using a small package, a couple inches on the side, we hope, to demonstrate the neural networks combined with some low-cost optics and a camera to improve the performance of trackers. The algorithms themselves can also be made available to other producers of star trackers and SSA sensors in order to improve their accuracy in the presence of noise. And finally, about 3 years from now, we intend to produce a full spectrum sensor. We're working with one of the national labs now under CRADA to try to determine just how far we can take this in producing low noise sensors that look across the entire electromagnetic spectrum from microwaves to UV, X-ray, and gamma rays. So with that, we think we can determine a little bit more about anyone that is intentionally trying to cloak themselves, or also to extend the detection threshold just to make space a safer place to live and operate. And that's it for StarSense. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much. This is very exciting, and really appreciate you coming in here today. As I'm kind of looking at the presenters remaining, I realized that we don't have Richard Bandurek on the line, so we'll try to get him in as well because I know he's in this segment. But I think is the next presentation Phil Lentz. Larry, are you able to help pull in Richard?
Let me see if I can find him. Yeah.
Yeah, I might try to back channel as well.
Oh,
Great to.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay,
yeah.
great. I don't know why we didn't see you, but glad you're here. So now we can all focus on Phil and Unspace, which really speaks to the comms side of all of this. So very grateful to have you here today, Philip.
Well, thank you, Anna. It's been a wonderful day. Yeah, I'm Philip Lentz. I am a CTO and co-founder of Unspace. We're doing some of the pioneering work that was discussed earlier by Charles Chase and Hal. Some of that stuff that's kind of well way out there, but we're doing it now. With that being said, Unspace is using dynamic gravitational fields or sources to shape space-time in useful ways. But we all know here that mystery is the mother of discovery and innovation. So I'll just take a minute just to talk about some astrophysical observations that don't align with our understanding of gravity. Rotation curves exceed angular velocity expectations, the outer bands of galaxies, pulsar timings We expect them to work like atomic clocks, and generally they do, but sometimes they don't, and we don't know why. Also, millisecond pulsars, some of them should be breaking apart. They defy what we understand about centripetal forces, but yet they stay together. We don't know why. The flyby anomaly is a lot of fun. That's where we're using gravitational assist with Jupiter and Earth, and we experience or we measure accelerations that are not the expectation. There's a galaxy cluster distribution problem as well, and then there's a black hole energy loss gap. So how do we interpret this stuff? Well, there is a common denominator. These things all have they have central masses that involve angular momentum, and if you start thinking about things that way and you correlate it back to general relativity, you're talking about pressure, and pressure has some unique properties. When we talk about gravitational pressure that's sourced by, say, centripetal stress, it functions differently. And we'll talk more about that in the next slide. But specifically, the last bullet here talks about the fact that we're really focused on the pressure components of the stress energy tensor of general relativity. And they have a nuance to them that allows us to control the shape of gravitational fields. Next slide. So the upper right-hand diagram, that illustrates our typical observations of gravity. That's a spherical divergence. Can't do a lot with that. If we want to control and shape space-time, that's not going to be the method that we do it. The energies required, that kind of thing, become very exotic. However, when we start looking at the lower left picture, this is an anisotropic property of gravity, and that's the pressure components. These pressure components related to centripetal stress and even kinetic energy, they have a particular orientation. In this case, you can think of a rotating sphere with a plane, and that plane is where this focused gravitational space-time bending is focused, which allows us experimentally, and I'll take a moment to say thank you, Anna, NSF. The experiment on the right is what has shown us what can be accomplished. It's a multi-million-dollar experiment, and it has shown us that we are able to produce gravitational potentials that are 2 times and plus the amount of gravitational potential that's produced by intrinsic rest mass. And that shouldn't be possible. And the reason it is possible is, again, it's because we're anisotropic. There's a focused regime of potentials, and it's not spherically divergent. So that creates opportunities, and we're doing this with the experiment at 50,000 to 100,000 RPMs. 32 plus experiments. We can characterize the changing gravitational fields across different energy regimes, and we understand it so well that we were able to create a metric that we can use to create an application. So what can we do with this? Next slide, let's talk about it. Okay, so for a moment, we'll talk about communication because that is our first application. It's achievable, doesn't require the energy regimes of other applications. But what are we doing? I'm going to start with the lower right-hand corner here. We use this property that, I've probably beaten to death, to steer and concentrate gravitational waves. So if you look at the image on the left, the lower left, we've created a waveguide, and we are shaping space-time with this waveguide to capture generated gravitational waves or focus them into a higher energy level that can be useful and measurable for communication. The idea is these gravitational waves, we encode information via quadrupole moments, and we capture a set of them, if you will, and that wave chain gets focused into a higher energy level. That makes them measurable. We don't have to be LIGO with a 100-acre facility with 4-kilometer long interferometer laser arms. We can do it in a much smaller form factor with a receiver. So generally, that's what we're doing. But let's talk about other possibilities. So if you can curve or
Sorry,
shape.
and Phil, we're getting over on time, and I know the great thing about the EED this segment, and I'm sure we'll do recording of many other segments as well, is that we've actually got a 3-hour extended electrodynamics, if you want to hear more from Phil and others. But please do spend another, half minute or a minute to close out.
Oh, this will be quick. All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, so some other opportunities. So if you have a receiver on the other side of the Earth, and you have a focused beam of higher energy levels of gravitational waves, you can use the changing quadrupole shift to infer what type of resources are between, between the United States and Australia, for example. GPS satellites, from a defense point of view, it wouldn't take much to manipulate or change the time flow of a GPS satellite. That has profound impacts to folks on Earth. So we hate to talk weapons, but it could be a very subtle weapon. Earth-based deorbiting of space debris, a terrestrial-based infrastructure of pretty great significance based on some of the models we put together, could target and track space debris, and over lots of time could deorbit that space debris. And then neutron guides for fusion. Neutrons are how we generate power from fusion, and right now they are scattered in all directions, but some localized space-time geometry shaping of, or using gravity to shape that could help us focus those neutrons. That wraps me up.
Thank you so much, Philip. This is great. And let's roll into the next one. Chance, thank you for coming. Great to see you. We can't, now we hear you. Great.
There we are. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. This has been, as I agree with what Phil said, very fascinating, interesting. I've been able to listen in most of the day, and I'm glad to also come in right behind him, because the work I'm doing that also is funded by NSF Phase 1 SBIR. Is one that is producing or generating gravity waves in the lab. And in this case, utilizing plasma formed by a high energy spark that will produce energy densities on the order of 10 to the 12th and joules per meter cubed, which is scratching on the levels that the literature has shown is at the level to distort space-time. And so able to erect an experiment to show this. So let me go, if you go to the next slide, you will see that this is the actual experiment. This is an interferometer, and it's a desktop size one, capable of showing variations on the order of the wavelengths of the lasers that we're using. Use both the 532 nanometer laser and the 650 nanometer laser. The reason why that I wanted to utilize both of those wavelengths was to mitigate some of the issues that could be responsible for causing the fringes to move around, such as index of refraction changes. We also kind of ruled out vibrations and shock waves by the way we did the experiment. So the index of refraction, by showing one that the variation that you got from these two different wavelengths it was invariant to wavelength. The magnitude of the movements of the fringes were invariant to the wavelengths, and that would not be the case with index of refraction. And also, we varied the way that we oriented the test device with the laser. I see the question that just popped up. So that little device right in the center at the bottom
Well, let's
That's the
just read the
spark gap.
question. I know that that might throw you off a little bit on timing chance, but we've got a question. Where does
Yeah.
the spark gap happen on the slide with the
Yeah,
Michelson?
yeah. I was just trying to answer that as we spoke. The little device, I don't know if you can, well, you can't see mine, but if you right in the center where you see mirror at the bottom, that little, two-pronged looking device is the spark gap right there. And the laser cuts right through it. And so any variations in the optical path length will show up as movements of the fringes on the screen, which we image with the camera. We did the processing, as you can see on the bottom right, and that movement is associated directly to a fraction of the wavelength, and that could be associated to nanometers. So if you go back, not back, but go to the next slide, you'll see the actual measures. We saw movements peak at about 140 to 150 nanometers of movement in the optical path length, compared to a path length of about 850 to 900 nanometers. So you can calculate the stress. So just quickly, as you can see, the variation on the energy density, what happened to the movement, as well as we had different orientations. As you can see, that didn't really affect the fringe movement. And then you can go to the last slide now, and I'll finish up with a couple of things. We're adding a rotational factor to the experiment now, and so that we will have this spark moving very rapidly in a circular form. This will add an additional dynamic. Phil had mentioned the quadrupole moment. This change in that quadrupole moment will add to the stress, and we know that we can have a sequence of sparks. So this will be running around that track that you can see. I call a wavelet carousel. Wavelets is my short name for gravitational waves, but it'll be running around that carousel at a very high rate, and we should see an enhanced stress. And then finally, our expectation is to do this experiment, then move to an experiment that shows us that any thrust created by the formation of these gravitational waves in a particular direction. If so, then we can begin to characterize what it would take to make something that could create significant movement by this particular approach. So that's where I'll leave it. Just quickly, the paper I just wrote that I just sent for publication. I just got notice today, as a matter of fact, at noon, that it is being accepted for publication.
Congratulations.
So in a journal, the European Journal of Engineering and Research. So that's good news, and I'm excited about it.
That's
Great.
awesome.
And Chance, I know, as Larry's saying, I mean, I've heard so many of your colleagues so excited about your work and just the experiments that you're doing in the lab to really build, and then also the vision that you've had for Alcubierre drive and also Hyperloops type concepts. So, great to see you in the lab doing the work
Thank you.
to towards these things. Thank you.
Thank you for your support and for all this stuff too.
We really appreciate having your leadership here. Thank you. All right, next up. Okay, Anchor. Javert.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Great to see you, yes.
Thanks, Anna. Yes, I'll just dive right into it. I'm the CEO of Hover. My name is Encore Bot, and I'm excited to talk about our company, which is working on a new type of propulsion system, specifically quantum propulsion. So first, I just want to talk about the current propulsion systems. Right now, we're using propulsion based off principles dating back to the 17th century, more or less. So technologies like rockets or jet engines or even cars just rely on Newtonian physics, so either burning fuel and or pushing off objects. So specifically, one of the major problems we were looking at is in space is there is the dependency on fuel to move things. So, all current rocket propulsions are limited by the need to carry fuel. So that's going to restrict range, acceleration, maneuverability, and it also has a major environmental impact. So specifically, what we were thinking is, hey, is there a solution to this? So imagine a technology that doesn't rely on these conventional fuels or expelling mass to create thrust, and instead using some new principles of physics to produce force efficiently, cleanly, even endlessly. So basically, how do we create a reactionless thruster that operates without propellant and gives continuous acceleration just using electrical energy as its power source? Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, we moved beyond these old principles and we tried to create a new quantum-based approach to propulsion. So how does this work and what is the technology? So basically, our technology works by creating a pressure gradient between two different zones, and this creates a forward motion. So more specifically, we create a quantum pressure differential that produces this force. So you can think of it as like how a sailboat moves when the wind pressure hits the sail. So to create this quantum wind, we take electrons and we hyper accelerate them to incredibly high rates. So you can see on the picture on the right. So we're accelerating these electrons to the order of 10 to the 20th meters per second squared. So immense values. And we accelerate them through this really small, tiny gap between these two plates. So there's a negative plate and positive plate. So that's basically a capacitor. And what we notice is that we can actually move that object. So the two pressure zones are between the emitting horizon, so it's called a Rindler horizon, and the cathode, which is the negative plate. And the other zone is the negative plate to the positive plate, and that's the other pressure zone. So this is going to be powered by electricity. So you can use batteries or supercapacitors. And basically that helps you create this electric field between the plates, and that allows you to accelerate the electrons. And this mechanism can convert electrical energy directly to mechanical energy. So that's pretty exciting. Between 2018 and 2014, we wrote a paper, and we've done thousands of experiments now. So we basically figured out that the ratio of the force is equivalent to the current divided by the distance between the plates squared. So what are some of the key metrics and achievements that we've had? So our system can do up to 200 newtons per kilowatt at a maximum of 2.5 millinewtons of thrust without any propellant as of now. You can compare this to ion thrusters, for example. So that's basically about 100 times less force than what we can do. We've gotten to a reliability around September, October this year to about 95% repeatability. So we're pretty excited about that. And it's both scalable and repeatable because we can change the thicknesses and we can do it over and over again. So what's exciting about the principle is that if you decrease this distance between the capacitor plates very small, you can get an immense amount of force. So that's super exciting for the future. And we've also had many independent validations by the DARPA-funded labs, as well as a third-party lab we brought in to test our device. We're at a TRL4, and we're trying to go to a TRL6 now. So we can go to the next slide, please. So now it's the fun part, right? Where can this technology take us? So first up, maybe we can immediately use it for satellite positioning. So right now, every satellite we put up there has an expiration date because we need all the fuel to keep it in position. So our technology should change that game. We can make orbital adjustments without fuel, keep satellites exactly where they need to be, and use just a small amount of energy. So even at 2.5 millinewtons, this is readily usable now. So then there's also asteroid mining, of course. People talk about, the $1 trillion market. So eventually we could use this type of technology to, go to faraway places, fuelless missions to mine these resource-rich asteroids. And then after that, we can even talk about interplanetary exploration here. So because our system can just run on, solar or nuclear power to charge these batteries, we can have continuous acceleration. So we can keep going faster and faster and faster until we hit immense speeds. So we really think this is a game changer. And so overall, we think that we have figured out a new way to push things around by extracting energy from the vacuum for movement. And that's it.
This is really exciting, and Kurt, thank you so much for sharing. Very, very high potential. And as I'm listening to you, I was also back channeling to Diane, because I know I wanted to give her the opportunity. She's actually highlighted your work, and Rima and Larry and I were on it when their podcast 69. Diane, did you want to speak to that briefly, and potentially what's coming out on Tuesday?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Anna. And Anchor, thank you so much. This is just, it's fascinating. And it really, for those of us that are really kind of learning about your work and what you're leading, it's reshaping the horizon of what's possible. And to Anna's point, we appreciate the opportunity to go deep into kind of this vision and this work in the podcast episodes. So for the folks that have not yet caught the podcast episodes, we provided the links in the chat window. We'll send those out as well in the follow-up materials, but this is an opportunity to go pretty deep into noble work here, obviously. So actually to Anna's point, we do have another very interesting discussion coming out next Tuesday with Gary Nolan, and we would encourage all of you to plug into that as well. Really, just follow us, because we'll be hanging out with the brilliant minds around this virtual table and their networks to follow their brilliant work. So please do join us in those conversations as well.
And some of the other ones that are related to today's conversations on the in-space manufacturing, we have an episode on the more shots on goal. We've had episodes with Hal, Travis Taylor, and Ryan Graves and Larry. We've also had episodes, with a wide range of EED contributors who you've heard in this group. We've had another one just recently come out with Leslie Keene and also Ryan Graves and Enigma. And so there's a wide range of these that, Diane, you've just done so much with the podcast to really help bring forth these voices. And really, I find it to be very interesting content. So I'm always happy to join and bring people on. All right, so next, do we have any more EED We've got Richard. Oh yes, we've got Richard. This is a very interesting presentation coming up. Is the next one. Hopefully it's in the order. If not, we just got to pull Richard's up. Do we have Richard's slides, or does he need to present them?
Yeah, Richard, do you have them with you?
I'll have to look.
I've got you. Sorry, it was just in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to bring up slides and stuff. Well, thank you for your support, Anna.
Thank you for coming. And you had really interesting portions of that EED podcast that I know people appreciated. So always grateful for you bringing your expertise in your work.
Okay, are the slides up?
You should see them now.
Okay, and thank you for everything, Anna. My name is Richard Bandurek, and I'm CEO of Field Propulsion Technologies. My background has been developing spacecraft hardware and software for like the last 25 years under classified and unclassified programs at places like United Launch Alliance, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Intel, and at the Jet Propulsion Lab. For the last 20 years, we have been exploring the conditions that cause electromagnetics to fail. These failures are known as breaking the gauges of electromagnetics, and several papers have been written on the conditions that break these gauges. And one of the outcomes of our research has been developing a new class of metamaterials that amplify ampere tension forces. Ampere tension forces have been documented in copper conductors under high conditions that tear a conductor into small, equally sized segments, So under our DARPA and NSF grants, we've developed a composite that's neither a conductor, semiconductor, or insulator, using nanocomponents in a non-conductive medium that amplifies these ampere tension forces. So my company is developing a propulsion device that uses these ampere tension forces in these new metamaterials to create the normally internal tearing force into an external force that could be used for propulsion. So in this material, when voltage is applied to our new metamaterials, the metamaterial generates an external force directly from the energy in the electric current, as diagrammed on the left of this slide. Yeah, and this force is always in the opposite direction of the electron flow. These materials have allowed us to create a propulsion device that can be used as a bidirectional device or a thruster for spacecraft that doesn't need any propellant, as diagrammed on the left side. So it shows on the left side there the electric current, if it's flowing to the right, we get the force to the left and vice versa. And our metamaterials generate these forces from Maxwell's third equation that's normally been gauged out of electromagnetics. This equation is the magnetic vector potential and is shown in the orange on this slide. And by breaking the electromagnetic gauges in these materials, we allow this equation to produce a value other than zero. We go to the next slide. Okay, so in our metamaterials, we can use these external forces for like 3 applications that we've been pitching lately to the Defense Department. On the left of the slide, we show the hypersonic vehicle leading edge application, where our metamaterial is applied directly to the outside of the hypersonic vehicle or reentry vehicle to eliminate the adiabatic plasma that forms around these vehicles. So in this application, the potential is applied to the outside of the vehicle, where the electric current flows into the vehicle or out of the vehicle to generate a force that forces the plasma or the atmosphere off the vehicle surface. And this external force can now be used to control or eliminate friction or the adiabatic plasma that forms around a reentry vehicle. And these same forces could be used on, say, a submarine to force the water off the surface of a submarine to reduce the friction as it goes through the water. And that would allow submarines to go at much higher speeds than they can today. On the application shown in the middle of the slide, ampere tension forces can also strengthen the material against an external force, as diagrammed on the center of the slide. An electric current in the metamaterial can be used to counteract external tension force or compression force, where the energy of the electric current absorbs the actual forces instead of the material absorbing the external force. And yeah, this material would function where electric current would either flow up or down, or actually just into or out of the material. And as the electric current flows to the material, we generate either a compression force or tension force, depending on how the material's been manufactured. And then diagrammed on the right of this slide, an external force can be deflected with this material, or with these forces too. So where an incoming projectile could be, say, going to impact, say, a spacecraft at a certain point, an electric current can be applied to that area where the impact site is going to be just before the object impacts the spacecraft. And then that'll generate an outward force that'll counteract the inward force of the incoming projectile. So it'll let the electric current absorb basically the energy of the impactor. So then that would actually push the impactor away from the surface before it can impact the spacecraft. And that would allow you to use this material around the outside of the spacecraft that would basically be relatively soft. But when we apply an electric current to it, all of a sudden it would strengthen and push this outward force. So I guess we go to the next slide. So yeah, through our commercial partner, we're going to demonstrate these technologies on their SpaceTug mission. Now, the SpaceTug will have a 10 megawatt power generator to power these applications. And the one application that we're really going to showcase is our propellantless propulsion that allow the SpaceTug to take spacecraft from LEO to GEO, allow the spacecraft to maneuver, and also allow the spacecraft to be able to loiter over a location on the Earth in particular orbits. And then using these spacecrafts, we'll also be strengthening the spacecraft. We'll be using electricity take different sections of spacecraft and strengthen them against forces they might encounter while they're pulling other satellites around. And then we'll also be using electricity to form basically a shield around the spacecraft, so that any impactor would impact the spacecraft. We could probably deflect that deflector away from it. And yeah, and this project is already funded by a loan guarantee from the U.S. government of $1.5 billion. And our partner has already secured the $15 million funding to start up this project by actually starting to build the ground stations and bringing the actual design through CDR again. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for me. And I want to thank Anna for all her support. We wouldn't have gotten this far without her help.
This is great, Richard. Thanks so much. And this is certainly more than enough if you're done for the day. I know you've also in the past you've shared, publicly, kind of a wide range of interesting insights on anomalous phenomena. So nothing more needed if you feel like you've shared enough for the day. But I do want to, out of deference to some of the really distinctive things you've shared, just offer you the floor if there was something more that you wanted to say, considering you brought up things that people found very interesting before.
Oh, not at this time. We're really, working hard trying to get these devices working here, and that's really our focus here.
This is really interesting work. So very grateful to have you here presenting, and really just appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, so I think we've got Len had to multitask on a call, but I know Len Dudzinski had been very supportive as well. So I wanted to offer if he's off his multitasking.
I'm here.
Hi, Len. Great to
I'm
see
back. No, thanks, Anna. And I do appreciate your patience. We're all, I'm sure, doing a little bit of multitasking.
Oh, yes, for sure.
But I apologize.
Grateful
I had to
for your
miss some of
time
the-
and leadership. Len, you're co-chairing, both the meeting today, but also your long-term leadership in many of these areas is much appreciated.
Well, absolutely. And, as I said in my comments this morning, these types of disruptive technologies are really exciting because they're really going to allow us to go farther, faster, and do amazing things in the solar system. And certainly EED, as evidenced by Richard's talk here, has potential to do that in a propulsion sense. And we know that EED also has the potential to help us with communications deep into the solar system, as well as provide some of the power potential as well that we need to power our spacecraft. So it's an exciting new field of physics that we definitely are paying attention to, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to hear about the great work that's being done by some of our researchers here today.
Thank you so much, Len. Much appreciated. Rima, I don't know if you wanted to speak up. I realize there's a point in the day that some people might, have a lot of things going on. Rima, did you want to chime in? You've been very active as a
Yeah, no, thank you. I am multitasking, so I will stay off camera, but I will say that, no, this has been exciting and a huge learning experience for us as well at the DOE, because I think there were, some of the things that you all have funded at NSF and NASA showing us some opportunities on how we can apply some of these technologies for, transportation on Earth even, right? And other power enhancements that can be made using extended electrodynamics. So really excited to be able to listen and learn and to collaborate where we can. So thank you.
It was great to have you here with us, Rima. And Sean, I know you've been active on some of this side. And if Sean or any of our other DoD colleagues wanted to share a few words, I definitely want to make the space for you as well.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. It's been a pleasure being a part of this, and I just loved watching all the presentations and the different technologies that folks are working on. So just thank you again for hosting this.
Glad to host it. Thank you. Co-hosted. I'm not the host. You are a co-chair with me, which is great. So really amazing to have such excellent co-chairs. So to the extent that Hal's still on the line, I do want to open it up back to Hal to continue his presentation. I think we've done all other presentations. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
All right, Hal, and I want to be respectful of your time. So if this has been enough for you, you always leave us wanting more. So it's okay. I know.
Well, anything. I'm
understand.
embarrassed to take up so much time. I really need to learn how to cut these down to more bite-sized portions.
Well,
But
we'd
anyway,
love to, if you'd
if you
like to
want to go
continue,
back
we'd
to,
love to,
yeah, if
definitely.
you want to go back to where we were, I can pick up from
I
there.
think we were in the mall,
Right,
your mall slide.
that's right. And remember, these were the slides to try to determine whether the Russian idea that this was just transmission of information at brainwave frequencies. Since the mall was done from a submerged submarine where the conductivity of the seawater would be enough to shield it, and it didn't shield it. So that's two strikes against
And
the
Hal, do you
electromagnetic
want me
brain
to put up, does somebody else have the ability to put the slides up, or do you want me to go? This was in the 160s, I think, in terms of slides. This is
That's right,
perfect.
right.
Great job, whoever is putting this up. Fantastic.
Okay, next slide. I'm going to try to go kind of fast through some of these and skip over some. Next slide. Let's go another slide. This set of slides was going to smaller and smaller things to remote view. And we finally got down to having millimeter by millimeter micro dots. And in fact, that did not stop the remote viewing. For example, here's a poster, and it's described by the remote viewers being a Swiss Alpine area with some machinery and so on. So anyway, next slide.
And just for those who are joining who weren't here earlier, Hal gave the beginning of this keynote at 4 p.m. So for folks that are trying to work their way back to the first part of it in the subsequent recording, it'll be available that way.
Okay, and this was a micro dot of this poster, and the remote viewer basically said a lot of Earth colors, brown, 5-pointed thing. So anyway, next slide. The three
So
sets of
how
experiments.
was the micro dot, was that in a very remote location, or?
The microdot was in an envelope sitting on a table, and the person could walk in and just see that there was an envelope on the table. So,
Thank you.
anyway, so it's not extremely low frequency electromagnetic radiation, because you couldn't have transmission through the shield we had and at microdot level and so on. So next slide. So some successful applications. I'll go through these quickly. Next slide. In the Carter administration, they had a basically a shell game idea of having a series of missile silos where you had a train running and moving this silo around to a different location every day. That'd be a shell game. So the Russians would have to take out all of the silos to be sure they got the one. Well, we had a chance to do that in a simulation on a microcomputer where you had 10 circles unlabeled, and someone had to tell which one a random number generator had chosen. Next slide. So you expect to get 1 out of 10 by chance. The hit rate was 1 out of 4 over 500 trials. Basically, we determined you could find 12 out of 12. Hot missile silos would be detected by this process. Probability of that kind of result by chance is 1 in a trillion. So we briefed that all the way up to Carter, and it was one of the factors we learned that led to him getting rid of the shell game idea. Next slide. Another situation, we had turned a Libyan pilot to bring us a Soviet bomber, but he got cold feet and he bailed out, and because he knew the KGB would eventually come get him. And so the craft just ran till it ran out of gas and crashed somewhere in Africa, hundreds of thousands of square miles of where. So anyway, President Carter's station chief for the CIA said, well, we have the remote viewers, maybe they can find it. So long story short, we targeted 2 remote viewers on it, got an X on a map within 3 miles, and the CIA team went in and got it. And so we were told this was so classified, it would never be revealed. Next slide. But after Carter was out of office, he was giving a speech, and somebody asked him about, anything that's kind of unusual. And he mentioned this, and that's how this result got declassified. We focused our satellite cameras on where the remote viewers told us to look, and there it was, and we got it. Next slide. Price was so good, he left us and went to work for the CIA directly, and they started him out with description of 2 code rooms of adversaries and generated good results. So there you go. Next slide. Used in counter narcotics. Next slide. This is the Army remote viewers that we trained. They knew there were 12 ships coming across the ocean, and there was dope in one of the containers. Next slide. So remote viewer, one of the Army INSCOM remote viewers said which ship and where on the ship it was. Next slide. This is the actual report. Determine which of the following vessels are carrying illegal drugs. The remote viewer did, and indicated which vessel was carrying the white clumpy contraband. They took an action, and the evaluation was strong correlation. So this is how it gets applied in the field by the Army intelligence officers. Next slide. In this case, one of the best Army INSCOM remote viewers, Joe McMoneagle, was targeted on turns out, a building in Sverdlovsk in Russia. Next slide. There's the building. Next slide. He made a drawing, said it was like a shipyard. Ships were being constructed. And during daytime, so he got a picture. Anyway, he came up and said, oh, they're building this unbelievably large submarine. I mean, larger than any submarine I've ever even heard of. And not only that, but the missile tubes are on the top deck in front of the conning tower. So that was turned over to the National Security Council, and they said, this is nonsense. All the submarine experts said, forget it. This is just BS. Next slide. And a couple months later, out comes the Typhoon submarine, largest submarine ever built. And indeed, the missile tubes were in the top. So finally, the National Security Council said, okay, we need to take these remote viewers seriously. Next slide. Joe McMoneagle, who did that and a number of other things, over 200 missions, basically was awarded the highest award you can get as a civilian, a Legion of Merit Award, for all of his work in remote viewing. Next slide. As you can well imagine, I had to brief a lot of high-level people, including, for example, CIA Director Bill Casey. We had a 45-minute window with him, went in to brief him on the remote viewing work. He got so fascinated, he canceled the rest of his afternoon, and we had 5 hours briefing him on all the results in the remote viewing program. I always was concerned when we had to brief high-level people, because you figure if a high-level person says this is nonsense, and you're absolutely dead in the water, no one below them will pursue this. What we found that was so interesting was the higher level we went, the more acceptance there was. And that made us think, okay, maybe people who make it to the top of the food chain are people who have some sort of unconscious remote viewing effects going on that they're not even aware of. Next slide. We put that to a test at a meeting of corporation presidents. They had to guess a random digit, 100-digit numbers are going to be generated the next day by a computer. You expect to get 10% by chance. A couple of people scored really high. And so we asked them, well, do you, kind of look into the future or whatever? I said, no, no, no. But I learned that if I trust my gut, I'm usually right. So that led us to the idea that, okay, this kind of functioning can be going on at even an unconscious level and affect our daily lives. Next slide. That was put to the test by the researchers that did that experiment. And they wrote a book called Executive ESP to make that argument. Next slide. Okay, I'm right up to the end of my presentation. The skeptics challenge, of course, is, well, they're so psychic. Why aren't they rich? Why aren't they go to the stock market? Why aren't they in Las Vegas? Next slide. Well, actually, I found a wealthy businessman who agreed to fund a project to check that out. He said that if we gave him predictions for silver futures on a daily basis, we would get 10%. And don't worry, if it was a miserable result and he lost money, he wouldn't charge us. So we said, okay, well, that's reasonable. Now, you might think we'd go to remote viewers and say, well, silver futures going up tomorrow, is it going down? But that's going to be affected by what they read. So we do something differently. We get a couple of pieces of something or other, like a wooden figurine tape measure. Next slide. Two objects that are so different that even if you get rather poor descriptions, you'll probably be able to tell the difference. So I would label one of these mark it up, the other one mark it down. Next slide. I had 7 people doing this. Here are the results from 2 of the viewers. One of them said something's all kind of wound up, and it said he heard the words 1, 2, 3 said rhythmically. The second person said there was a little tin can with something all scrolled up inside. Next slide. So naturally, I figure, okay, it's got to be the tape measure. It's not the wooden figurine. So that's what I passed on, and the investment was made. Next slide. Long story short, 30 days in the market, he made $260,000. We got our 10%, which is $26,000. So anybody can do this. If you want to know who's going to win the next Super Bowl or whatever, get somebody to pick out a couple of objects and label one with each team and get your description of what you think you're going to be shown after the game. And then that person can go out and bet for you. Next slide. So anyway, but generally 2 responses to remote viewing. Those who investigate it know it works. Those who haven't investigated and know it can't. Next slide. So even after the program was turned off when the Cold War kind of wound down, at least this particular program, former intelligence officers always were asking for descriptions of the program, and this can be found in the Intelligence or Journal of U.S. Intelligence Study. I gave a whole summary of the program. Next slide. So why does remote viewing matter? We had to brief the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence about all of our remote viewing work that was significant for intelligence operations. And Congressman Charlie Rose probably said it best. He said, although I see why we must pursue this as a matter of national security, what is truly most significant about these studies is what they tell us about the human potential. Next slide. So that's it. Anna, so all the people you have kind of poking their head behind the scenes to look at what's new and coming. Well, I'm part of that crowd, and you've put on fantastic events here, and I really appreciate that.
Well, we spend almost all our time trying to find the most innovative people and support them. So it's a privilege to know so many great people, and we're really grateful that they came in. And then also just to acknowledge, I mean, much of this event has really been focused on the entrepreneurs, the scientists, the innovators, but in many of these fields, some of the people who are really pushing it forward and driving the interest, it's just interesting to see people in public, in all types of backgrounds, all types of careers, or not working, that are really trying to push for more insights, more information, and to see people who are not traditionally looking into physics, who are just spending the time to really delve in hard to try to understand these things. And this is deep content really for anybody, regardless of their preparation on some of the science that we've seen today. But Hal, out of respect for, I mean, it's exciting to bring you in because you have so many decades really of being at the forefront of a number of these areas. But then it's really of note that you're still right at the forefront currently today. So I know we're going to be I know some of us who are tracking are going to be seeing you've got something coming out tomorrow. So I invite you to say more of that, but also just want to, to the extent, and I understand if you're kind of releasing things, however you're releasing them, but if there's anything that you would want to share with people, because I know you're fully on the pulse, and that out of what's shareable, considering it's so timely right now, there's a lot that's very much on the pulse and current. So is there anything that you would kind of highlight to people that they might not have heard?
Well, I would say just keep your eyes open for more coming out on the UAP issue. I mean, even Don Trump Jr. has a website where he interviews people specifically, like Ross Coulthart and so on, about what's coming down the track on UAP. So I would say that's a good area to follow, because enough people are getting
Triggered on
involved.
Rumble? Is that what it is, Hal? Is that what you're highlighting?
Yes, that's
Press
right.
triggered on Rumble?
Triggered on Rumble. That's right. That's what it is. Right. So.
Great. Well, always appreciate really everybody coming in, and thank you for these extra keynotes, Hal, much appreciated. And really just an exciting time across innovation in general. And I think you can tell it's it's 6:40 on a Friday on the 17th, and some of our colleagues over in the armed services, they actually had a family day today. So I know a lot of people worked who would have otherwise had vacation, because they're so committed and interested in these fields of innovation. We will be putting these recordings online, is what I understand. Sometimes it takes a little while to do that. But it's exciting to see what everybody's doing, and I'm sure that by the fact that it's 6:40 on the Friday before the inauguration, I think you can tell that people are really excited about what American innovation has in store and what we have to build, and that's something that this is very much sprinting into the starting line rather than sprinting into the finish line, with all respect for our colleagues who might be finishing up. Many are continuing, and I think all the co-chairs here are continuing on Tuesday. So really excited about what Americans on both sides of the aisle can build together going forward. Great time for space and energy, and a very important time to bring more resources into these sectors. Great to see everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Anna.
Thanks, Anna.
Everybody.
Bye.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Charles.
Anna.
Bye, Al.
Bye.
Bye, Anna.
Okay.